Шановні учасники форуму, запрошуємо вас зайняти місця у глядацькій залі. Відкриваюча сесія «Наслідки пандемії COVID-19 для урбаністичного розвитку». Світові тенденції, українські реалії, локальна ідентичність. Розпочнеться за 5 хвилин.
Раз, два, раз. Проверяем. Это какой английский?
Шановні гості інвестиційного форуму міста Києва, дякуємо, що у залі зберігаєте масочний режим та дотримуєтесь норм соціальної дистанції.
Шановні учасники форуму, запрошуємо вас зайняти місця у глядацькій залі. Відкриваюча сесія «Наслідки пандемії COVID-19 для урбаністичного розвитку. Світові тенденції».
The forum is starting in 1 minute.
Розпочинає роботу відкриваюча сесія.
Now, the opening session, the consequences of COVID-19 for the urbanistic development, the Ukrainian realities, global identity. Please mute your telephones. Thank you for keeping the mask regime and keeping the social distance as well. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. We're glad to welcome you on our Investment Forum of Kyiv City 2020. It is organized at the support of Kyiv City State Administration as well as Department of Economics and Investment of Kyiv City State Administration.
The largest European metropolis among the capital. 20% of Ukraine's GDP. The capital has the largest contribution to national economic growth. Foreign direct investment in Kiev accounts for more than 50% of the national volume. In the rankings of major European cities of the future 2020 and 2021, the Tech Cities of the Future 2020-21 of FDI Financial Times, Kiev entered the top 5 in terms of cost effectiveness. Kiev is a smart, green city, focused on maximum comfort for living, development of the information society, and formation of modern soft competencies. Kiev is the first city in Ukraine that successfully and comprehensively has begun to implement smart technologies and build a digital city administration infrastructure. Kyiv Smart City is the implementation of digital and communication services, an innovative platform for infrastructure, technological and social development of the city. Kyiv is a safe city. The system of video surveillance and video analytics makes it possible to recognize faces, car numbers, create the vehicle routing. The protection of personal data, systems, network infrastructure, and data centers is provided by a comprehensive cybersecurity system in the capital city. Kyiv is an energy-efficient city with an effective resource management. The equipment, GPS trackers of public and technological transport allows to optimally manage it, control its operation, and build public services. Kyiv has defined of its own smart specialization. Key drivers of the city development are pharmaceuticals, creative industries, IT. Kyiv is a leader in the development of the IT industry in Ukraine. Kyiv uses capabilities of big data, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology to create a comfortable urban environment. The capital city is a leader in Ukraine in the field of creative industries, which are the global trends and the source of urban development. Stage, visual, audiovisual art, design, publishing, production of films and videos, and other sectors of creativity make high added value, and therefore a high economic and social effect is achieved. The leading role in the production and sale of industrial products in Kyiv belongs to the pharmaceutical industry, which comprises 32 enterprises. The Kyiv Investment Agency works to realize the investment potential of the city of Kyiv. The project managers of the agency accompany the investor at all stages of preparation and implementation of the investment project. The competitions are planned to attract investors for the implementation of investment projects for construction of a modern private medical center on Zulagichna Street, construction of a multifunctional public complex with a cultural object, arrangement of amusement park on the territory of Hydro Park, Venetian Island. Greater Kyiv combines historical experience and innovative development, European quality of services, and modern advantages of the metropolis. Greater Kyiv is the European opportunity for a balanced development.
Запрошуємо до вітального
We're
слова
welcoming Please welcome the Mayor of Kyiv, Mr. Vitaly Klitschko. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to welcome you here, as well as our dear guests, the diplomats, the representatives of different companies, my colleague mayors of different towns, the experts as well, the business representatives on the 6th Annual Investment Forum. We have this forum held annually, and it's very important that we have to listen, we can hear the business. It's very important to work on mistakes and proceed development. And without investment, it's so hard to make our plans. Without investments, there can be no dynamic development, neither of the capital of Ukraine nor the country as a whole, because Kyiv city was always an exemplary city for all other towns and villages of our country. This year, our forum is organized in new conditions, in the conditions of pandemic, and I'm sure everyone knows the rules. That is why, compared with the previous year, we have quite limited amount of gas. So if it was all right, I think it would be much more gas. But as far as we're living in new realities, that's what we have. And this year, our forum says think locally, think globally, act locally. That is why our forum today, this is the platform for discussion of economic and infrastructural development of our capital, as well as the capital region in the new conditions. Pandemic has become a big challenge, not only for our city, of course, not only for the country, but for the whole world, we must say. And the authorities of all levels have not only to prevent the spread of the virus, but also to protect the health and security of people and decide how to help our business, how to renew economy, what is the way to implement the infrastructural projects and develop our cities, because new conditions are here, but life doesn't stop, should not stop on that, of course. So today we are all living in new, and we're learning to live in new conditions. We have to keep up with the trends of the speed of our changes that were already launched in the capital. So we're keeping on making our city comfortable and successful, as well as truly, we want to turn it into truly European city taking into account all criteria. And surely we do need investment for that, otherwise it will be very hard. That is why I would like to thank you all who is participating in this forum, who is making their best, their efforts and knowledge to help our city continue development. Capital of Ukraine and the region, this is the financial and investment center with great potential, I must say. I'm underlining it every year, and our key objective is to make everything possible to realize this potential at max. But we should not forget as well that the most precious we have in our city, that is, this are of course not estate, those are not infrastructural objects. Most precious, these are the people who are living, our Kyivites. And in pandemic conditions, we are making our best to prevent the spread of coronavirus and protect the Kyivites and provision of the necessary aid. That is medical aid and social aid as well. The city budget is providing everything necessary for our medical sphere employees. We're also providing aid for those people who have caught this virus. We know that we have increasing amount of sick people daily. That is why we have underlined this importance. The pandemic conditions, that's when we have lots of challenges in every direction, in every sphere of the city infrastructure. I was talking about medicine. Yes, it's a huge challenge for our medicine, surely. That is transport as well. Education, we must mention. The food supply. We continue working, and we can surely mention, we can say we are working 24/7. That is enabling us to effectively manage the challenges even in the pandemic conditions. Kyiv still continues to realize the projects, continues development, open new roads, new bridges, new parks, build kindergartens and schools. And we have to go on making our plans and continue implementing those plans, considering the pandemic reality. Even though we have some kind of restricted conditions, lots of the transport flows, especially between the countries, is slightly suspended. That is why we have observed the importance of local producers' development. We have to provide their support. We also see how many losses these touristic spheres, having lots of losses, that's true, everywhere in the world. And in order to provide security for the city, we have to make sure that the city should be autonomous, produce the goods of first importance locally as well. That is why localization of economy for the capital region should become one of the priorities to overcome the pandemic consequences. We support the enterprises as much as we can. We understand that business, this is the key part of our economy development. And I would also to mention that at the beginning of the quarantine, Kyiv has decided that we will provide 50% discount for the small and medium businesses for renting discount. Also, some others didn't have to pay the rent at all. Some businesses where we have uplifted the need to pay the single tax for some of the entrepreneurs. The credits were not obligatory to be paid during this period of time. This is the scope of the program to support the small and medium business, the cafes and restaurants and other businesses that are working seasonally. They were also they also didn't have to pay the tax. So as you see, we're making all our best to help the business develop on. These are simple things, but these are the working spaces. These are the people's incomes and the taxes that they will pay afterwards to the city budget. Today, Kyiv needs a strategy, a new strategy that will take into account the new conditions, because as we know well, the world has changed so far. And here on that advertisement, that video, that was very nice presentation. I would like to repeat that Kyiv is playing very important role in the economic development of the whole country. Capital is providing more than 20% GDP of the whole country. The share of direct investment is more than 50%. Kyiv is in an innovative, progressive capital that is implementing smart systems, as you saw on the video. And I'm very happy that my colleagues are coming from other cities, and I'm so glad to present those achievements about smart city and the programs that are already showing some result. I'm truly proud of that. And not every European city, I must mention, has such a fast progress in development, meaning development of the smart city program as city has, as well as capital investments, huge infrastructural objects, a project of Kyiv agglomeration. These are also road infrastructure, medical development, and I would also like to emphasize, and everyone knows Kyiv is one of the biggest agglomerations in the Eastern Europe, and one of the European capitals. The space, the area, the amount of citizens, we are one of the biggest. So today the Kyiv agglomeration already includes 17 village councils, and I truly believe that Greater Kyiv is following the same path as Greater Paris and Greater Berlin. Agglomeration allows a better and bigger development and provision of very important services that city and towns around the capital do require. It's not a secret that every morning before pandemic, of course now you understand numbers might change, so every morning there were 700,000 people coming daily to Kyiv from the Kyiv region, from other towns. That's very good. It shows that Kyiv is giving jobs to people. But in order to make a balanced development of the city, we have to also take into account not only the Kyiv community, but also the communities of all the cities and towns and villages that are surrounding. Kyiv capital is providing the single transportation skeleton for all the cities around, and I'm very happy that we're talking for many years. We've already been talking about the big circle ring road around the city, and it's not a secret that Kyiv has too much traffic, and 40% of traffic in our city, these are transit vehicles.
Because from east to west or west to east, the transport goes through Kyiv. And the next bridge is in 200 kilometers, more than 200 kilometers southwise. and it's not in a very good condition, so all the transport goes through Kyiv, and it's very important to build a very good about road, which will give the incentive to the development of other cities and towns around Kyiv and will unload Kyiv from traffic. We have possibilities to create industrial parks, touristic parks, waste processing complexes, recreation areas, and it is much higher in the suburbs than in the capital. And together with the mayors of the satellite cities, we have to develop this direction. So we have to understand that in the conditions of globalization, the development of Kyiv agglomeration is very important and very prospective. That's why our common aim is to build the infrastructure, to unite the communities of Big Kyiv, to create megapolises with comfortable conditions for its citizens, conditions for work and leisure and recreation, conditions for professional development, and what is very important, investments. Investment Forum, we are here now to discuss the conditions for the development of investments. And we are going to make Kyiv and its agglomeration just like I described. I am convinced that we have key tasks, key directions to work on every time. Every time I say, and today I would like to underline once again, Kyiv City is a city I am truly personally interested in as the mayor of this city. I'm interested that investments should come to the capital. Investments mean creation of jobs. Investment means development of infrastructure and development of the city, taxes to the budget of our city. There is no future for Kyiv without investments. That's why I put a lot of emphasis and I pay a lot of attention to this particular thing, because investments is a strategical direction. Last time I proposed something, and today I want to say it again. I have always worked as a bodyguard for each investor, and I will continue to do so, because I understand that this is the future of our city. Investors need to be protected. We have a lot of problems, a lot of challenges. Let us speak openly today. We have to say, of course, that we have a lot of achievements, but we have to take into account that we have a lot of challenges as well. The challenges that we have to face. And our Kyiv investment agency that organized this investment forum should work. We have to provide conditions for this agency to work more effectively, to create better conditions, to propose each investor the way how to implement his or her project, and all the bureaucracy, all the problems that needs to be solved is the task of city authorities. It shouldn't be the task of the investor. Investor should invest, should create jobs, should implement plans and develop our city. I would like to thank every person in this room for spending your time coming to this forum. I wish you a fruitful day and would like to underline once again our task to provide every citizen of the city to implement the plans connected with the best city in the world. The best city in the world, the city we live in, the capital of Ukraine, Kyiv City. Kyiv is developing, and I'm really grateful to the investors that you believe in the capital, that you invest in the capital. And together we will develop the capital of Ukraine and the whole Ukraine. Also, I would like to apologize because now we have the Kyiv City Council meeting and I'm the chairman there, and there are a lot of social issues that we need to discuss. We need to discuss how in the new conditions, in the conditions of pandemic coronavirus, how we can support our transportation, how can we support doctors. And unfortunately, I will not be able to be present and further and see all the presentations, but we communicated with the representatives of other countries, and they're ready to work and cooperate. We continue to implement our plans. You can always account on me as on a bodyguard, as a protector of investments, because it is very important. So I wish all of you fruitful work. Please do not hesitate to raise those issues that you have, to elaborate the solutions, how to solve these issues, and to make Kyiv really comfortable for every person who is either living in the city or coming on a visit, and for every person who has plans to invest in this best city in the world. Thank you very much. Have a good conference. Good day, dear colleagues. My name is Taras Semenyuk. We are going to work with you today, and we are opening this forum. I would like to invite our first speakers, the extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador of the Federative Republic of Germany to Ukraine, Ms. Anka Feldhusen. Welcome. And the ambassador of Italy to Ukraine, David La Cecilia. And also we will have Zoom communication with Jacek Jaskowiak, the mayor of Poznan, Poland, and Dr. Haris Piples, architect and urban planner, Dries Sommer, Switzerland. So let us start. The big Kyiv, the major Kyiv, as Mr. Klitschko said, is the project of the century. This will be a something very ambitious. So Kyiv has the ambition to become the center of the Eastern Europe. So Kyiv is not just the borders of the capital. The ambition is the Kyiv agglomeration. So it should be the complex, interconnected set of long-term actions and steps to strengthen the vital activity of the capital and the region in relation to its competitors. Put it simply, it is a strategy not for years but for decades. And the uniqueness of this forum is that it doesn't finish simply by getting together and talking. It has very concrete milestones and orienters how the strategy should be built. And this is the main task of our meeting today. But of course, our life is very dramatic, and COVID adds drama to all our plans. Factically, the pandemic undermined big and huge economies of the world. Now we see how it breaks all the social structures, not only in the big cities, but also in the whole countries. We are now in the time of biopolitics that Michel Foucault wrote about. He mentioned about this in his lecture in École de France. And Michel Foucault said that biopolitics drives all the attention to the protection of human life. So we will speak not only about investments, but about how to protect, how to save the life of Kyivites and the citizens of Ukraine. Because it's the fundamental value, because without citizens there is no capital. The cities are not developing. And that's why we are having this forum. We have gathered the best speakers from around the world, and we're gonna be searching for solutions for Kyiv region. So what kind of Kyiv agglomeration should look like. So our aim is to propose exact solutions that will be implemented and that they will work for the development of the city. Our forum is a strategic planning. What do I mean? Because this is the place where the high-quality strategic plan starts with the analysis of the context we live in. Then we plan future steps based on the context, launch them into implementation, and what is very important, evaluate the results. So this is the quintessence of our forum, and during the day we will add on dynamics and we will understand all the benefits and drawbacks of nowadays, and I would like to briefly state the main issues we're gonna discuss today. We will discuss the solutions that we found by other megapolises to address the pandemic problems. How do we have to modernize the critical infrastructure of the city? What are the priority development points are there, and what stimuli do we need for the local business, and how to transform the event tourism? How to balance the social and economical renovation, how to protect the environment. Environment protection is now a priority in big cities. All of these questions will be discussed today at our forum. So that's why I invite all of you to be active. Of course, after this panel, there will be some questions, so we're going to have Q&A sessions. So now I would like to give the floor to our honored guest of honor, Anne Feldhusen, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Federal Republic of Germany to Ukraine. So Ms. Feldhusen, what are the consequences of the pandemic in Germany? How Germany is going through the pandemic, and what measures are being taken to minimize the effects of the crisis? Thank you very much. So, how Germany is undergoing through the pandemic? Just like the other countries, we are searching for the solutions, how to overcome the crisis. And of course, we were lucky. Germany is a rich country, and we can invest money in overcoming the pandemic. We do everything possible that Mr. Klitschko has mentioned. We have a lot of fringe benefits for entrepreneurs, tax vacations, but why we are different from other countries is because we also provide a specific aid. I tried to translate it into Ukrainian, but it's not very easy. We have such a system as when a state pays for short working hours. So people work half day, but they receive the almost full salary. And it's a huge help to all the entrepreneurs. And they, in such a way, they have opportunity not to fire their employees, and right after the pandemic, they can start working on their normal pace. It's a kind of a state subsidy. And I will give you just a couple of examples. In Munich, the palace city of Kyiv, we have 29 organizations work in short hours, and 55 enterprises working in this system. This is quite a lot. And in Munich, there is about 1.5 million inhabitants. So 334 people are working like this. 1,000 people are working like this. So it's really huge figures and huge money. And we want to also take care of vulnerable categories of people. So Leipzig, which is also a sister city of Kyiv, and we have special programs for homeless people, for freelancers. We have foundations for creative industries and temporary aid assistance for self-employed people. And we also launched an international program for creative industry, and there were a lot of Ukrainian projects that applied, and I'm very happy that we can help. And there were 6 creative projects from Ukraine. And so a lot of money being allocated, and we hope that Germany will be the driver of European economy after pandemic as well. Did I answer your question? Yes, I'm very grateful. You know, even before the pandemic, we know that everything is now divided into before and after pandemic, but the countries of European countries, European Union countries, were kind of a model that we had to follow. Ukrainian politicians were saying it all the time, and we kind of neglected a little bit the authenticity of Ukrainian potential. And in this case, the pandemic showed that even the most powerful countries of European Union were not ready to face it. I'm speaking now about Germany, about Italy. Is it a kind of a test, anti-crisis test for the government of each European country? Is it like this? And I would like to ask you how local authority, for example, of Munich or Berlin, and these are huge cities with more than 1 million inhabitants, what kind of programs they were using, especially regarding the refugees, as Germany was the country which accepted a lot of Syrian refugees and other refugees. So what are the policy in these cities to provide the protection for these people during the pandemic?
You know, the biggest number of the refugees arrived in 2015, that is already 15 years. And there are many examples that they were very well integrated. They know German language. Even some of them, they are employed on the German market. This process is not on, but I think it would be success. But of course, there are certain vulnerable people, and we have to be careful, and with the social aids as well that I already mentioned. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to ask if we're technically ready for Zoom call to get in touch with our colleague from Poznan, Mr. Jacek Jaskovek. Are we? Hello, Mr. Jacek.
Hello, good morning. I'm sorry about the pandemic.
Well, thank you so much for being in touch with us and joining our forum. What is the situation of Poznan city? What are the main 3 social projects implemented to preserve the jobs and to protect the investment flow in the pandemic time?
We are quite lucky because we are. And it is a problem because some companies, also the Volkswagen, reduce the number of employees. It is about 1,000 people comparing to the previous time. It is the same with Bridgestone, but the economy in Poland is still quite strong. And from one side, it is a challenge for us. We expect less money, I mean taxes. So we have to change a little bit our budget. We expect also to spend more money for such social and it is we have to keep the job, and we still to develop the public transport. It is a very big problem. It is the same in Berlin. I visited Berlin a month ago. It's the same in different countries. People are a little afraid of using public transport, but it is no way to keep the efficiency of public transport. So mobility is still one of the biggest problems in many cities, and we have to invest still in the public transport. We try to develop more the bicycle paths because also in Berlin we see if somebody is afraid of using public transport, the better opportunity is to give him the chance to use scooters or bikes instead of cars, because it is, when the traffic jam is a problem. We have also, of course, the problems with the owners of hotels, of restaurants, of coffees, because like in Berlin, we have less tourists. In Berlin, it is maybe 20% of the normal tourist number. In Poznan, it is also like this. So, and we are not able to help the owner of coffee shops, of restaurants, of hotels, because we also don't have so much money. If we will be so rich like Germany, like Berlin, like German countries, cities, so maybe it will be possible. But I think it is more or less like in Ukraine. So we don't have enough money to support business like in Germany, like in Switzerland. And then we have to accept also the problems of such businesses. They probably, some of them, they collapse. And what we can do, we can give them the opportunity to open the new businesses. Some businesses, because of pandemic, don't have good perspective, even if we see 1, 2, 3 years time. We also have shares in the airport, and we have to change the activity of the airport because we have reduced number of such businesses. And if we accept that it is not the 3 months, it is maybe 2, 3 years, so we can change the city, but we still can keep some processes and progress like mobility, like public transport, like bicycle paths. And also we can support the economy, but not only to give them the money, but to give them opportunities to open or to change the businesses.
Пане мер, пане Яцик, я вам дякую за участь.
Mr. Yatsik, I'm very thankful to join in our conference, and we're inviting to join us online, and we're and Megogo has on-air translation as well as YouTube formats. There you can find us in English language. And I would like to ask about Italy. And Italy was the one who felt fully the consequences of the COVID-19. And what were we know the restrictions for all the citizens. Mr. Can you please tell me what were the lessons your country, Italy, has learned for the past 6 months? Can you please share this?
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I'm very happy to participate in this session with the mayor of Kyiv and mayor of Poznan, and my colleague, the ambassador of Germany. You're right, we were hit very hard by the COVID-19. Italy was the first Western country to be affected so hard by the disease. Coronavirus was spotted in Milan on 21st of February, and in a small town in the Veneto region, and after 2 weeks we had in Lombardy already 4,000 cases, and being the first we had to devise new protocols, new methods, an overall strategy to face the disease completely from scratch. And from the sanitary point of view, this was first of all an exercise of balanced coordination between the national government and local administration, because in Italy responsibilities are split. And overall we saw that the response, the best response, where the response was most effective, was the community network work better, especially at the level of family doctors. We had a chance to discuss, by the way, this issue here in Ukraine with the teleconference of the mayor of Euganeo, the small city in Veneto, which went through a very close lockdown at the beginning of February, with 100 presidents of Chromatas to learn this experience. In Euganeo, after the first death case, the local authorities decided to go for a very tight lockdown. They closed all the schools, they closed social activities, economic production. They declared the municipality a red zone and created a sanitary cordon and set up a coordination unity with their region. Then they performed 2 rounds of tests on almost all the population. 90% of the population of this small town was tested in order to isolate the positives, which helped to contain the spread of the disease. The same approach was followed by Veneto region. The local government also took action. We had a lack of tests, and they decided to produce independently detergents in order to carry out the test on the population. And they closed all the social activities, production, and created a system of surveillance in order to trace infected people in coordination with hospitals and with laboratories. And this also, this tracing, early tracing, which was performed by the Veneto region, contributed to contain the number of cases. In the end, the result was striking. On the 1st of April, in the Lombardy region, we had 45,000 cases and 7,500 deaths, and in the Veneto region, the cases were only 9,000, 1/5, with 500 deaths. And so Veneto became one of the models, one of the standards in order to face the disease, was acclaimed by the international press, and this demonstrates the importance, I believe, of the response at local and territorial level. The more the response was close to the citizens, the better the result was. There is, if you allow me, a local dimension also with regard to the socio-economic response. Italy, after Lombardy and after Veneto, went to an overall lockdown. We closed all non-essential economic activity. We were aware, of course, since the beginning that we would have had socio-economic repercussions very serious. In the second semester, Italy was losing 15% of its GDP. So we took a number of measures. We started to support small and medium enterprises by increasing their liquidity. We work to enhance social security cushions in order to strengthen the guarantees for the employment of more than 7 million workers. And then we shaped the response at the European level in terms of solidarity, in terms of cohesion. This time the reaction of the European Union and the member states to the crisis, unlike 2008, was very strong and very rapid, also thanks to the German presidency. Thank you, Anka. And the most important decision was taken in August with the adoption of the Recovery Fund, providing for transfers and loans of a total of 750 billion. This is for the European Union, by the way, it's a Copernican revolution, because for the first time, the EU of solidarity and cohesion underline the economic and monetary union. The resources that Italy will benefit from are huge. We are talking about more than 200 billion euros. It's for us a big responsibility. We have to take this opportunity in order to restructure our economy, to invest in human resources in a number of key sectors like the digital, the research, the infrastructure. We have to make so-called good debt, of course. That is to say, these employments of money has to be productive, because at a certain point, of course, we need to return the money to the European Union. And in this regard, the role of cities and territory is very important. A few weeks ago, our Prime Minister called for stati generali in order to assess So once again, decentralization was important. Decentralization, I believe, is an asset for any country. As G7 ambassadors, we insisted a lot in this direction also here in Ukraine. And the advantage, once again, is to have a system which allows to take any decision, including the very sensible decision regarding expenditure closest to the people, where they can be more effective.
Дуже дякую вам за вашу презентацію. Скажімо, з слів послів я зрозумів одне, що немає якогось змагання.
So thank you very much for the presentation. I understood that there is no competition in the country, so both local authorities and central government have a certain synergy and symphony. They cooperate to protect people from the consequences of the pandemic and to make up some mechanisms to overcome the crisis and incentive the economical development. The pandemic will be finished sooner or later, so we have to think about the future and maybe the ideas of architect and urbanist who is working on the city development and planning. So I would like to invite Dr. Haris Pitlas, the architect and urbanist from Switzerland. So, Mr. Haris, are you here? Do we have connection with Mr. Haris?
Hello, can you hear me?
Доброго
Hello.
Доброго ранку,
ось так,
чи ви
так?
мене чуєте?
Я вас далеко бачу, але я вас бачу. Ми всі бачимо.
Well, I can see you from a
Пане
distance,
Харріс,
but we can
вітаємо
hear
вас
you, Mr.
на
Harris.
нашому форумі. І в
Welcome
мене до
on
вас
our
є
forum, and,
просте запитання. Які нові методи та рішення ми повинні застосувати у сталому урбаністичному розвитку сучасних мегаполісів з огляду на наслідки пандемії
taking into
COVID-19?
account
Будь ласка.
the consequences of COVID-19 pandemic?
Thank you very much for your question, Mr. Semenyuk. I think in the next 10 or 12 minutes, I'm going to share some of my insights, but first of all, I would like to greet my Ukrainian is not very good anymore. It's 2 years since I've been to Kyiv, but I will try. Доброго ранку зі Швейцарії. Я радий бути з вами.
Hello from Switzerland. I'm very happy to be with you.
And yes, I do apologize that I can't be with you today in this beautiful city of Kyiv. I do have great memories, but I hope that you're healthy and that we will be able to meet again in person. So I would like to thank Mayor Klitschko for his invitation, and to the Swiss Embassy and the Swiss Cooperation Office and the Swiss Secretariat for Economic Affairs, which I collaborate for years in building bridges between our countries. I had also the pleasure to live in Berlin for 10 years and in 1 year in Italy. And when I lived in Berlin, Poznan was also just in front of our doors. So I feel like home at this today's panel. And I really believe that we have the right setup of experts and representatives from academia, businesses, investors, academia, culture to discuss these issues. So please don't understand my words as absolute truth. Please understand it as a teaser so we can discuss together what's the real solutions for Kyiv and for other cities. So next slide, please. So what lessons can we learn from the pandemics? Next slide. As you see, I will structure my presentation in 4 steps, so you just we can structure our discussions later a bit better. So yes, if we look into the landscape of the media regarding Corona, we have all kind of different evidences. So on the upper part, you see different empty cities, realities from Germany. This is Hamburg. So thinking of the post-Corona, it's empty city. Then we have also voices that say that the COVID crisis could speed up the smart city visions. But then if you look at the Sidewalks Lab, the project in Toronto that had a lot of social and other riots, I would say, and conflicts done by the Google daughter company Alphabet, was only stopped not because of this, but because of the economic struggles regarding Corona. So the smart city visions in Canada were a bit slowed down by COVID. But also if you look in our cities, and if you look in the inconvenient truth of our societies, Corona is a sort of a litmus paper that reveals also the problems of our society. So I think it's if you look positivistic, it's a good test, but we have to learn from this crisis. And as we see on this picture, even in Geneva, in our country, we have people, underprivileged ones, who appear in times of crisis. So we do really have this sort of a litmus paper situation. But not thinking of these short-term solutions, like you see on the right bottom part, of having these immediate short-term measures like these circles in a public park in Denmark. I'm more interested to discuss with you what is the long-term impact and what can we learn from this crisis. Next slide, please. I hope you can see it. Yes, and I was just on Monday in Milan, and this is the Piazza del Duomo on the left side, and one of the regions that was very hardly hit with Corona. Besides of some people with masks, everything was looked almost normal. On the right-hand side, this is the main station of Zurich and the airport of Zurich in spring this year. So our cities are living organisms, they really adapt, they are systems, and we have to really see how we smartly think of Corona-related urban transformations and then translate this into a bit of a long-term dimension. So next slide, please. And yes, not the First World War, if you allow me to go into history, created this new modern city, but it was actually the Spanish flu, and it spurred cities to make more green space, more sun, more air for the people. Next slide, please. And the question is, what can we do today? And here we see what did the post-First World War Spanish flu created actually a new paradigm contemporary urban planning. This was misunderstood in many countries. So now what we have as a result of the good wish to have more air, more green, more public health in cities, in many countries in East and West, we have this generic city without any architectural and local traditional reference style or reference to the local building traditions. So we do have, unfortunately, very often this monofunctional urban fabric, which does not have these human dimensions it should have. Next slide, please. Yes, I have a 2-3 seconds delay. So I see the screen a bit later than you do. But again, this is just a picture that shows that this is a reality in many cities. And this is in Latin America, what you see. And we do have these monofunctional built cities from the 20th century. And now we do live in the 21st century, the century of many crises, not only the pandemics, we have a climate, social and economic crisis that the hardest hit us 12 years ago. So we really have to see how can this pandemic optimistically help us to create better cities. So next slide, please. And I do believe that cities can be laboratories if we understand them as living organisms for a sustainable post-COVID future. Next slide, please. And yes, cities are these problems, and they do consume 80% of energy. They're responsible 75% of the greenhouse gases. They do house more than 50% of the people, but they only take 2% of the land. So yes, the cities are the problem, but how it can become also a solution. So next slide, please. And we were thinking of 10 years ago, which about that, and so you see it a bit on this younger image and photograph of mine. But I think it's the adaptive capacity of cities that's a real resource. So yes, we do live in an urban planet, but how to translate these visions into practical applications, right? What does adaptive urban management, integrated urban planning means? I believe that these 20th century finished master plans are thing of a past, and I think we do have to think in processes and improve economic and social realities together. It's not only about the planners and architects, it's about the planning and development of cities as a societal task. Next slide, please. And I show this not only because there are two other mayors in the panel, but we do live in an era of cities, and Benjamin Barber, unfortunately, who passed away 3 years ago, said, in 2010, the cities have the power to become the symbols of change and a symbol to demonstrate better future for others. And what Mayor Klitschko said in his introductory note, Kyiv and the greater Kyiv, it should and it is a role model for other cities, towns, and villages, not only in Ukraine. And I think it also does have the potential to be also a role model, not only for Eastern European cities, but also to have this mutual bridge of knowledge between East and West. Next slide, please. And here you see a sort of a global landscape of different cities that we went into, and now it brings me to the second part of my presentation, from Berlin, Zurich, Sao Paulo, Beijing, and North American cities. So we went into different cities trying to understand and improve the city-to-city learning. So what can cities learn from each other in terms of housing, infrastructure, planning, public space, green infrastructures? So I will, in the next couple of minutes, just show you some glimpses of these. Next slide, please. And we don't have too much time today. This was also published in 2 books. One is in particular on this global city landscape in the urban toolbox you see on the right, and the left one was on how to deal also in particular with post-socialist cities in Central and Eastern Europe. So we don't have much time to speak about it in detail now, and I'm happy to provide the digital copies of this for the ones who are interested. Next slide, please. And these topics, and I'm coming back to Switzerland and Zurich, where I sit now, urban development is a political and societal topic. So we really have a revision of our spatial planning law. We also wanted to densify urban development to create, in this sense, polycentric regions. It's a similar phenomenon that Kyiv is now going through, but this is also, and you see on the right picture, a sort of a hot political and societal topic since many decades, and this is an image from 1975, thinking of Switzerland, how it could like in 2075 if you only continue building. So we have to build smartly. Next slide, please. And we have the luck in Switzerland to also have the United Nations here. And what also goes in our direction and supports, I would say, our common visions to create sustainable and better cities, and that cities became one of the most interesting and relevant elements in all these UN agendas. We have the new urban agenda. We have different land and urban management sections. We have industry. We have governments, academia, non-profits interested in urban development. This was not the case 15 years ago. So we have a sort of like a global interest for a better development of cities. And I have the pleasure to be part of some of these committees here in Switzerland, in Geneva. Next slide, please. And yes, I think this was already 2014. This was some of the first thinkings and idea competitions, how Kyiv could develop after 2014, what is its future. And I see that there was a lot of progress done, and it was a pleasure to be a part of this first jury, see this idea competition of young students. So this was sort of my first real kind of insight into the urban development of Kyiv. Next slide, please. And yes, I think it's also coming back later to Kyiv in 2018. I think also it was very important to discuss what are the topics, how to promote public space, how to deal with the, the decayed housing stock that we have in Central and Eastern Europe, how to unite suburbia and the surrounding communities with the city core, and how to improve the dialogue between experts in between East and West Europe. And I believe this was also for me another a proof that Kyiv and its people, and its especially young professionals, have a great talent and interest to improve their cities. And this, in the next few slides, I will show a bit my ideas how this can be supported. So the next slide, please. And here, yes, the pandemics helped us, and this coming back into the core of the question, to have digital technologies being promoted in a very fast pace. So we were thinking of digitalization, and Corona made us become digital and become mobile. So, but what does it mean for architecture and urban development? Next slide, please. And traditionally, when in this way how we dealt with cities, we went in a linear way, right? So we went from feasibility, then design, construction, et cetera, and then later we went into revitalization. And the company that I'm part of and had the pleasure to lead the integrated urban solutions sector, we work in the interdisciplinary model. So you see that we cannot divide anymore these tasks. We have to think as in an interdisciplinary way. Next slide, please. And this is just an image, an example, how this can literally be done. This is a project from Russia. So we do have to use digital solutions to connect different planning scales. You see here the city and then the building and the district scales. We do have to understand our infrastructure, so this everything can be mapped and analyzed. The building information modeling technology is now possible to be translated to the district and urban scale. So in this sense, this helps us to have a living urban model of a city in order to develop it processually and not think of fixed master plans, which are very difficult to realize. Next slide, please. And this is just how it really looks like. And I allow myself to show you some images to bring some food for discussion. We have to understand this information and data, but we have to overlap it and look for interconnections between these different layers of data that we have now in our online and digital platform. Next slide, please. And yes, urban development is a process. This is a digital platform that we did for Sarajevo, the first digital three-dimensional model of the city, which you see on the upper left. And then if you go down to the bottom, this is this development of how different interventions can be proposed, different buildings, infrastructures, and then the very important, how this can be discussed with the stakeholders, with the communities, and in order to have a more inclusive and more social urban development. Next slide, please. And this is also the reality in Germany and in Switzerland, many other countries. We have a lot of different interests and a lot of sometimes conflict and loss of time in urban development processes. So what we can do today is have simulate urban development analogically and digitally in order to facilitate urban transformation that helps to define common visions. And it's very important to justify evidence-based urban development decisions. So you see here on the right, we can now calculate all these different, I would say, data, all the different information that comes together with what happens within particular intervention, with infrastructure, building efficiency, environmental sustainability, etc., etc. Next slide, please. And then we can today bring all these different stakeholders to the same level, to the same table, to the same vision, and really demystify the interest and define the common urban vision and urban future. Next slide, please. In these scenarios, it's very important to understand who's the winner or the loser, and everybody could actually profit from this type of development. We cannot sometimes, what happens in many cities, put investors and the communities as opposing sides. And if you look here at this picture, you see different scenarios, different densities, heights, verticalities of the building, and what does it mean? How much does it cost? What does it mean for the local community? How many jobs are created? So we really demystify urban development with these digital tools. Next slide, please. And this is something that I think would be very relevant also to realize and to understand some of these projects that happen not only in Kyiv, but across Eastern Europe. Is this asset check tool, a digital tool that can really calculate the economic return of investment potential, but also the effects of the environment and all the social strata of the city. Next slide, please. But still, I believe that we won't be able to do it in online, in the cyberspace. We do have to communicate physically in these city living labs that we did in different cities. We do have to bring different stakeholders together to define and design these visions, problems, and also express emotions about cities. The cities are not just data and info, it's also about emotions, about how to co-create them together. Next slide, please. And this is something that we did for Sarajevo, for example, where the cultural district was developed together with the university, together with the creative and IT industries, and together with local communities. It's an ongoing project that where these urban simulations and living lands help to demystify the interest and the advantages and disadvantages. Next slide, and the final 2-3 minutes of my presentation. This is just an image how this process looks like from digital planning to translation of this into concrete projects that can be implemented. Next. So finally, now coming to the literal object, how can we really build sustainable, flexible, and resilient? Next slide. And this is a concept that of the cradle to cradle that is since 2 years, the company that developed it and the Institute EPEA is now part of our Jason Sommer landscape. What we try now to bring this cradle to cradle approach to the building and architectural sector. So yes, we do have the cradle to cradle concept that talks about design of product and system that don't happen in cycles. They are not recycled, but every material is a nutrient in the circular economy system. So what does it mean, particular for buildings? So we know which building material comes from, we know every atom of it, and it's we have a building passport for every element in every building, which means we don't have waste. So every building becomes a sort of a storage of materials. So there's no recycling in traditional sense. Next slide. And then this is how these buildings look like, right? So we have still not forget our old concepts. We have to systemically integrate. We have to bring these innovative materials. We have to think about renewable energy and microclimates. And this is just an example that we did for Masdar. Next slide, please. And also translating this to the district scale. And this is one of the largest European innovation quarters inside of Germany that we work on. This is a flexible innovation campus with offices and living worlds of the future. We already put our Corona lessons learned into the ongoing development of this project. Next slide, please. And then on the left, you see a building that we realized in the Washingtonplatz in Berlin, the Cube. But yes, it's being branded as the most smart commercial buildings of Europe. But then, at the end of the day, we have also to work with the existing building stock. On the right, you see our offices in Zurich. This is an existing building. So our cities are comprised of 98% of existing buildings. So we have to work with the existing. Next slide, please. And here you see these interiors of these spaces. So we create, thinking also of now the new realities of work and living, of home offices, etc. It's a new flexible office space, as in general office space becomes less relevant in COVID and the post-COVID world. Next slide, please. This is just another image and a concept that we implemented in our offices and on innovation hubs in Zurich and Stuttgart, for example. And I invite all of you to visit it if you come to our cities after this crisis is over. And the final slide, which I want to show, is today. Please go to the final slide. Yes. And if I may summarize my contribution today, we do have to think in an integrated way, and this is something that we call the Blue City. We try to combine the logics and the emotions in our projects in order to develop inclusive, smart, and sustainable visions. So again, it can only happen co-creatively with different expertise, interests, affected and involved parties, because nobody can build a smart city alone. And with that, I would like to end my contribution. I look really forward to our discussions, and I hope that we can leave this room with new friendships and new collaborations. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо вам, доктор Піплас, за цікаву презентацію. Ми майже завершуємо нашу першу презентаційну модель, і в мене є...
We're about to finish our first presentation panel, and I have a very short question, and I would like to ask for very brief answers. Dear ambassadors, what are the strategic aims that Kyiv have to persuade? I think that Kyiv can only develop when there is an understanding that this pandemic is a challenge, but it's also a chance. As David said, huge amount of money was allocated by the European Union to overcome the crises caused by the pandemic, and this fund should also be allocated to the green and digital changes. So we need to develop the direction of investments a little bit in Kyiv as well, I think. So Ukraine will receive 1 billion to 100 million euro as in the program of financial aid, and I hope Ukraine will be able to use this money for a very specific project. This world pandemic from the beginning of the year has showed us that there are a lot of supply chains were broken. We thought that medicine will come from China or India, but they didn't come. I think Ukraine has a good chance to become the production place, production hub, because Ukraine is much closer to Europe. But in order to implement this investment project, Ukraine needs to have more reforms, not only decentralization, but also judicial reform, which is the basis for foreign investments coming to Ukraine. Thank you very much for your wonderful Ukrainian language and wonderful answers. Dear Mr. Ambassador of Italy, same question to you.
Які основні стратегічні,
What are the main strategic projects that can be implemented by Kyiv today? 1 minute.
I like very much the notion of city as laboratories, as Dr. Piplas said. There is no doubt that the challenge of overcoming the effects of the coronavirus is more serious in big cities like Kiev, where the contagion, the death rates tend to be higher for a number of factors like the density of the population, the national and international connectivity. So city leaders, they face, as Mayor Kliko said, a perfect storm in facing the effect of the coronavirus, managing recovery plans, along with all the other problems like pollution, socio-economic inequalities, traffic. No doubt that cities have to become more resilient, more sustainable. They have to be smarter in order to promote a greener, more equal, and more effective urban development, especially after the pandemic. We have to think of how city should be in the future, and also in Italy this reflection is open. There are ambitions to redesign areas, to redesign economies, infrastructures, in parallel, for example, with the development of smart working, which is here to stay. And we are seeing city leaders using the sanitary crisis also in order to implement, for example, measures which encourage walking and cycling. In Italy, for example, many cycling roads appear in Italian cities in the wake of the government decision to offer a bonus in order to buy bicycles. And the same is true also here in Kiev. We saw that there was an effort to build cycling roads. The basic concept, I believe, in order to face the crisis is to recover a sense of community. And the community is related to the place where we live, to the city, to our neighbors. We had a long period of our life, a few months, where we were isolated from each other, and this opportunity to meet in person is mostly welcome. So we were using social networks, web platforms, but at the same time we felt strongly the need to speak to our neighbor, to rediscover proximity, so to have a sense of community. And in this case, of course, this is the concept that, especially in big cities where dimensions, population is huge, will help to find a solution to what's happening to us these days.
Дуже дякую. Пане мер Познані, будь ласка, хвилина
Thank you
часу
very
у
much,
вас
Mr.
для
Mayor of
завершення.
Poznan. You have 1 minute.
First of all, I wish success in the election to Kiev needs an experienced person in the position of the mayor. And Vitaly is an open-minded man. He has experience. He knows Kiev. He knows also Europe. He knows the European standards. Every time you need, I'm ready to come to Kiev. Ja rady być z wami this time, and thank you very much for invitation. I like Kiev. I love Kiev, and I wish a very good time to Kiev, also in such difficult time in the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Dziękujemy bardzo. And the last question to our doctor, please say some strategic views from your point to Kiev. Dr. Harris.
So, Mr. Harris, can you share your your vision of strategic development of Kyiv? I think we had some problems, so I would like to thank everyone for participating in this panel, to Ms. Anka Feldkusen, the ambassador of Germany to Ukraine, and and the ambassador of Italy, Mr. Lacicili, thank you very much. The mayor of Poznan, Jacek Jaskowski, thank you. And Dr. Haris Piplas, the architect from Switzerland. Thank you very much for participation. And here we start in the second panel. Thank you very much. We are very thankful for the speaker of the first session, dear participant. We have disinfected headsets. You can receive them in the registration area. Just in 1 minute, we start the discussion panel, Business and its Influence on the Development of the Territorial Communities.
In 1 minute, we are starting now with the next part of the session, which is called Business and the Impact on the Development of Local Communities. We're inviting Tatiana Prokopchuk, the moderator of the Vice President of American Chamber of Commerce of Ukraine. She will be moderating this part of the panel. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I'm also inviting the moderators of our discussion. Dear friends, I'm very gladly welcoming you at this investment forum, Kyiv 2020. I'm very happy to be here with you and our speakers to talk about business and its impact on the development of local communities, discuss the good examples and sustainable ways for development of local communities. We're seeing here the people who strive for the better development, and our force is in the union, and those and the consequences of pandemic. We see how the companies are striving to work on, how companies are providing the jobs to people, how they support the healthcare institutions and the communities, and cooperation. This is the key word that is uniting everyone. Cooperation in business and cooperation is business and communities. And this is not only the global development aim, but this is the key point of development businesses. So today, together with our speakers, we would like to understand what kind of ingredients are helping us to get this development. What are the criteria? What are the decisions we need? Here we are welcome at Elena Voloshina, the head of International Finance Corporation of Ukraine. She's online and will be connected to us shortly. She is in charge of the international investment, and the portfolio accounts 150 realized and active project. Alexander Wakhanovsky, the co-owner of the world's first esports ready hotel Dnipro, chairman of the board of Ukrainian Professional Esports Association. He has recently bought the hotel Dnipro in the city center. That's why everyone could follow that purchasing. And I think that this 20 years experience behind your shoulders would help you to realize all your issues. Right now we're welcoming Julia Badritinova, the CEO of McDonald's, who can boast a huge amount of visitors daily, and she's also she's also participating in the American Chamber of Commerce. Please welcome Yulia. Stefan Guram, the CEO of Top 5 Management. This is the company that has lately turned into ambitious marketing sports agency that is representative the sports stars and cyber management. This agency is cooperating with lots of international companies, and as well as Yuri Zazula, the founder of the sports and recreational complex XPAG. I think that you had a chance to implement great possibilities and get lots of adrenaline in the center of recreation. He was Please welcome Yuri over here, great sportsman. We do see that we have lots of bright stars. And the first question I'm having to Elena Voloshina is, Elena already with us by Zoom? Elena, are you there? Welcome, Elena. We're glad to see you. I am offering to start with the first question. You have started your career in international experience. You've been ruling this company, and your organization has already invested $3 billion in the economy, in the Ukrainian business. What do you think? What is the percentage of that projects that has become the center of communities? Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this forum today. I think this is very interesting and up-to-date topic, because business is changing and life is changing as well. And business stops being something independent and becomes part of the huge system instead. And the success depends on the strategy, on the owners of the business, and how organically this business becomes part of the system where they're located. The more we are talking about sustainable business, that is including two components. This is not only the financial sustainability, but also socially and ecologically sustainable. That's why cooperation between the business and community, the place where it is, this is what's coming on the arena. Alexei, you know that
находится, наверное, как во многих вопросах мы находимся на острие.
We are on the edge on the many questions. The standards for the all new social standards and the policy standards are updating. We have lots of clients. These are international and Ukrainian companies. They do keep up with those standards. These are financial institutes that are compliant with those new standards as well. And one of the examples I want to give what is the way of Ukrainian business, it is really becoming sustainable, yes. If to count the social aspects, ecological aspects, and economic as well. Of course, there are some partial investment into schools and communities, and we're not having only the small investments into the communities. These are joint ventures. These are joint works, businesses and communities together. As example, I would like to say the business social responsibility was very visible during the COVID pandemic. That was one of the companies that we financed a few years ago. That was the construction of the grain terminal. Yes, we have built it, we have created jobs for people. But it was very interesting what company did during the quarantine. Company owners have initiated creating anti-crisis center that has connected 200 CEOs of Odessa region, and they have raised $5 million investment, which they spent to buy different medical equipment to fight against COVID. Another example, this is Nibulon company, well-known one, things they were doing based on one of the small Zaporizhia region village. They have installed river terminal there. They built stadium, renovated school. 100 people were hired. They have renovated roads, and a new road was built especially for trucks so that they will not go through the village. Kyiv project, for instance, of course, we are in Kyiv Investment Forum. Tatnaftogaz, as you know, you all know how socially responsible this company is, and it is realizing one project, Please Leave. That is a project engaged in road safety. We have supported this company financially, even during the current time period. We are very glad that our new investment, this is our client for many years, but this new financement would go for the support of small farmers, and that is the pre-harvest investment notes. And I hope they will realize the program for support of electric cars. The company plans to install the charging points for electric cars at all of the petrol stations. Many things are done by private business for education. Agglomeration, our client, is supporting kindergarten and schools where they're having the tomato paste production. Agrippi-Bet project has united business, and they have very beautiful picture when they have united Ukrainian producer and foreign companies as well, and they are representing different agricultural equipment and pesticides, and they have opened private agricultural school. And another example, successful example, I must say, where one can realize good right cooperation between government, community and private sector, that is That is the project, the private partnership. We have realized 21 projects, and I will draw one example how community can benefit from it. So there is a 35-year concession will bring 3.5 billion investments and 82 million hryvnias of investments yearly. The company is obliged to invest 80 million into Nikolaev infrastructure, their development, the technological standards that are going to be implemented by all companies in that sector. They also took obligation to preserve the jobs. 670 people will keep their jobs, as well as it took other obligations to support the infrastructure on this territory as well. Yet, these right concessions are realized only in ports, but there is no reason why we cannot implement the government and private partnership for other structure, for healthcare, for railroad infrastructure, even for the cultural object, and everyone will benefit for it because the private sector is more effective as a manager. Everyone knows that, of course, but territorial communities and the people of that area where these projects have been realized, they are becoming beneficiaries from the activity the private sector has realized. And thank you so much for your attention. Elena, thank you so much for the presentation and for support you are providing to business so that we could realize such important projects. One question, due to the pandemic, maybe there are some other spheres that were not interested in before and now they are interesting for the support. Can you please share this information? The pandemic response was immediate. We had a special financial project, $8 billion to support the existing clients. We did understand that we had to support, of course. And Ukraine, so far, it's very nice that one of our Ukrainian clients has become one of the few who received the access to that financement from the special financement package. Переяславщина meat, the pork factory, and they're developing their territories actively. What we are doing right now, we're developing. We're trying to help and support the business after COVID. We have to support agriculture. They are not so much affected, but they are so critical for the country development. That is why we have to support it. Of course, we do realize that all industries are affected, especially because the supply chain was broken. Thus, we see it can give some opportunities. So we are assessing what can be done for productions. Infrastructure, it was always under-financed. Thus, we still have to look at infrastructure as municipal and the governmental. We have special programs for cities, for municipal investment. And I think together with the World Bank and with the government together, we will see it and how to make the investment into the healthcare sector, because it really requires a certain attention. Yes, businesses are doing a great job, and we saw the examples of the traditional spheres. And what about the new trends? It's so popular, the e-sports now. And today there are more than 600 million people are fond of the e-sports. And it was, and it is already sport as such in Ukraine. Could you please share your plans on development of e-sport and how it will impact the communities and what it will give to Kyivites? Thank you so much.
Our plans are really ambitious in development of cyber sport. Ukraine cannot become #1 in football. We cannot compete with England. We cannot be #1 in box. All our boxers are very talented, but they're boxing in America. And in cybersport, we have a new, unique chance, time-framed opportunity to become the player of the same level with China, USA, and South Korea. Please raise your hands. Who knows what cybersport is? Wow, quite a lot of people. Not bad. So to put it short, cybersport is when people are playing video games professionally. It's just any other kind of sport, just like football. There are teams, there are championships, there are sponsors, there are studios that broadcast in the games and operators. The only difference here is that the IP rights belong to the developers of the games. So I'd like to tell you our plan. Our plan includes two major components I'm going to tell you about, and more than $100 million of investments. What is the market of cybersport? It's about 500 million people worldwide. In 2023, it will be about 700 million people. And this is quite a realistic scenario, but of course, because of COVID, cybersport started developing rapidly because now everyone can play online, and cybersport never stopped its work as industry. As to the turnover, it's more than $1 billion this year. If we will take the revenue of the game developers who receive their incomes through the promotion of games and the part of the cyber sport earnings, if we will speak about the hardware selling, so it's about $45 billion minimum, the turnover of this industry. If we will look, watch is, we will see the top cyber sport events are now more watched than sport events, actual sport events. So the Prize Foundation's international is $34 million, and it's funded by the developers and communities. So the developer develops different items within the games, and this year the prize fund exceeded $36 million, and it was the biggest prize fund through all the history of cybersport. This is how cybersport looks like. These are the huge areas worldwide, and people buy the full house like in 2 hours. You are not able to buy the ticket even at the black market because it's in a huge demand. So what is our plan and how we want to implement it? First investment is Dnipro Hotel and $40 million to purchase the hotel and $20 million for renovation. We will make it the first esports ready hotel. This will be a unique concept. It will be a standard hotel. It will not be purely cybersport hotel, but 3 or 4 floors will be given for cybersport facilities. Training areas, players zone, sports bar. So when professional players would come for the events, it will be the most comfortable place for them to stay. And this is our key point. Speaking about arenas, we plan to build the arena. We plan to make $40 million investments for multifunctional cybersport arena for 10,000 people in the center of Kyiv. Why it's multifunctional? Because it will be not only for cybersport, but other types of sport, entertainment, concerts, conferences, exhibitions, everything. We don't have a platform like this in the country which could host sport events and concerts of many world stars, and they don't come not because they don't want to come, but because we just don't have the facility that could accommodate these people, could host this concert. So our main idea is that when we're gonna have the hotel and arena, it will become the unique competitive benefit to take part in tenders from the game developers. So now game development is $150 million. In 5 years, it will be $300 billion due to cloud gaming. and 5G technology, and the main customer of cybersport championships will be developers. Why they need this? Because cybersport is competition and it increases lifetime value and all the other indicators, so people play longer, stay longer, they are more loyal, they are more engaged, they invite their friends. Now the developers do about 300 championships per year. In 5 years it was thousands of events worldwide, but we don't have enough location, enough facilities. Ukraine has a huge benefit. Speaking of production of all the events taking part in Ukraine, like Field US and Starlight, it is much cheaper to make production here than in Europe or in America. And the other thing, we are quite not bad as a hub, not best hub, but when Chinese players or American players come to Kyiv, they can just stay in Hotel Dnipro, they can live there and train there and have anything they need. So we will be able to hold from 8 to 16 top events per year, more than 25,000 people, and we can provide stable loading of 10,000 people of the facility. So we will receive 5 benefits for our city. Cybersport. We want to make cybersport national sport #1. Kyiv will become the mecca of European cybersport. The whole world of gaming and cybersport will know what Kyiv is, where Kyiv is, and they will know this is the top city for the coolest events. And also it will provide direct and indirect contributions to budget. Finance will come, tourist revenue will grow, and we also plan that arena and hotel will attract about 100,000 tourists, and it's 5% of all the tourist flow to the city. And the last but not least is the promotion of Kyiv city brand in the world. This is it. Thank you very much. One more thing. On 17th of September, in 1 week exactly, we're going to have the presentation of the cybersport development and strategy up to 2025. You can get registered, Google this, and you will find the registration form. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for the invitation, and good luck. It sounds really interesting, and we understand what kind of influence it may have. And you mentioned the investments, and our mayor said why investments are so important if we are speaking about the investors who are staying in Kyiv for a long time. And now we have to mention McDonald's. So they invested 500 million agreements in the infrastructure of Ukraine, and the main mission of the company at the global level is to develop communities. Yulia, tell us please, how do you cooperate with local businesses? How do you interact with communities, and why this connection is very important? Hello everyone. Yeah, one of the local businesses has just told us about their plans, and I think gamers need to eat, and we have a lot of collaborations worldwide, and I see this collaboration with cybersport already. Yes, the synergy is in place. McDonald's is one of the biggest networks, food catering networks, that has always been providing quality, high quality and safety of the products. And in the time of pandemic, it has become clear that the safety of our customers and our workers has become the top priority, and it is a top priority for us now. And I cannot say that a social responsibility, it's just the responsibility of the company, which has always been a basic value for McDonald's. Speaking of local manufacturers, and not only manufacturers but also service providers we are cooperating with, we're constantly expanding the partnership, and I would like to emphasize that we're not looking for contractors or manufacturers, we're looking for partners. Every year we enlarge the part of local production. This is a two-sided process. And it seems like local products should be cheaper. It's not always like this. It's very often it is not like this. When we start working with our partners, they can be even more expensive than our network partners or international partners, but we understand that it's a long-term investment and cooperation that we want to establish in Ukraine. We develop mutual plans mutually, and together we are trying to understand whether this production can be safe, whether it corresponds to all our standards. So this is the point of action number one. So we develop the communities, and we develop them, not just support but develop, and we are proactive. We are doing investments, and we always care about safety and local producers, local manufacturers, local partners. And of course, so we care about people. We are inclusive business. We have more than 10,000 people in Ukraine, about 4,000 workers in Kyiv only, and when we say that we support our people, it's not just plain words. During COVID, we paid about 50 million hryvnias of compensation for people who didn't come to work, who couldn't come to work. We did all the payments, all the necessary payments. A single person wasn't fired due to lockdown and stand down of restaurants. We develop our employees, and a lot of employees are able to do their career in the company, and it's our contribution in Ukrainians in their development, in them becoming responsible citizens and what they can do in our company or in other companies. We are not just developing McDonald's employees, we develop people who will become skillful and will be able to apply these skills in any situation. Yesterday and the day before yesterday, we were talking with my husband about how we spend our day, and he asked our daughter, how do you think, what is the main task of top manager in a company? And my daughter is 12, and she said, maybe to ensure, she said in English actually, I'm trying to ensure balanced life for workers and to make customers happy. And next day I asked her, what do you mean balanced life? And she told me more. And it's actually very important. It has becoming more and more important, and in the company, in Ukraine and worldwide, we're thinking about the well-being of our people. That it's not only about some skills and knowledge, it's about well-being, about how people manage their life, how they have this work-life balance, emotional and physical and mental health. And I think that younger generations just feel it intuitively, how important it is. And the third direction that we support is working locally. It's the business of people for people, and it's the business that physically has the premises, and this premises is situated in a certain community. And speaking of Kyiv community, we have 42 restaurants. It means we have 42 neighbors. We are 42 neighbors, and we have a strategy of good neighborhoodness. We want to be good neighbors for communities. We want to work in two directions. First direction is environmental protection, of course, and it is very important what community and the city is doing in terms of environmental protection.
We're saying that we do care about the products that we're producing. We are now sorting and recycling absolutely all the waste in the production area, our zone. And we're now implementing and testing the sorting for our customers, and part of the packaging is already recycled.
this is investment. We understand infrastructure is not well developed, and there are not so many recyclers who are doing it the right way. And in parallel, we're also changing our packaging. We're refusing from plastics and so on. But that's also about the community culture. We understand we can put 25,000 trash bins, but the main thing that people should know that they should sort. So one of the directions of the community development is the education of people and why we're going to do it. And the last thing that we are helping those who are in trouble. Some people who are visiting McDonald's, people are happy there, especially kids. But sometimes when children are ill, we think that our task is to help them somehow. Thus, McDonald's everywhere in the world is developing. We are supporting the family-oriented medicine, and one of the major progress that we are having. This is a foundation of Ronald McDonald, and it's engaged in development and support of family-oriented medicine. That's the same what McDonald's is doing with business. That's meaning that we're doing everything for our customers, right? So we're focusing on their needs. The same thing that our hospitals have to be patient-oriented. And they have to support those vulnerable people who are ill. So this foundation is building the rooms where parents can stay for the sake of support of their children, because the worst thing a child can experience is not the disease, but the fact that they're separated from their parents. And we have the so every customer can support and buy. It's called the happiness hand, and for example, you can buy. People are purchasing that in our restaurants, and all the money is further invested in that project. So we do support communities and develop them. And I truly believe that Ukrainian communities has great potential. There are too many things to be done yet, but the key issue is in the personal responsibility. We should all think what I can do. We know what we can do as business, but without partnership with cities, we cannot be, of course. That is why the cities has to do what they have to. Thank you so much, Yulia. Thank you for all the jobs. And about partnership. Yes, there is a partnership between... so here we gave birth to the partnership, Cybersport, Dnipro and McDonald's. So coming back to recreation topic, sports, of course, it's united. The communities, cities, international level, people, sportsmen, these are more developed social connections and health as well. If you remember the infrastructure, for example, Euro 2020, all the engaged cities. From your experience, things that the fact that you are cooperating with brands, you are developing the digital trends, how to unite it all in order to bring more profit for the communities?
What is the best way to combine talents, brands, and digital trends?
Yes, this is what I'm going to talk about. I was very glad to hear my colleague from esports and in explored potential for a city as Kyiv, because it's bringing it to my topic, which is the cyclicality of sports events. I know that in the past there have been great sports events, but recurrent sports event is something maybe that is missing to the city. Today with the pandemics, the world of sports in a perpetual movement, the new challenges we are facing for sports event require a quick and efficient operating process and complete adaptations. Even if some important obligations linked to the pandemics are slowing down our industry, sports events will never stop bringing substantial contribution to positive image, because sports is driven by emotions, by feelings. There is no better way to attract a consumer, to create a brand loyalty, or to enlarge a community. There's no better way to make people have feeling about your brand or your city. You don't talk about your brand or your city. You tell a story and you make people feel your story. So today is a perfect occasion for me to show how a recurrent sport event in Kyiv is key to build a solid consideration for Ukraine on a global scale. First of all, let's talk about the heritage of sports events. When a city or a country decide to host and support an event, the heritage to live is mandatory. I will introduce to you 4 major impacts I believe are substantial when holding an international sport event. First heritage is concerning image and reputation. As I mentioned earlier, sport is driven by emotion and gathers large enthusiasm. Connecting your city with an event also connects with the values and fame of the sport discipline. The business relations that will also generate from organizing and from managing hospitalities open perspectives on a larger scale. Let's bring, for example, the example of Dubai. In the space of 50 years, the UAE city has grown exponentially to become the metropolis that it is today. To get to this level, sports events played a major role in its development and its economical credibility on the global scale. It hosts today's over 20 major events, including tennis, golf, going through riding and horsing. Dubai is now considered as an unmissable stop in the general sports calendar. The second heritage is about the economics of sports. Sports is a well-established industry with strong marketing activity. Hosting an event builds employment to staff your organization. To also help to get brands used to invest into sports and to attract new brands to your community. Tourism, athletes, and the need of the service providers engage business opportunities for local communities. As a reasonable sized example, an ATP tournament, you know, there are ATP and WTA for women, an ATP 250, which is the smallest tournament in the men's circuit, will bring to the community, to the local community, over €1.5 million opportunities. The third point I would like to talk about is infrastructures. This is one of the major impacts that a sport event can bring if sustainability was taken into account at the start of the project. The facilities and equipment can be used by the locals the rest of the year or even be transformed in ways to solve the city problematics. As an example, the Olympic Games required the host city to think about this heritage. In London, the Olympic Village was turned into a whole new neighborhood, helping to increase social housing. The last point I wanted to approach is the social heritage. There's no better way to encourage children and families to practice sports than showing them professional sports shows. Practicing sports contribute to reducing health problems with impact. If Ukraine has started hosting important sports events in the last years, like the UEFA Champions League final in 2018, the country needs to develop recurrent events in Kyiv to build the capital's long-term reputation as one of the places to be in the world sports calendar. Hosting a stage of a professional tour enables to come within the scope of the world's economy. By showing some of the major impacts that these events can bring to a community, there is no doubt that Ukraine must grasp the opportunity. It is time for Kyiv to build its true sport marketing industry like it exists today in many European countries. In these countries, brands create truly strong brand images through sport and plan their investments each year via professional sports. A sport event in Kyiv will help to bring new and recurrent investors in the Ukrainian sports field and also help Ukraine has a solid lineup of top-level female players. Of course, Elina Svitolina, who is currently number 5 in the world. Tennis is a widely broadcast sport which reaches 621 million fans globally. Building a strong sport marketing model through a tennis event in Kyiv could be the start of an international durable resonance. So I mentioned about Elina and the impact of a world-class champion. Having such an athlete today, but there's a young generation, very strong young generation, coming into the next years, will bring its impact, which are very complementary with the heritage sports events that we talked about. First, I think champions are a source of inspiration. Sports conveys many social values as hard work, respect, tolerance, or Ukrainians were able to get massive inspiration from great past champions. Nowadays, with the importance of social media, sports stars can be considered as the true influencers. So through the interaction they have every day with the fans, this will enlarge their virtual communities. Playing each week on the international scene, Elina Svitolina carries the image of Ukraine during her matches and the image of Ukraine, of a country that is winning.
Absolutely, Stefan. Indeed, I think that it plays a huge role. I think that to make sure that we are moving and all that, maybe for conclusion.
So just to conclude, the fame, the image and loyalty of a country and a city are built on a long-term period, and thanks to its exposure and numerous influences, sport contributes actively to this. Thank you.
Stefan, thank you very much for your contribution and for your efforts in making it happen. Thank you. І якщо говорити про
So speaking of emotions, Yuri, you proved that external development of the community is possible. I know that Go Local, Think Global is the motto of our discussions, and this was your speech was about. How can you speak about it in terms of the development of community? Hello, everybody. It was a discovery for us as well, because we finally realized that Sports Park, X-Park, is an exceptional tool of implementing sports projects, providing leisure for citizens and young people, and addressing social problems of the region. This is the territory of 30 hectares and 250 hectares around. There's more than 100 types of sports are done here, and lots of people who are working actively. So this territory is an ancient place. 9 centuries ago, our famous historical actor Ilya Muromets was doing his activities here. our way was not simple from the very beginning. Back in 2003, when we started developing this park, I was just an engineer. We had a group of companies. We were doing smart city projects and nuclear plants, and we decided to develop this type of sports, and nothing told us that it would be successful. It was below marginal type of business, but it was a miracle. During COVID, it has become high marginal. Why it happened? Because people didn't have an opportunity to go on vacation. They had to organize their leisure, and we had really a record in visiting, and the potential of this territory is enormous. So sun, water, and clear air are the worst enemies of COVID. That's why camps for children, schools, trainings are the best, and we do all the precaution measures, and they're possible to implement in such sport parks. And starting from 2003, we have gone through all the possible difficulties when we were trying to develop this territory, to make a paradise on this territory. It took us 10 years to get all the documents for this part of land. Yes, you are laughing. So more than $1 million we paid for different expertises, documents, etc., etc. All the expertises told, no, sport park cannot be located here. But before the revolution, for example, we could have 53 checks a season. All our management was sitting in courts and on different meetings because we were forced to pay bribes, and we were pressed with checks. I'm speaking openly because corruption is a big problem for our countries. And now everything is easy, especially during the COVID, we didn't have a single check. But I would like to say that the things we are implementing here, we are as internal investors, we invest our own money, we develop these territories, and this is very effective because before the war we had Oxford students living here, and they said that Ukraine is great, it's better than in London because everything is cheap, a lot of good things to do, and a very nice nature. And they can do sports. People were coming from Europe with their vans, caravans to stay here. COVID showed that big musculars will not save you from virus, but immunity will help you to fight the virus. And there isn't any pharmacist or doctor who will help you to build the immune system. So if you have weak immune system, you are very vulnerable. And when people realized this, they went to the park, especially sport parks, because you cannot take a pill and get good immune system. It's something that has to be built in years. That's why the biggest areas that we created for wakeboarding and for winter diving is very popular. We have a lot of people who started to practice winter diving, diving in the cold season. This is Mr. Klitschko, by the way, on the screen. So these are all innovative kinds of sports, and they're a good solution in this difficult situation of COVID pandemic, because these sports parks are the exceptional way to solve the problem. So this is the competition you see on the screen. And this innovative solutions is very frightening for officials, for bureaucrats, because they were telling us, no, this is impossible. You cannot do this. Oh, what's this suspended roads, these cabins, why are you doing this? And now when we say that wakeboarding and surfing can be developed in Kyiv city and most developed, and Kyiv has become the city of surfers, everyone are surprised. Why? You can now meet in the metro a person with a surfing board. But we have to remember that Dnieper River is a huge artery. We have a huge, beautiful island in the middle of the city. So that's why and it's really unwise not to use this potential. We have three types of activities that can satisfy the needs of all the social groups, like from VIP to vulnerable categories. There are some activities that people can do free of charge there. Like students can just come and play some games, and even super extremal sportsmen can come and work there. And it's for all the ages. 3-year kids have something to do, and 99-year-old man can do something. This is our record, 99-year-old wakeboarder. And everyone can find something interesting and something affordable for them. Teenagers could be the lost generation, because when this kid is 12 hours, he or she is not a kid anymore, but he still has no rights to participate in elections, to spend money freely. And here they have the community where they can meet friends and to be active. And it was low marginal project because it's a seasonal project. And if sports parks were as profitable as gas stations, that all the country will be covered with sport parks. But it's kind of more philanthropic projects. So we were the area of experiment, the area of innovation. 60 cities in Ukraine are asking how they can copy our model and what should they do to survive, because the state is not helping. In 70 years, we paid 90 million fines, lease, taxes, and different unofficial payments. Why we had to do this? Because businessman is a person, is an income of source, and the officials are not thinking that it is their task to develop sport and to support businesses which are developing sport. And luckily in Ukraine, the situation is getting better, although it's not perfect yet. And when I was listening about cybersport, I was totally agree. We are not producing alcohol, we are not producing medicine. You know, I just turned on the TV set, and I calculated how many commercials of medicine. They all propose medicine, but they don't speak about the prevention of diseases. And they are not working on prevention. They are working on providing medicine to people, on selling medicine to people. So we have to create more sports parks so that each person could spend only 15 minutes walking to get to the area where he or she could practice sport and breathe fresh air and will be able to be active and protect our country. So together with Skogel and Vladimir Klitschko, 1 year and a half ago, we created a resource which is called Mixed Sport. It's a place, it's a website where you can see all locations, all the trainers that you can find around you. Just one click and you will find out what happens around you. So this jet is looking for a person who is interested in sport and is targeted at people who are interested in sport and providing information. We had a lot of problems, but when COVID and lockdown started and people had no opportunity to go out of the country, we had a huge inflow of visitors. And as of now, our sport park cannot accommodate all the people who want to spend time there. We want to develop it. I think we will make 50 hectares. Mr. Klitschko is helping us. I feel that right after this conference, we will go straight to your park. Yes, every person coming to us is becoming a surfer. Thank you very much. We have only just several minutes. Blitz questions. We were speaking about business, and let us speak about the local authorities and what steps should be implemented to make this partnership effective. I would like to ask this question, Yulia and Alex, but just 30 seconds.
I would like to say that the government should understand and realize that sports parks, these are the unique tools to preserve the national health. So they should be given special conditions and preferences on the level of cabinet ministers, on the governmental level. Please accept a law that sports park, they should be given not green light, but green, then we can make our health of our community very strong. Are there representatives of city administration here? Any left? Oh, there is someone, that's great. Because, please, when you are given the feedback, I would like to address my feedback to someone. So we are gathered here to explain what we as a business can do in communities and Kyiv agglomeration, and also what the city can do. And I hope that the mayor, who unfortunately left, he would still listen to this conference and business as well. Because feedback, for example, we are receiving 4,000 requests from our customers, and we are replying to each and every, if there are any complaints. You know, for example, I would also be glad if I would have a response, if there would be some sessions of Kyiv Rada where they will talk about the real estate, and because we want to invest the building of restaurants, and each and every time this is $1.5 billion. That's a lot of investment. But for example, we cannot risk, because the lease agreements cannot be prolonged. We cannot afford to build anything there. So I would like to have a transparent digital process of receiving all the necessary documentations, like Yuri was mentioning, all these things very emotionally. I can give examples that there were many cases that there was some misprints and they returned the documents back. Why? That's the standard practice here. But we want to make things fast, because building a McDonald's restaurant, this is 1.5 months. But to receive all the necessary documents, that can take up to 2 years. And foreign investors see that as very long time. It's much easier to invest the same money in Austria, Canada, Germany, and not invest in Ukraine, not invest into our country. Now I'm talking about Kyiv. Let's make things real. Let's make things faster. Let's make things transparent, quick. Please make it interesting for the business, so we could apply online, receive feedback online. If something is wrong, we can make adjustment and move on faster. Otherwise, it will be very hard to invest. So here was the business community feedback. Alex, could you please tell us what we should have to have more efficient cooperation? But the same thing, to build this arena, we need some land. So I also wanted these land sessions be organized in the Kyiv administration. I understand things my colleagues are facing, and I would like to see that at least faster. And it should be digitalized, of course. Everyone has sharing the same pain, and that should be the city that should be on the side of business and investors. Then it will be easier for everyone. And very fast question for Stefan and Olena. What one thing can be made in Kyiv that would draw the attention of international community and investors?
Yeah, as I said, you should use the trends now and using the local champions in order to try to have cyclic events. It could be tennis, because this is my field, but could be also cycling, could be Formula 1, could be a golf tournament. You know, you need to create this big opportunity that will gather the communities around a major event. And also include the city as with a major input, but also the companies, because the companies, they have the biggest role. And to be honest, I don't think sports marketing is enough developed today in Ukraine. Just to give you the example of Elena, first she became a global brand abroad before companies in Ukraine start trying to sign her for being a brand ambassador. So this is a paradox, and this should be definitely changed.
Thank you. Олено, яка ваша бачення, яка ваша думка?
Olena, what's your opinion? What do you see? Is Olena online with us? Then we have an opportunity to have two questions from the hall. Please say your name and tell whom you're addressing your question to. Please, you're welcome. Your question. Cannot hear without microphone, sorry. Okay, as you know, on the 17th we will have an event, and this is a little spoiler now. We do plan the cyber sport, and one of our vectors we are having this education. We want cyber sport should be studied at school, and cyber sport is connected with gaming. The gaming and cyber sport, this is a waterfall, it's all interconnected, and we are talking about education. We're starting firstly from the academies. We're already developing with the existing academies where people can study computer, and not only, they can also learn development of the computer games. That would be the strength, and that would be based on certain academies. The basic age would be 7-8 years. Thank you so much. And another question here, please. Thank you so much. My name is Yulia. I have a question to Yulia. Slow Food Ukraine, as an international movement for support of local producers. That was the Italy. It was launched with Italy when McDonald's was supporting us. But for the past 30 years, McDonald's has developed so much. Your strategy is so right. And when I was listening to Yulia, I was thinking, let's break all the stereotypes of slow food, of fast food. If we're all attempting to support the local producer, the local taste, the pureness, and let's start this movement from Ukraine, where moving towards each other, slow food and fast food. I would really happy to see common projects. I don't know what's the question, but I think that the clients should decide what they eat and how they eat. If you have some exact vision, what can be done for development of community, of course, let's do it. But these are the people who have the right of choice. I'm just inviting you to have a meeting. So I see the trend of this discussion. This is partnership. Please, a question by the gentleman. Thank you so much. My name is Vyacheslav, Ukrainian Union of Donetsk region industries. I have one wish for you, dear colleagues. My region is occupied today, and I would like to see the similar projects in the framework of McDonald's campaign and so on, that you would have the possibilities for investment project that will help to develop my occupied region, so that people who remained there and are waiting for us, they will know that we are waiting for them, and they will be back for sure. So here I would like to engage you to go on communication, and I would like to thank our speaker, Stefan, Elena, Julia, Alex. Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you for all the participants of our discussion, everyone who is online and in the hall. Please, I encourage you to continue communication, and thank you for organizers for this beautiful opportunity. So we're going on. Let's go local, think global, stay healthy, have a great day. Thank you, speakers of the panel discussion, business and its impact on the development of the territorial communities. We are now announcing a lunch break. The panel discussion, the development of local business from the producer to the and final customer will restart at 13, half past 1. Please keep the social distance and mask regime. Thank you.
Шановні учасники форуму, запрошуємо вас до глядацької зали. Панельна дискусія «Розвиток локального бізнесу від виробника до кінцевого споживача» розпочнеться через 1 хвилину. Дякуємо, що зберігаєте масочний режим та дотримуєтесь норм соціальної дистанції. Розпочинає роботу панельна дискусія «Розвиток локального бізнесу від виробника».
Please mute your cell phones. Thank you very much for keeping the mask regime and social distancing. We invite the moderator of this panel discussion, Vyacheslav Lysenko, expert in Ukrainian-Chinese relations and foreign economic activity, entrepreneur, founder of the companies Ukr-China Communication, Ukr-China Logistics, Ukr-China Investment, shareholder of Miss China, publisher of magazine Ukr-Kitain Communication, co-founder of Young Business Club and member of supervisory board of SEO Club Ukraine. Hello, everyone. Because of coronavirus pandemic and due to the stage that we are going through in the world economy, there are a lot of doubts about globalization of all the economies and world globalization. Coronavirus is questioning the strengths and this whole program. The economists worldwide anticipate the decline of the world trade turnover from 13 up to 32% worldwide. And there are a lot of doubts regarding the global trend of cooperation. And I think that the big trend of the future is the trade autonomy. And each country is thinking how much it is dependent, how much its economy is dependent on the local internal manufacturers. And I think this is really the trend of the future. The role of local manufacturer is becoming more and more important. and our security and our well-being depends on this. It's very important to understand that we never faced these new challenges before. And here we need to exchange information between countries, between people, who and how is coping with the present problems. That's why summits like this, the main purpose of such events is sharing events, sharing experience, sharing knowledge that would stimulate Ukrainian economy and overcome all the difficulties and all the challenges we are facing. I would like to introduce the speakers of this panel discussion. So Mr. Paolo Di Croce, Secretary General of Slow Food International. Also, Mr. Vladimir Kostyuk, Executive Director of GSC Pharmac. Let us greet our speakers. Ms. Irina Danilevska, founder and chairman of Ukrainian Fashion Week Organization Committee. Marina Bulatska, project manager, Tradition Shop for the group. And Deborah Fairlamp, advisor on venture finance and financial strategy development, USAID Competitive Economy Program. But they will join us remotely. Now we'd like to give the floor to the first speaker, Mr. Paolo Di Croce. Pandemic, logistic problems that have arisen have once again demonstrated the importance of local food producers, and slow food producers have been talking about this for 15 years, and now finally more and more people are hearing to that. So Mr. Paolo, why is local manufacturing so important nowadays, please?
For everyone. Since the beginning, we promote many concepts related to the food production and the food system that we would like to see. And just to summarize some of the key principles that we have always promoted in our history, that we continue to promote, it's quality. It's everything that has to be related with small-scale production. We promote direct connections between food producers and companies and consumers. We promote short chain. We promote the importance of strengthening the cultural diversity and the environmental diversity. So in Italy, where we have been born, we promote Italian food, but in all the other places, we promote the local food and the traditional food and the food that has strong the connection with identity and the history of the place. And we promote the food that his production is not creating problems and troubles to the environment. We have always done this. We have always said how important is food in life and in economy for everyone. And I strongly believe that the pandemic, the coronavirus crisis, has clearly shown how food is important, even more than ever. We know and we realized during this crisis in every corner of the planet the centrality of food. And almost everywhere, I don't know the situation in your country, but I'm afraid that it's the same everywhere. The sanitary crisis has turned out into a food crisis everywhere. And a lot of food producers and companies, they have troubles in continuing to do their job and stay on the market. But I strongly believe that if we find the way to utilize also this crisis to turn up in opportunity, it's a challenge, but we can have a positive, very positive outcome from this crisis. And I think everywhere, and we experience this, we have this view on all over the world in 150 countries, and we clearly shown that also during the worst phases of the pandemic, of the crisis, the solutions were strongly related to some of the key values that I mentioned before. The short chain, having the possibility to have a direct connection with the local markets, having a possibility to have a chance to know from where the food comes from, giving again more value to the food that we eat and put food as a central point in our connection producers with consumers. So I really think that we are in front of a lot of opportunities to strengthen the values, to strengthen the local economies, and to strengthen the value of the local producer. But there is also risk close to the opportunity. And using the example of the delivery, if the future, the response to the crisis, will be a big global monopoly of one company dealing with all the food delivery all over the world, will not be better in the future. But if in every country, many local producers, many local companies, they will be able to develop systems to diversify the local supply, to give value to the local products, to the local producers, to the quality producers, I really see that there is a big opportunity in front of us, both in terms of food security, so to be able to feed our people and to allow everyone to access to quality food and healthy food and tasty food. But also there is a big opportunity from the financial and economic point of view, because this has been valid everywhere and every time, always. But after this crisis, I think that it will be even more important. History shows that if you produce quality, you have a market. If you produce quality, you can make money. And I think that the history of slow food, and also the history of my region, the place where slow food has been born and has been developed at the beginning in Italy, in Piedmont is the name of the region, clearly shows that if you focus on quality, on all the values that I said before, you can have a very good result also financially and economically. You know, I don't know if you know, Torino, the capital of our region, has been historical, a strong place for automotive industry. Automotive industry, car industries, has gotten big prizes. And now the main important income from Torino and from our region is tourism related to food and wine. What has happened in our region with the quality wine, with the very high quality wine, has completely transformed our region. Now we have, now of course in this phase is very difficult, but in all our area, the main source of income is related to tourism and is related to quality production. So we really believe that the key to restart, not only in our place, but following the success that we had in our place, but not only in Italy, many other places, that if we will focus with the promotion of local food, of local companies, creating connections, creating programs of educations towards consumers to explain why a local healthy product is different from an industrial one, maybe imported from who knows where, without quality, without traceability, without knowledge and information about the food that we have. We really believe that this is the key. It's the key, as I said, for food security, but is the key also for from the financial sustainability from all our local producers. And what is interesting is the local trend, not the local, the global trend of consumers is a growing interest in healthy food, in quality food, in the food that is produced everywhere by local and small-scale farmers. So I really believe that there is a big chance to transform this pandemic crisis into opportunity if we will be able to focus on the right values and on the right programs, and if we will connect all the different dots at local level between producers, between restaurants, between investors, between institutions, as we are doing, for example, here in Italy, and also if we will be open to the rest of the world, trying to put in connections, positive experiences, in connecting the dots, and all together in trying to create a better planet for our future. I think that with this crisis clearly shows that the food system is completely broken, that we need a change, not only in the food, but I'm talking about food, but we need a change, and all together we can be successful, and we can go out, exit from this crisis in a better position than before. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker, that is Volodymyr Kostyuk. He is the executive director of pharma company. He was the winner of the top leader transformation business leader among the CEOs. So I have a question to you, Volodymyr. How your activity of your company has changed recently? What, taking into account the later period, how you could become the market leader, not only the local but international as well? Thank you, Vyacheslav, for the question. I'm very glad to see everyone. There are not too many events lately organized, so it's a double happiness for me. This is a very interesting question, and I will participate in this panel discussion because our company, pharma company, is the cool representative of Ukrainian business, local business, having international ambitions. So answering the first part of your question, what has exactly changed during the pandemic? Remember, in the end of March and April, I remember there was a sort of disappointment. Many things were changing on the daily basis. We had to adapt every day to the new situation. That product portfolio that was necessary for the market before the crisis has changed. Many hospitals were closed. Many people who had to take treatment had to stay at home, and many people think that pharmaceutical companies are only profiting from coronavirus. That is wrong. That was also a gap in pharmaceutical market as well. So having a short explanation, there were many market frustration. Things were happening in our company the same way. We were replanning
our agendas. We organizing transportation for our employees, for those who had to work on production, because we are responsible for the products provision for Ukraine and for abroad, but we could manage this. And today we think that things are gradually renovating. And this event is a sign that gradually we're coming back to normal life. It's very hard to say when the normal life will come, but hoping in the nearest future. With regards to the panel and the second part of the question, which is Vyacheslav, regarding local business, mainly, how to become global from local. Our company, it's already a huge history. We will celebrate 95th anniversary of our company. I don't know how we are going to celebrate. It can be hard, maybe taking into account all the restrictions, but sure, we will do some kind of celebration. For the past 95 years, the company has turned from the chemical producer, meaning that by the end of 1990s, that was just the chemical producer of APIs, chemical substances, and several finished dosage forms. In the middle of the 90s, as you can see, the company... No, we're having the wrong slide. From the middle of 1990s, the company has changed the strategy to production of finished dosage forms. We started investment into the main, and up to today, the company is investing up to 95% of income into the further development. This is the major direction and point of our strategy. This is how a company can become global out of local. And then partnership. We need to have right partnership with right companies, associations, and right international organizations, and of course with community. Because only in the right partnership, I am repeating it 10 times already, but right partner, that's the key to success. You will develop and your partner can develop as well and get new knowledge and experiences. And the third thing, that's a pillar of success, of becoming global, that is constant tracking trend, tracking all the changes and reaction to those changes. If we are coming back to investments, then 95% of our income we do invest, and only current year we're planning to invest about more than $40 million into development of our production facilities, infrastructural objects, as well as other objects. And I would like to emphasize that these are not necessarily the financial investments. Of course, that's the basis, but still, you have to invest your time, you have to invest the work of your team, and this is where we are very good at. We are creating new objects. We are trying, and we do work with ecological objects. This year, we are finalizing the reconstruction of our purification facilities. We are also investing in our capital investments. We're educating our employees so they would keep up with the realities and being ready that the company will turn into international one day. That was about investment. Now about partnership, I can draw many examples. We are part of many associations, both Ukrainian business and non-business associations, international business and non-business associations. We have partners as business companies with certain projects. There are other companies whom we are consulting. That cooperation is always resulting in something new, things that you would never pay attention before, or things that you would spend 5 years if you would do it on your own. So good partner is very important. So in the framework of the crisis and the pandemic, partnership you could feel the support of your partner a lot, because when at the end of March we felt we lacked food, we lacked pharmaceutical products. All the people started addressing to Ukrainian producer, not only pharmaceutical, just Ukrainian producer. And it was very nice to hear that the government, the local producer, needed in this critical moment in order to meet the demands of the society in general. As example, I would like to say that was it took us only a few days to develop an antiseptic when we had not enough antiseptic, and we used a line to produce it. We tried this antiseptic, and government uplifted the tax on alcohol, and during the deficiency period of time, we were the company who was supplying these antiseptics in the hospitals, as well as we were supplying to our employees, and we were doing charity. So we don't plan to make business on that. That was just a dialogue when we cooperated. And the third thing I would like to emphasize, third pillar of success, I can say, that is the equipment as per the trends and adoption to all the changes. We are participating in different forums, local and international, and futuristic people are telling you how the world will change, which way we should go. There are some specialized exhibitions where we're watching the trends, and I can say that our company is always keeping up with those trends. We are always researching new projects, new ideas, new partners, because we always want to keep ourselves up to date, and we want to own all the up-to-date information. At the end, I would like to say that in order to become a global out of local, you have to invest, you have to have the right partners, and you have to be, and you have to know the direction of the world, of the industry, and I'm sure that everyone can achieve success. Thank you so much. 1 week ago, we had a fashion week in Kyiv. Of course, we miss such events, such pride events. That's a fact. So here we're having our guest, the head of the organizing committee, Irina Danilevska, Ukrainian Fashion Week. Irina, could you please tell us how could you organize such a bright event, and could you please share, answer a professional question? What kind of assistance or aid the designers are expecting from government and the community?
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true. On the 3rd of September, 47th Ukrainian Fashion Week was closed. It was a big offline event that has been happening in our country for 23 years, and it was the 47th time, as I mentioned. It was very difficult and very responsible for us to arrange it this season. I will be frank, there were 3 variants of Ukrainian Fashion Week organization, A, B, and C, and we were ready to follow any of them because up till the last moment we didn't know what would be the pandemic situation, the norms, and whether we will be able to satisfy the requirements of our government and the Ministry of Health. And my colleagues in London still because we have one online event. This is the event connected with Ukrainian design, Ukrainian Fashion Week that is going to take place and will be part of the official London Fashion Week program. So as of today, as of 11th of September, they still don't know exactly what will be the format of the event, because yesterday in the Great Britain there was a new norm implemented, not more than 6 people who can come together. So you can imagine that we were ready for something like that as well. We started to think about all the variants, what we did to do this Ukrainian Fashion Week. And there was a threat that for the first time in the 23 years this would not happen. But we prepared all the events from podium, from catwalk to the small presentation, were broadcasted online. Out of formal things that were done to make our guests safe and make their visiting comfortable, we ensured social distancing. The admission of people was two times less. The number of people that we could accommodate, also we can control the number of people in the audience, the number of people who are working at the best stage, plus sanitizers, plus masks, and it allowed us to feel relatively safe. What else we did, and it was very important for me as well, we gave an opportunity to the designers to choose the format they feel more comfortable with. They were able to do it either offline or online, or they were able to do it offline but without guests. We were ready to provide our platform, our facilities to ensure broadcasting of any event, so the designers were free to choose. And it really simplified not only the situation for us as organizers, but it made the life of the designers easier because they felt more free. And we can say that there were much less participants in Ukrainian Fashion Week this year. Usually we have about 17, 18 events a day. This time it was about 10 events. During Ukrainian Fashion Week, during 4 days when Ukrainian Fashion Week was open. What else we did? We prepared a digital review, and there was a special website open, and we had a mail out to international media, because of course any international journalist wasn't able to visit Ukrainian Fashion Week, and media coverage is a very important component for the success of the designers, but they receive all the information that happened about the events that happened at Ukrainian Fashion Week. But we want to say about something, I want to say about something else. Actually, I want to tell you about something which is very relevant to the subject of our discussion, from the producer to the client. I want to talk about this way, from the producer to the client, from the manufacturer to the client. I think that Kyiv is not only a big city, it's a city of old traditions, city of very talented people, city where we have successful education establishments, both private and state. And I think it can become the very city for creative industries. What is creative industries? Creative industries are our future, because this is the very industry that gives us the most of the added value. This is the place where we sell our brains, where we sell our talents and skills, where we do not have to dive into the details of market situations with grain, steel, etc. Creative market is a possibility for Ukraine to become one of the leaders, because this industry is very well developed in Ukraine. Unfortunately, creative industries are not supported enough, and I really would like to see more support. And I would like for our city administration really think about the strategy of development of creative industries in Kyiv, and to make everything possible for Kyiv to become Eastern European center of creative industries. Fashion is, of course, a creative industry, a part of creative industry, and I was always proud that Ukrainian Fashion Week as an institution and as a place, as an event, have always united different types of creative industries. You can imagine that this time in Arsenal, there were not only designers with their collections, there were IT technologists, there were sound designers, graphic design, works of the designers who work with items. So we have become a platform for all these creators, but without having a certain strategy supported by the mayor and without the proper attention, serious attention to the development of the creative industry in Kyiv, we will not be able to move forward, because still a lot depends on our own initiative and responsibility of private companies, private structures working in this very prospective field. And I am always very irritated when people say Kyiv is New Berlin. No, I don't want to be New Berlin, New York, whatever. I want to be Kyiv. And I want Europeans and even the world creative community know that Kyiv is the place where a lot of interesting events are taking place. We were very happy to see that the film production is developing in Ukraine, and due to Ukrainian designers, the world is talking about Ukrainian fashion industry and the world knows about Ukrainian fashion industry. However, to work systematically, to be able to stop migration of creative people out of Ukraine, we need stability and we need system. Those were two things that helped Ukrainian Fashion Week in the past to bring Ukrainian fashion industry to the relevant level. And of course, I would like to see not only online platforms. Online platforms in the current situation are extremely important, but I would like to have at least one offline place in Kyiv where that would be owned by the state and where state could demonstrate the results of work of creative industries. And I would like to be free to tell the name of the street and the number of the house to my colleagues and international journalists when they ask where can we have a look at this. And I hope my words will be heard, and I do hope that we will be able, in 1 year when we meet in the next forum, we'll be able to say that we have a strategy for creative industries development in place.
Thank you so much, Irina. And now we're coming back to local food. But there is no single definition of this term. Some people think that these are the product produced at the distance 160 kilometers from the place of consumption. Others say that this is in your country. Others think that this is your own backyard. However, the trend toward local gastronomy is gaining momentum, and we are very pleased that we see here the head of the Lavka traditional Lavka project, Marina Bulatska. So I'm having the following question. Why do we have to buy from local manufacturers? Why it's not only fashionable but also useful? Is it difficult to work with farmers? And what are your prospects for this project? When I'm traveling, I'm often observing that different countries, when, for example, you're going and want to buy some food in the grocery store,
people do care where these products are produced, and people are often choosing the one produced local. Do we have this fashion to buy local already, buy Ukrainian? Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation and the question. We, Silpo, we've been engaged for quite a long time in support of the local manufacturers. My subjective point of view is that, of course, we have to support the local manufacturer. This is a contribution that we are doing into development of the local economy, our Ukrainian economy. If we're talking about how is it popular about consumers, well, I can say that 2014 has become the turning point. That was 2014 that saw the trend to support the local producer, and many people has become fashionable to buy local product. That has become part of social responsibilities, a major one. If we're talking about how, for instance, this product is useful and natural and all other things, that is very relative, of course. But I can only talk about those residents who are working with us, the Lavka of traditions, because we have certain criteria for that grocery store. It's important for us that this product should be produced here in Ukraine. We need a producer to have total control of production cycles. For example, if we're talking about dairy milk, we would prefer the farm where they control all the cycles, preparation of the raw material, animals, animal care, walking of the animals, and the product which is produced from their own raw material, not the purchased raw material. Thus, if we talk about that, I can personally state that all of our producers of traditional grocery store, they do comply to our quality department, because we're performing the audits and we visit all the manufacturers. These are safe products, and most importantly is that the producer himself, he's doing it as if he will be consumer himself. Old manufacturers' stories started like that. Well, we had a baby born in our family, and we didn't have food, and we started baking our own sausages. Then we were treating our friends. Then friends started buying from us the sausages, and this is how more friends were coming together, developing this as small businesses where manufacturer is not focused on making a mass product. The manufacturing instead is concentrated on the product quality. So that is trying to answer your question. I can surely state that products that are grown and produced by our Ukrainian craft manufacturers and farmers are creating, they have huge potential, I must say, and the quality of those products is very competitive with European producers, that's for sure. And here there is a very tricky issue. Our consumer yet sometimes are comparing craft producer with industrial producer, with the import products that are sold on the supermarket shelves. But these are two different things. It's irrelevant comparison, I must say. Can I come to my presentation? Okay. So, coming back to my presentation, I would like to underline that Silpo, the traditional Lavka, we do support the local manufacturing, and that started in 2011. From the moment when it was not yet the mainstream. So we're a very big network, and we think that the most important that is to satisfy our customers. Besides that, we also like to create new demands, and we have several missions which we identified ourselves. One of them is to think over what food retail is. We have a task to turn shopping from the daily routine into small happy activity, like a holiday. So that's very unusual task that requires new approaches. So Traditions Lavka, that's the project that talks about it. Why emphasizing that it's complicated for the big network? This approach requires completely different work, completely different team. Instead of taking most popular and demanded products, we're going backwards. We're trying to find producers, small, very small producers, or very tiny ones. We're doing it all over the country. We're traveling all out Ukraine in search for those real, true products that can become part of our project. We are choosing the assortment together with the farm, or we create it from the scratch. We're performing marketing support to the producer as well, because mostly these producers, they're only concentrating on product itself. They don't know anything about marketing. They just want to produce a good quality natural product, and all the other things, the function of, so to say, development department or producers department. This is what we are taking responsibility for. So if to go back to 2011 and say where everything started from, so at that moment we realized that the guests of our shops, they still prefer to go to markets, open markets. They all have their old ladies who are bringing Mondays, Thursdays, or Fridays, Saturdays, the special cottages with the specific fatness that producer requires. So what we did, we went to that market, we took the good quality product made by the specific person, and we brought it to special island inside our supermarket, adding our service and good working hours, very good logistic process where we consider all the temperature regimes. In addition, also the quality department is taking care of the product. Things have changed for many years. Young people started leaving the offices and started baking meat as per the recipes of their grandfathers. Young families migrated from big cities into small villages to concentrate on farming. People started learning cheese making by YouTube videos. Then they started bringing seeds of apples from France and Italy. It has become fashionable to produce something with your own hands. So I would like to emphasize in 2014, this is when consumer consciousness was broken, and when people started being proud of the things produced locally. That changed our approach to our work. We have turned from the local distribution channel into the development and support project. And when we're talking about this like project for development and support, okay, but I mean, we have launched lots of infrastructural projects that supports us. We started holding festivals of local gastronomy. We launched this school for those who would like to launch their own gastro business. We also quite accelerate in the framework of which we started investing in gastronomic projects. We have launched agro-touristic projects as well. So citizens are now having an opportunity to have one-day tour into the farm to see how the manufacturers are living, living, is the team engaged in the production, what is the production cycle as such. We're still proceeding, providing marketing that is helping us to raise the essence of the local producer. And slow food, yes, 1 month ago we have signed declaration with slow food, and we're going to talk a lot about that in our communication. So me personally, I truly believe that in the nearest 3 or 5 years, consumer will not need that much, and we won't need to argument so much that this product really is worthy of trying and purchasing. We think that decentralization principle, that's the key of success, and we're doing everything that traditional Lavka would have their local heroes in different regions. As we said, 150, 200 kilometers from the distance to the shop. Yes, this is what we're talking about. Of course, when, for example, coming to Lviv, you will not find their only local producers, but we are calling them hyper-local producers. They are present already, and different regions do have those guys who are working hard and supporting and developing traditions of this very region. Thank you so much for attention. Thank you.
And now all small and medium-sized business, not only big business, have faced the economic consequences of pandemic, and local manufacturers really facing difficulties. And there are a lot of programs to support medium and small business, but we don't have enough information about them. So now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Deborah Fairlam, and I hope she will advise us where can we find the information, whom we should address to. So we have ambulance and we have business ambulance, where small and medium business get some fast business aid. Please, the floor is yours. Tell us, please, about the possibilities.
Thank you very much. So thank you for allowing me to be here this afternoon. I'd also like to thank the other panelists. You all have sort of reminded me of some of the different reasons that I enjoy being here in Ukraine, but also why I'm here doing economic development work, because you each represent sort of different sides of things. So exactly as you mentioned, creative industries and the power of that here in Ukraine, in terms of taking, a local business and turning it into something, that you are now selling globally with great reputation. And also just sort of celebrating, again, what is unique and local in Ukraine and finding different ways to help people, sort of develop it. As you were speaking, I was actually thinking, boy, that's sort of like economic development aid like we do in some ways. You are finding ways to bridge gaps. And in some ways, that's what a program like our program does. There is no outside entity, whether it's American or German or any aid program, that can come in and sort of make everything right. There's a lot of challenges on a lot of different levels. But what I can do is tell you a little bit about our program, and then give you some ideas about what sort of some things that are out there. So the Competitive Economy Program is a 5-year, $42 million program that is here in Ukraine, aimed at helping small and medium-sized businesses grow. There's really two ways that we do that. One is what we look to do is to help support transactions. And so by that, it means what we are doing is literally making matches between local producers or local sellers here and helping them find buyers for their products. And so the transaction is literally the Ukrainian SME is able to sell their product. The other thing that we look at doing is something that's called transformational, and that sort of takes a step back, and it's not just working immediately with the business, but looking at the bigger business environment. And quite frankly, this is a large part of helping small and medium-sized businesses grow, because if there are not sort of bigger things out there on the regulatory levels, within the laws that will help the businesses grow and make them reliable partners for potential clients abroad, all of these things are sort of part of what we look to help Ukraine build and strengthen for SMEs overall. Now, SME is a very big term, and it covers so many businesses. And when our program started, there was a decision that was made to focus on a couple sectors where we thought there was great growth potential and that we thought we could come in and do some very direct support. So creative industries, as it happens, is one of them. And actually, as you mentioned, the first area that we are looking at is film, and how can we potentially strengthen the Ukrainian film industry. And that may sound like a strange thing, but here's one of the really important things. One of the things that has to happen to bring more business into Ukraine is more people have to know and understand Ukraine. And film is actually a great way for people to see Ukraine. And so it's actually a very powerful marketing tool in a lot of ways. Fashion is actually also the same thing. You can pick up New York Vogue, flip through the pages, and find Ukrainian designers. That's really important in terms of making people more aware of the kind of quality work and business that's going on here. One of the other areas that we support is technology. We do an awful lot of work with startups and small technology companies. There are some programs that we offer direct grants, because that is a portion of what we do. Sometimes we are able to do grants for particular companies to help them either manage a crisis or help them to go out and to find new clients and new connections. We also sponsor business training, and this is an incredible part of what we do, because one of the things that's important that we have found that there are a lot of great ideas in Ukraine, but they sometimes don't have those extra steps to actually what you were talking about, to market and do the administration and find your partners on the outside. And so part of what we try to do is look for and work with companies who have great potential, but maybe they need a little bit of extra help in terms of their marketing and their business plan or their presentation, or creating realistic business projections so they can go out and talk to an investor to have partners in different ways. So these are some of the things that we do around that. We are also actually looking at doing small niche support in food production. We are not looking at big agro, we are not looking at large production, but really looking for small producers who, again, if we can find somebody who's doing great organic blueberries and they just need to find a buyer in Europe, how can we help sort of make those connections? So we do projects like that. We are also doing some work in the furniture sector. Again, and this is not creative, but it's an area that shows, how Ukraine really can take some of its creativity and turn it into business. And so that's one of the other areas. That's sort of the overview of what the program does. We do not have at any one point sort of a constant list of things that we are doing. And if anybody's interested in the support from some of the things that our project is doing, I would strongly encourage you to visit our Facebook page. We are always updating things with what we are doing. On the website prostir.ua, also, it's not just our project, but many of the other development aid projects that are out there list the opportunities. And so whether there is a grant that's open for food producer, and we're offering to help them, we'll pay their way to go to a trade show or to go meet new potential buyers, or if there's a grant for a small tech company because they need to hire, some more developers. We do a rotating sort of projects like that. As it relates to, with what's going on globally and providing support for SMEs in particular, there is no one answer. And it is just, it's across the board in terms of how companies have been able to respond and adapt to what's happening. What the first speaker actually talked about, in crisis there is opportunity. And I'll tell you the truth, we have actually seen some companies do really well in this time, because what they did was they saw an opportunity for needs, and actually even what you were talking, you said it wasn't business for you per se in terms of providing antiseptics, but it is a response to immediate need and being able to fill a need. And that is like the most important thing that any business can do. It is to see what the need is, whether it's in a crisis or whether it's long term, and to be able to pivot and to respond to it. Because at the end of the day, business is about some sort of transaction. It is a sale and a purchase. It's somebody who has something, somebody who wants something. And if you, as the one who have the business and have something to sell and are able to respond to somebody who is in need, that is always a huge business opportunity. And I don't want to make it sound callous in the context of the really big challenges that everybody is facing on every level, but the idea of being able to respond to whatever the situation is, for this, it starts with a health crisis and then moves into, as you said, a food crisis. There's all of these different things that spill over. Business and life is never going to be smooth, and you have to be, and as Ukraine grows and as Ukrainian companies grow onto global stage, a lot of business becomes being able to respond to whatever gets thrown at you. And so, as much as there is the point where you have to look at what's happening seriously and figure it out, it is also an opportunity to keep looking ahead and look a little bit farther. Maybe for some companies, this really meant having to go local, finding local producers or local suppliers. But for other companies, quite frankly, it's been an opportunity to expand on a global level because there were gaps in the market. There have been some manufacturers in Ukraine who have actually been able to step in and fill for manufacturing of parts and pieces for some of the auto market in Europe, that when the China supply line was disrupted, Ukrainian companies were able to step in. That's actually a really big opportunity for them, and that sort of just continues to grow. So what I would say, just in sort of summation, yes, there are some programs, that are out there. There are things that are looking to help, but I would instead also encourage you to really look at sort of the strength of the business. How ready are you to pivot? How much of a cushion do you have? And I don't even mean just financial, but even mentally, to be able to respond to different scenarios. And again, with Fashion Week having 3 different scenarios ready because they did not know what one was going to be done because of the changing situation around them, that is a truly professional business in terms of being ready and being aware. And so, these are great examples of Ukrainian businesses on very different levels and emulate very well how to respond, how to be ready, and how to just adapt, because quite frankly, that is what businesses everywhere do.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to ask a question to all of our speakers, and everyone would have an opportunity to reply, so that all of our listeners would have an opportunity to receive very useful and practical information for their businesses. What are the benefits of local producers, and why not everyone utilizes them? I think that if someone can give the reply. Very shortly, I would like to reply. Firstly, it's just for the past half a year, this is very up to date for Ukrainian fashion industry. Huge world brands with very complicated structure and hierarchy have come to the moment that designer band, for example, brand designer is in New York, management in Paris, and production was in Beijing. Ukrainian brands, on the other hand, they are quite small, and management and design and production are located in Ukraine. That, to a certain extent, has become very positive moment for when all these connections were broken in the countries. In Ukraine, on the other hand, could produce their products.
so they could stitch their collections. That's why I think that the small brands, they are so mobile and they're flexible, and they can win at the time when the big brands are really going on hard times. With regards to the companies, so there are lots of benefits for Ukrainian companies, but I would like to talk about the other aspect. Ukraine and the region can also benefit from the local business, sure. I would like to repeat again that during the crisis and breakage of all the supply chains, everyone felt how important it is to have a reliable producer of food products, of the products that are used on the daily basis. And of course the pharmaceutical product as well, that are very necessary to be present during such a crisis. So this crisis has become a real lesson, not only for Ukraine, but for the whole world. We have all to draw the conclusion that we have to develop the local industries in order to be protected on strategic level. Thank you. Another question I'm having, as of today, lots of transnational companies started translating into the network of local producers. Can our farmers and our local manufacturers compete such powerful manufacturers? I would like to reply. I think that that's a long-term game. Local producer, it's very hard for him to compete the import big producer, because the customer, our customers don't have completely developed this sense that when you're going to the shop, you should not compare only the price. You should not expect that the craft product should be cheaper than an imported product. Because now customers are saying, why should I buy the local cheese of Ukrainian producer that is more expensive than the French or Italian cheese because of the 100 years history of cheese making? Why do you sell so expensive? Always they're trying to find some extra margins, or that our the Ukrainian producers are overpricing their product. So, as I'm saying, our customers are comparing craft products and industrial products. Everyone knows that when we're going, for example, attend the farmers market in Paris, it's very easy for us to spend 20 or 30 euro buying a piece of cheese. On the other hand, when coming to Ukrainian market, we're not ready to pay that much, because maybe we don't believe enough that this product costs that much. So far, I think that that's a very long way to go. And we have to educate people, educate our customers, give them sufficient arguments that would be enough for them to believe in our local producer. And that is the task for the ministries, for business, and the manufacturing themselves and people themselves. This is not about now. It will not just happen in a moment. That's a long way to go. We would also like to think the idea of Mr. Paolo on that question. Please, we're giving the floor to you.
Yes, thanks, because I fully agree with the last speaker. It's a matter of education, but I think that, and it cannot be in thinking just now. It's like also to how to exit from the crisis. We need to have a mid-long-term strategy. It's not just a matter to respond to the crisis. But I also think that we have to try to copy and to learn from other experiences. And I use the Italian example. When we started with our movement 30 years ago, all the marketing ideas and strategies, they were saying that local food and traditional food was going to disappear, that young people, they were just interested in McDonald's, in big chain, in fast food and this kind of stuff. Now it's completely changed. It's completely changed. The huge majority of people, they are interested in buying quality food. They are interested in knowing from where the food comes from. And not only in Italy, if you think to the US, not all over the country, but if you go to California, if you go to the East Coast, to many places in the West Coast, but in all the big cities, there is a huge growing interest towards good, healthy food and diverse food and different food. So copying what has been successful in other places, I strongly believe that the right place where to invest is in quality and in diversity, because I think that if we want to compete only on price, we will lose with the big corporation and with the big multinational organizations. But if we compete on quality, if we compete on environmental sustainability, that is another area with growing interest from the customers, if we invest in social responsibilities and explaining why it's so important to respect the environment and to respect the work of the farmers and the producers, if we invest in communicating why the local product is different from the industrial one, that day we will be able to reach the market, and that day we will find people interested in spending a little bit more to buy the quality food. So I really think that we don't have to make and to repeat the same mistakes that has been done in many other places. There is no more time. But if we, as I said, focus on quality and on education, and what has been said is right, it's a matter of the institutions to do education, but it's also a matter of the civil society and of every one of us. Because with simple daily choices, we can contribute. We can contribute to change the food system, we can contribute to preserve and to save the environment, and we can contribute to strengthen the local economy. Also, if I can add one last thing, to diversify the interest of the market, because of course there are some products that can have a global outreach, and it's important, but we have to diversify. If we think that the solution is to export blueberries in Europe, I don't think it's a winning strategy. The winning strategy is to build a strong identity of the Ukraine cuisine, the tradition, the products, the diversity and everything, and build on some key products that maybe can be exported. But what is important is to make the right narrative in explaining why Ukraine food is different from the others. Also, from the day that I will come to Ukraine, I want to taste something that is different, as every tourist that comes to Italy wants to taste the real Italian food, not the commodities that you can find in every big chain of supermarket everywhere in the world.
Thank you. Thank you. У нас ще є одне питання.
We're having the last question, very important. And please, could you have the short description, reply to this question? Are foreign investors ready to invest in local producers? And what prevents them from doing so? Should we only hope for local investors? Please, who can reply this question?
Pass it down. So first of all, there are foreign investors that are investing in Ukraine. It's important there is no one big giant pool of investors that is out there. There are different investors for different reasons. There are investors who will come in who want to, private equity or VC who want to take a percentage of a company, and that's the exchange. There are others that will come in and are interested in doing joint ventures and want to create partnerships, that kind of thing. There are investors coming into Ukraine from very, early stage tech startups that we see to a lot of what's happening even in the middle. If you look at actually just the sale of the Dnipro hotel and what's going to happen with that. Now, I know he is Ukrainian and that's Ukrainian money, but that is, an incredibly important, powerful thing in terms of saying this is a sale that happened and it becomes known more widely. So part of what continues to need to happen to bring more investors into Ukraine is really just a lot, it's more awareness in terms of understanding what the opportunities are. One other piece that I would say is I do work with foreign investors a lot, And one of the challenges that does still exist is the context of within the court system, how fair they think if something goes to court, how fair that would be. This is a call out to the government. I would challenge you, please, to continue to address this the best that you can, because it is probably the single biggest factor holding more foreign investment back. And the last piece that I would say is that for small Ukrainian companies, they need to be aware of what an international investor who is coming in is looking for, and they need to be prepared to meet on those terms, not what the local terms have been of a handshake and a deal. That is not terribly comfortable for a lot of foreign investors. So the more Ukrainian companies can make themselves aware of business practices that are standard in terms of accounting, things like that, they will have a better chance of attracting investors.
We're here observing that in the situation with think global, go local, it has really opened opportunities for the local producers. Thus, it's important that we should start appreciating Ukrainian product and Ukrainian producer. We as consumers, we should choose those locals. I also think that Ukrainian producers should not sit and relax, of course. They should perfect the quality, and they should enjoy perfecting that quality. And that's why then it will be the good connection between the consumer and the manufacturer. Hoping that there will be some kind of educational programs, of course, in order to increase awareness and promote a national idea. And then it will be a win-win situation in our country. Thank you so much to our guests. Thank you so much. Thank you, speakers of the panel discussion, development of local business from producer up to the end customer. In 1 minute, we are starting the discussion panel, Environmental Security of the Kyiv Agglomeration, Global Challenges and Local Opportunities.
За хвилину розпочинає роботу дискусійна панель «Екологічна безпека Київської агломерації».
We invite the director of discussion panel, Environmental Security of Kyiv Agglomeration, Global Challenges and Local Opportunities, Ms. Katerina Spivakova, Director of Cleon Talon. So, dear friends, we are starting. I'm happy to welcome all the participants of the forum and all our online visitors, all the friends of Kyiv City, all the experts, people who take care about the future of our city. And we start the panel on environmental issues. The name of the panel, Environmental Security of the Kyiv Agglomeration, Global Challenges and Local Opportunities. First of all, I would like to say that environmental issues are extremely relevant because the biggest part of the Earth's population live in big cities. That's why we have big population density and people suffer from less productivity, from environmental pollution, climate change, increased diseases and climate changes due to growth of the megapolises. All these issues are very important because they directly influence the quality and expectancy of our life, and international organizations pay a lot of attention to environmental issues and environmental security, which becomes the basis of their programs and action plans. Recently, UNO declared the Sustainable Development Targets and a roadmap for the future with the emphasis of environmental protection, renewable energy and sustainable development of manufacturers. And European Union decided to take this initiative, and Kyiv has joined this initiative and directive signed by the European Union Green Agreement, so-called Green Agreement. And these initiatives in Kyiv, they are very transformative, and they need a lot of expertise, and they need local leaders to unite to address these environmental issues. And I would like to say that Kyiv used to be one of the greenest cities in the world, and our target is to get this title back. And I think we're all interested in this, and I suggest our speakers to try to find some solutions to make Kyiv environmentally comfortable and safe city. So let us start. I'm happy to introduce Ms. Osnat Lubrani, UN System Coordinator in Ukraine. So she's the coordinator of all the UN projects that are working now in Ukraine, and humanitarian coordinator. These are the projects that provide aid in the eastern part of Ukraine. Also, we'll have our speaker online from London, and I hope we will see him soon, Mr. Anwar Nasruddin of Green Country EBRD program. I'm happy to greet Mr. Dmitro Novitsky, General Director of Kyiv Водоканал, the biggest water supply company and the oldest biggest supply company in Ukraine, and Irina Krenov-Shimkin, Deputy Director of the Project Promotion of Energy Efficiency in Ukraine and Implementation of EU Directive on Energy Efficiency. So let us go to our discussion. And my first question is to Ms. Osnat. I would like to ask you, what should we expect in the nearest future? How climate change influenced the life of the city from the environmental perspective? And I personally think that now environmental focus is a little bit shifting and loses its power because all the world leaders are focused on overcoming the challenges of pandemic. So do you think world leaders and local leaders should unite? Are they able to unite now to face environmental challenges, to propose solutions, and how UN support leaders, both local and world leaders?
Thank you so much. And first, I'm so happy to be in this panel, and I think the subject is just so important. I think that in the way I understand, the focus is on of this panel is to discuss environmental safety of Greater Kyiv and what are the global challenges and local solutions. So, first I want to say that globally, but also here in Ukraine, of course, the big global challenge now is COVID-19, which we know is affecting all of our lives and the lives of everyone around the world. But then the climate change and an environmental collapse in many places, I think, is perhaps not happening as quickly, but it is as important and as urgent. And I think for us in the United Nations, when we talk about the sustainable development, you can't grow rich first and then think about climate later. Everything is interlinked, and the private sector really has a very important and think about when the pandemic will be over. It's something that we need to think about right now, not to delay it, but as a matter of fact, I even think it's an opportunity to speed up and to bring innovation. If we think back in history, pandemics such as cholera, such as tuberculosis, led to amazing transformation in the way in urban environment. The whole idea of sewers, of housing regulations on sanitation, these things came in of avoiding overcrowding of parks, as you mentioned, green spaces that are not overcrowded, came very much linked to societies having to deal with serious pandemics, with death. So I think in the same way that we talk about 10 more years to achieve the sustainable goals, we cannot achieve them by doing more of the same. We have to also think about doing things differently. I deal with, also in my work with humanitarian crises. I've dealt a lot with we've also found people find new solutions. So I hope that that's the way that we can be thinking about it. And let me share some of the actions that our Secretary General has spoken about that we can be thinking about. That governments can take both at national and local level to consider about building back their economies and how to recover without putting environment to the side. So one is investment in green jobs. To create new opportunities. We know that right now the job and the labor market is shaky, but as we try to recover more jobs that contribute to environmental security and not the opposite. The second is not to bail out the polluting industries, get polluters to pay for pollutions and not ignore the price that our planet pays for unsustainable growth. The third is hear more about the importance and the role of renewable energy. Take climate change risks into account in all of the policies. And here in Ukraine, we've seen fires in eastern Ukraine. We've seen floods in western Ukraine. So as policies are taken, climate change is something that is affecting Ukrainian lives today. So that's another point. Of course, the partnerships working together and focusing on those who are the most vulnerable, because the fact is that when environmental degradation happens, when climate change impacts, those who suffer are often the poorest, the most vulnerable, so they need to be the ones that we focus on first. There is, of course, the Paris Agreement, so that we know what we need to do. It's a matter of actually, getting and doing it. And if I may share some ideas that are relevant, particularly for Kyiv, what we've seen is that public transport system, because of COVID, have been suffering from loss in revenues. This is very worrying, because if we now switch to everyone taking their own give, safer, more healthy and more options. Short-term street closures, temporary bike lanes, and also, of course, implementing the hygiene and safety measures so people will use public transport and not through, knowing that it's they're clean, that they're clean and being regularly disinfected. So once again, I know that this is difficult for us. I want again to thank you for making this a face-to-face. It's very nice after so many Zoom meetings to see real faces. But I also want to say that in all of the difficulty now is when we need a bit of risk to take innovation, to try and do things differently so that we can not just catch up with the delays that COVID has caused, but that we can leap forward through innovation and through partnerships. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Osnat. And I think it was very important to mention that we cannot do the same things and expect different results. We have to change our actions. We have to do it more efficiently. And leadership is very important here. Leadership and understanding of which things have to be done, how to coordinate those actions, because here both the private sector and governmental institutions have to be engaged, as well as each citizen, each Kyivite. We have to be all involved in making our city more ecological and nicer to live in, and more efficient, of course, for the citizens. I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Anga. Mr. Anvar, he is representing those regions where they have insufficient investment of the infrastructural problems, energy problems. So we can say Mr. Anvar on the line. Please tell us about the Green Cities program, especially for the city of Kyiv. What should be done in the framework of this green program?
Thank you for having me. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, it's a big honor for me to be here among the panel discussion, and I would like to say a few words about my organization, which is the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and the program that we are undertaking within our countries of operation, and specifically in Ukraine as well. If you can put the next slide, please. Basically, it's been already mentioned by the moderator that the cities, urban infrastructure puts a lot of pressure on resources, and which leads to environmental, degradation and degradation of the quality of life of urban residents. So, for example, cities currently account for 75% of energy use, and that comes with 70% of greenhouse gas emissions worldwide. And that also there are other concerns that are already there, which is like traffic congestion, pressure on limited green space, land and water resources. I mean, these are all create specific problems for the cities and make them vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. So Ukraine's reality is not an exception. First of all, Ukraine inherited an old, aging infrastructure from Soviet times, and it has been aging, and it has been energy inefficient, and creates a lot of fiscal burden on the budgets, right? And due to heavy subsidization of energy consumption, and that causes additional problems. So to address these challenges, EBRD, not only in Ukraine, but across the whole region, came up with this Green Cities program approach, which offers a systemic approach to identifying and investing in municipal infrastructure improvements that will address the climate change and environmental challenges in cities. So in doing so, the approach takes, as I said, a systemic approach for urban planning, first of all, and then it takes innovative approach to linking strategic urban planning to investment, and also the planning process that emphasizes engagement with civil society and the focus on converting urban planning instruments into financial instruments. So, so the program is a 1.5 billion euro program, and it's been. Can you put next slide, please? And it's been rolled out already in a number of cities. I'll come to that. But this is just a schematic of the approach. How so the Green City aims to preserve the quality of environmental assets. These are air and water or land or biodiversity, and use these resources sustainably. And then it wants to mitigate and adapt to the risk of climate change and ensure that environmental policies and developments contribute to the social and economic well-being. So, so the process involves long-term vision, which is for up to 15 years. Where would we like to see it to be in 15 years? This is the question we ask when we come and talk to the city municipality. What specific areas do we need to address across sectors to achieve this vision? And then we also look at the medium-term targets. Which targets would we aim to achieve through our actions? And that will lead to final Green City actions that are up to 5 years, and based on which then the investments take place. Next slide, please. So currently our Green Cities program is has been rolled out across 43 cities in the EBRD region. So far 8, we call these Green City action plans as GCAPs. So 8 GCAPs have been adopted already by municipalities, 7 completed, and 8 underway, and 20 planned. So Kyiv has joined this initiative very recently, and we are just starting to our dialogue with the municipality of the Kyiv to prepare such a plan. Next, please. And just, I'm not going to go into details, but just to show you what kind of impact we are striving to achieve through this program is related to these figures on the slide, and you can see it for yourself. So this is about climate change mitigation and also adaptation, and creating resilient infrastructure. So I will stop here. Thank you very much. I'll be ready to discuss later on.
Так, я дякую, Анвара.
Thank you, Anwar, so much. Thank you for your presentation. I would like to say that one of the priorities in development of a green city was the water supply, as you mentioned. So the next question I'm having, I would like to address to Dmitry Novitsky. Dmitry Yurievich, can you please talk not only about city, but agglomeration, Kyiv agglomeration? And all the megapolises are undergoing a certain way for unification and greatening. It can create opportunities and problems for the municipalities and the city and the people. Do you share the idea that water will become second gold? What is done today in order to improve the water quality? What is done today to development of infrastructure for water supply? And it's good that you're looking at me. Thank you. What is done today to develop the ecological strategy with regards to Kyiv Canal? I know that this strategy has such a project as the reconstruction of the wastage plant in Bortnichi. Thank you so much. But the discussion today is directed exactly at creation or problem of creating Kyiv agglomeration and the issues that are on this way. So there is a well-known proverb: without drainage system, there can be no civilization. So there can be no agglomeration without a drainage system, that's for sure. Agglomeration de facto is already there. In certain questions that, for instance, daily migration of people from the suburban areas are driving to Kyiv on a daily basis. There are the questions, for example, there should be special wastage areas, and as well as Kyiv water channel constructions that are needed in the suburban area as well. So if we really want to live in the society that has a good attitude to the surrounding, we should start making actions today. So I want to draw a small excursus into history. Creation of agglomeration, and we will try to manage the equipment to work. Okay, now it's working. So going back to the history, the idea of Kyiv agglomeration dates back to 2001, 2002, when we wanted to create Kyiv city okrug area. But they aimed to force it, to create that Kyiv administrative unit. But the local authorities did not support it, and deputy, it's very hard. It was hard for them to come up with the idea that have to be united to Kyiv city. But now things have changed, the conditions have changed, and we're not talking about creating single territorial unit as Kyiv such or Kyiv capital okrug area. But that should be the as volunteer unions. And that's what people are supporting so far. And we are trying to seed these ideas into the people's mind to manage, create this association. The problem lies in the following. Kyiv water channel capacity is much bigger than Kyiv needs. Thus, we are offering today our offering to provide the drain system. This is a huge. We have lots of opportunities to offer to different towns that are in suburban to Kyiv city. What are first problems over here? Number one, absence of centralized drainage system in many towns and villages. In some regions, we can observe multi-storied buildings that are just dumping all the drain water into the drain holes, and then the trucks are coming to take this waste from there. So together with different institutes, we have developed project plan of Kyiv Svetoshin region drainage system. We have similar one for the Boryspil region and with Brovary region. So what we're expecting, this is 120,000 cubic meters per day. That is the capacity we can transport of the wastage water. And if we're not going to have centralized drainage system, all these things would be just simply absorbed in our lands, in our ground, and we can face ecological catastrophe. That is why we're offering, we're calling all the territories in the Kyiv suburb to approve these charts, to have a common project, and we would realize it together with the town's budgets and with construction companies and other stakeholders, physical and business entities. The same thing with water supply. We have huge stocks, we have big capacities, and we can offer agglomeration water supply of a good quality, I must mention, and next some things we're already doing, and we're doing many things to provide better quality and satisfy the people's demand. We have this project of water supply based in Kyiv Svetoshin region. This project can be already approved. That is so well developed that we can bring it to approval for the local councils, and then we will unite our efforts to realize it. All these things have to be foreseen in the strategy, and we do have the strategy available for Kyiv water channel. We have used the EBRD money, and the COVID strategy has helped us to develop the strategy, and right now we are in the moment that the strategy is too old, is outdated. That's why starting from year 2000 we have finished working with European Bank money, and Ducon Financial Consultant has developed technical and financial actions for Kyiv water channel development, and that is the updated strategy of our company. The key point in that strategy is the ecological issue, because of course their strategy also includes technical policies, HR policies, economic, financial policies, but the key is this ecological strategy. We have made lots of things on that way, and action number one was to develop the quality. We have developed the Department of Ecological Department that is taking care of the structures and departments inside the water channel, if we're keeping up with the ecological legislation, if we're compliant with it. And the next term was the following.
So the main directions of work of the department you can see here, and the control of the departments of Kyiv water channel. And this is done, and the main environmental specialist and the head of the department ensures the obeying of the legislation by all the structures of Kyiv water channel. Our next projects that are being implemented by us, we refuse from using chlor, and Of course, it's dangerous technically if there will be a lot of this substance in the territory of Kyiv, and of course it could be an environmental catastrophe if there will be a leakage of chlorum. That's why all the artesian pumping station are transferred to the usage of another reagent, and it also improves the quality of water and water taste. The next step was development and implementation of the project at the Dnipro station. This is a station that provides 25–30% of all potable water for Kyiv. We reduced from using liquid chlorum, and we use another substance. It's chlorine dioxide. This is the agent that is used by most of the European capitals, Warsaw, Vienna, and other big cities in Europe. Now, 40% of Kyivites drink water that is not treated with gas chlorum, and the storage of this substance is also decreasing. Our next initiative is the reconstruction of Desnyansky water pumping station. We had a problem that the water we used to wash filters was discharged into Rusanov channel. This was the project of the station. However, the demand of the society is to provide the treatment of this water, and now we are undergoing the state expertise, and we have the budget allocated for this project, and this year we will start implementing this plan. And in the future, in the next year, namely, when we are going to finish implementation of this project, Kyiv Water Challenge and Desnyanska pumping station will stop discharging this technical waters into Rusanovsky channel. This water will go to water treatment plant, and sediment will be disposed properly. The next step is the reconstruction of aeration station. There were a lot of questions why this project takes such a long time. This project started in 2015 when we had an intergovernmental agreement between Ukraine and Japan, and the project was developed. Design documents was developed, and then working documents were developed. We developed everything in the finest details. It was all agreed by Japanese engineers, and this year in April we announced the tender for general contractor, and according to the international agreement signed between Ukraine and Japan, the agreement, which was ratified by the parliaments of both countries, according to this agreement, the general contractor can be only Japanese company. And now we are holding tender, and we are expecting results in November, will be ready in November this year, and the tender bids will be completely finished by April next year. So we expect that the contractor, general contractor, will start works, actual works, and the site is already prepared. Construction site is already prepared by Kyiv Water Channel. Also, we have one very important initiative, since some of the speakers have already mentioned, climate changes and anthropogenic load from the cities also influences the quality of water. That's why every year we are trying to limit by the legislation the usage of phosphatum detergents. There were certain limitations put in place, however, without relevant legislative norms. it's impossible to control it. So these substances, they get to the wastewater first, then they go to the land, and then we find them again in potable water. And last slide. Okay. So this is the principle in the basis of Desnyansky water treatment plant that you have just seen on the previous slide. Okay, this is the environmental strategy of Kyiv Water Channel. It has quite realistic measures that we have to implement. And speaking of things being relevant, of course, in 2020, we have to refuse from chlorium in 2020. In 2021, we expect that there will be some more regulation in local discharge of wastewaters. In 2021, we also expect that water treatment plant for Desnyanska station will be finished, and we will be building new aeration station in Bortnichi for 6 years. It means in 2026 it should be finished and commissioned. Sorry for such a long presentation, but I think it was very important. Yeah, it was very, very interesting. Thank you so much. When you say about the restrictions on phosphate detergents, it means for domestic usage, for small businesses. Is it detergents that we use at home, at our kitchens? Yes, we speak even about domestic detergents, shampoos, substances that we use for washing machines, all of the domestic chemicals that we use in Europe in most of the countries. These things are either prohibited at all, or there is a certain limitation. So there can be only a certain percentage of phosphates components in detergent, and there are certain replacements for these substances. I don't think it will be even more expensive, because if the market will be open, the price will go down. Now it's more expensive in Ukraine, of course, because there are more detergents with phosphate that are being traditionally produced here, and if people will start consume detergents without phosphate, the production will increase. Yes, I also read, like I very often, that no phosphates when I read it on the package, but I never realized how important it is. I hope that all the people listening to us here and online will pay attention to this. And now I would like to ask Irma. You have over 20 years of experience in energy efficiency sector, in municipalities, in the housing and communal sector. Okay. Ima will be the last speaker. Hello. Mr. Petro Panteleev, the Deputy Head of Kyiv City State Administration. Welcome. Thank you for finding an opportunity to join our panel discussion. And my question is to you then. Maybe you could give us a little bit of analytical overview on the environmental situation in Kyiv and what programs are implemented to provide security of Kyivites. Good afternoon. I'm a little bit late. And the reason is quite banal on one hand. On the other hand, sometimes I don't believe that this still happens nowadays. And it is somehow connected with the topic. So we had a meat factory in Kyiv. It was very powerful. Then it was privatized, shared, and everything will be fine. But this was an enterprise around which the district was built. There were a lot of people living in these buildings and working in this factory, and this enterprise had a well. People were using water from this well. Now the company using this well cannot pay for the electricity, and all the district around the plant has no water now. And we are trying to solve this question, and I was on a meeting, that's why I was late, but it's like we still do not have all these standards for comfortable living of people. And here I'm speaking about Kyiv and the satellites, satellites of Kyiv. So, and these are people who have right to have some simple things like water. And when we speak about environmental protection and environment, it shouldn't be something abstract. When we speak about environmental safety, we speak about concrete standards for the safe living of people in the cities. And for Kyiv region, in the context of agglomeration, this issue is very relevant, very important, because we have 50 towns and villages around Kyiv. And going back to the basis of civilization, what is civilization? Water, sewage, drainage. So 18 city towns are connected to centralized sewage and a little bit more to centralized water supply. So rest of them are doing that autonomously, and the situation is really very pressing because there is no centralized sewage, and the people are disposing their wastes however they can, and it really affects the environmental situation. 4 years ago in Bortnichi, we had a catastrophe when the water horizons were infected by the water from sewage. We had a threat of an epidemical threat, and the situation is very relevant for what is happening today, and it was a big threat for Kyiv and all the towns around. So speaking of motivation and our aim to unite to build the agglomeration, we have to think in the first instance about some very simple things like water, treatment, sewage, etc. It is very important for people who live in Kyiv and the towns around. So the communities, territorial communities, should be the initiators. They should provide assistance to make this transition onto new standards.
Right now we are talking about the system of water wastage. In Kyiv city has a contemporary system in place, and in few years we will have a new modern aeration stage, water treatment stage, and I think it will be best in Europe. And today we have transfer to new technologies of disinfection of drinking water. In a week we are going to open new plant for water disinfection on the Dnipro River station. We have the 40% of the city is getting rid of chlorine disinfection. That's a considerable progress for us. So we are going to one step ahead to be on the same level with other European cities. And so that is only a small problem, but very huge problem at the same time. And that problem could be the stimulus and motivation for Kyiv region to become the ecological, comfortable and safe, and to have no risks for us and for the future generation as well. Thank you so much. This was what we started from. We have to engage the local international partners to discuss what should be our steps to make a Kyiv city safe and comfortable place to live, and ecologically clean and attractable for Kyivites and for the gas. I would like to go back to IMA, as IMA has more than 20 years working in municipalities and local management systems. Please, can you please tell us more about this green agreement and the one that is in cooperation with EU directive in Ukraine? Not many people know about it, but here we're talking about transferring to the clean economy of the closed cycle, how Kyiv should be attached to it, and why Kyivites should expect the support of international partners. Thank you so much. This is very symbolic stage. We are holding seminars and big forums for the past 10 years in this place. That's a beautiful place, and Kyiv is a beautiful city where one wants to live in. And thank you, my colleagues, that you're doing everything that it could be possible. The challenges for Kyiv are not unique only for Kyiv. These challenges are same for all European cities and Asian and of other parts of the world. We cannot only concentrate on Ukrainian problems or key problems when we talk about ecology or when we talk about adaptation to the climate changes. This is good and bad at the same time, because we can find assistance, we can find programs for our support. We're discussing with Katerina, what do you want to talk about? So we decided to talk about new trend and program that is called Green Deal. Many people heard about it. Can you please raise your hand who heard about the Green Deal? We have our audience are very progressive people, so it's good that people do know about it. This is the European deal that includes huge, big components. That's not only ecology and climate adaptation, that is also sustainable mobility and clean energy, which we are mentioning many times. Bill of diversification, organic products, which were mentioned in the previous panel. There are many components we have to care to make our planet efficient and clean. We have to switch from economics of using the resources into this cycling economy, when we can close this cycle of usage. There are also many questions on the usage and how do we treat the house waste. That's a huge problem for Kyiv and all other towns as well, how we treat our waste, which is also one of the components where we can find support through so-called Green Deal. We have had lots of talks about energy efficiency, and 70% of Green Deal, this is our energy efficiency. Now we're talking about civilization, characteristics of a city. We talked a lot about water, but heat. This is also one of those things we want to see as efficient supply. We want to see our city warm and efficient. Despite the warm weather, winter will come sooner or later, and we have to think about it now. What should be the tools and resources involved with the help of this Green Deal program? When I'm talking with journalists and other colleagues, with municipalities and ministers, citizens, they're all asking the same question: where to take money for all that innovations we keep on talking every day? So the European Union has already approved a program for Green Deal. This is €1 trillion. What does it mean for us? 30% from that trillion, and there is already a program about 177 million per year, and 30% are planned to be given for other countries as well who are part of that Green Deal.
We are one of European centers, and we can also count on being part of that work, of that plan. We've been talking about the green city from Yeberer, and this is also one of the components we can count on as well. Together with the Ministry of Energy and the Minister, we visited Germany 1 week ago and signed energy partnership and transition program for 400 million euro. And Europe is giving money to Ukrainian coal regions transformation. We have to breathe with something. We don't only need heat, yes? Air, clean air is also good. We have also take care about the quality of the heat, which we do require. And the heat should be ecological as well. I've been talking recently with my colleagues, and they were mentioning we should never forget about different biotechnologies, and we can use them for ecological heat. There are already biostations that work on that heat. Also, I would like to mention energy efficiency, or Green Deal, or other new trendy phrases. But another question, who has to do that? That should be minister's job, or director of water channel. But what can we do personally? What should be the personal responsibility of each and every person to breathe clean air, drink good water? So the dialogue about phosphate, it correlates with this. For the past decade, I am buying only the washing liquids without phosphate. That's what I can do myself today. And for instance, also, if we want to be energy efficiently, why we need it? Who can help us? What should be responsibility of ministry, municipality? Ministry has already developed the frame agreement. They have created energy efficiency fund where we can receive a grant to warm up our house. What can the city do? They have made 70 by 30 program, which is on for the past 5 years. Please, let me know who has ever used this program 70 by 30 or the Fund of Energy Efficiency. Please raise your hands. So you see, some people did, and I'm very happy to see these people that are doing something good with their houses. I want to encourage you, please go and think over what I have done for my Kyiv city, what I have done for my country, what I have done for energy efficiency of my country, of my planet, because Green Deal, ecological situation starts from every person personally, and every person in their daily chores and daily chores and life, every person can do something, can contribute. So I think that you have lots of ideas already. You have lots of people who can help you. IBRR and our city and JZ, where I'm working, 9 different projects of energy efficiency and climate are on. We have 14,000 people working in 140 countries of the world working on these things. We have experts in all different fields. And every day those people are coming to work in order to assist us, to assist Ukrainian people to become more efficient and ecological. I think that there are some questions I'm ready to reply. The time is running too fast. We have already absorbed all the time we had. Thus, I think that we would allow to have 1 or 2 questions. Firstly, my question to Petro Alexandrovich. I was hearing lots of good reviews about Kyiv Smart City. Is there anything about ecology there? And the second question is how deep would be the impact of COVID into your daily work? Firstly, starting from the first question, Kyiv Smart City, that's a hub that is uniting newly progressive approaches into resolution of certain questions that can certain actions to reach the result of the processes. We think that the most important thing here is with regards to ecological aspect, of course, this is our air and air monitoring. Today, we don't have contemporary tools to monitor the atmospheric air, unfortunately. Those things were built in the 1970s. All the centers were quite outdated. And as a matter of fact, we were witnessing that 1 year ago when we had fires and this year fires, the activists were using the sensors that were providing incorrect information. We could not see the real total picture. We don't have information, so we cannot take the adequate actions to resolve the problems. Thus, in the framework of Kyiv Smart City program, we have offered and we have also developed and we are opening in November the first stationary point for monitoring atmospheric air in Darnitsa region, and we will have 27 of them in Kyiv City. This equipment was mostly this is European equipment that is allowing us to see online what's going on with our air. Thus we can make the decisions based on that. That was going to be realized. Second question is with regards to pandemic and COVID. Of course, it impacted everything. That's for sure. Everything on our planet, indeed, and our daily work. So, as administrators and managers, we shouldn't talk about us. We should talk about doctors firstly, because these are the first people who took all the who were impacted majorly, and they are the ones that are going first to fight against that dangerous problem. They are risking their lives, so I would like to honor and thank our doctors, and I would like to wish them good health, and we will manage over here. Don't worry about us. So I'm wishing good health to our doctors. Thank you so much. Are there any questions from the hall, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Lyudmila Alinik. I'm the representative of Open Academy Ukraine and educational newspaper, and I have 40 years of experience as a teacher. And now we see that teachers were not given enough attention in Kyiv Forum. And I heard a lot of important things from Ms. Osnat, not only today, and there was a discussion online, and I wrote my thanks to her for a very important message for Ukraine. And now Ms. Inna said about the status of each citizen, of each person. And now we have people who are representatives of Kyiv authorities. I would like to ask you, Ms. Inna, how do you feel about the fact that Ukrainian citizens, as the subject of law, were excluded from economic and commercial activity of Ukraine, was excluded in 1992 when Ukraine was undergoing the huge mission of establishing back its statehood in 1995, and now when the territory of dignity is continuing its dignity movement, how do you propose how Ukrainian citizens have to become responsible again if they have their hands tied and their eyes covered? How they will be able to do this? How can they become the subject of law again? Because UN Habitat program offers a wide range of these tools, but who will enable Ukrainian citizens? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but let us finalize the question. I would like Inno to say, yeah, okay, she will give the answer. I'm very grateful for your question, actually, because you're trying to bring across a very important message. You gave it in a very poetic form, but I get your point. For Ukrainian people, it's very challenging to become responsible for something. All of us, and even the younger generation, are a little bit confused and lost, and we don't know how to deal with responsibility, what to do with our responsibility, because we live in the country with a lot of paternalistic tendencies, because what our politicians say, elect me and I will solve all your problems. We go, we vote, and then we see that nothing happens, that this particular person is not responsible for everything, but only for part of something, and we expected them to do more. I understand that it's difficult, but you started very well. Starting from 1992, we are an independent country, and every citizen has to become responsible. We have to develop new skills. It doesn't mean only start learning English, which is also important, but develop our social intelligence, our abilities, capabilities to build the system of innovations, to increase our IQ. If every citizen and us as city, as the country, Kyiv is a very innovative city. We do a lot of things together, and I think we need to communicate more. There's a huge responsibility, for example, that was demonstrated here by the director of Kyiv Water Channel. It's a huge movement, what they're doing now. We will not use phosphate detergents. We will try to buy more environmentally friendly chemicals. And this will be the first step. Every day, like closing the tap when you brush your teeth or refusing to buy certain products, you take responsibility, undertake this responsibility. And then we will meet some colleagues, we will set up some projects, we will repair our building, we will start to save resources, we will save money by using less heat and less electrical energy, and we will become responsible in such a way, and I think each of you will start thinking about it starting from this day. Thank you very much. The last question, because the time is running up. My name is Victor. I'm a civil activist. Tell me, please, I have a question about water treatment and Bortnichi aeration station. As far as I know, Bortnichi aeration station has enormous load at the moment, and any time there could be, it can collapse. So information about the pipes. 90% of pipes on the left bank is, especially in the vicinity of Bortnichi station should be replaced. But as far as I know, sewage pipes are not being replaced. The buildings, the communications and buildings are also in a very bad conditions. But people are not talking about this. Can you tell us, please, why people are not replacing these sewage pipes? They are not being replaced. And if they are replaced but not somewhere where we have main pipes, but they're not being replaced in the old buildings, and nothing is being done to develop Kyiv to prevent this threat of sewage exploding and all this wastewater going to Dnieper River. Okay, in Abalon region, Minsk metro station, Pivnichna Street. As far as I know, there's information from social network. There was an accident, so the sewage pipe was broken and wastewater went to the waters of Dnieper River. And I made these pictures myself. And from March to June, the leakage, there was a leakage, and it was repaired only with the usage of sex with sand, and new pipes are not being done. I'm sorry, this should be a question, this shouldn't be a speech. You should finish your question, please. Yeah, you understand that it's a very dangerous situation. Yes, it's a very pressing issue, I agree. Yeah, everything is very simple, and we see that society undergoing a certain political process, and there are certain manipulation with facts and even certain lies, because you speak about certain leakages, and Kyiv water channel has nothing to do with these networks, because all our networks are under control, and all the leakages that we have, we are absolutely aware about them. And yes, we have some breakdowns, but not the one you described. Speaking of Bortnichi aeration station, yes, as of today, it's on the edge of its limits, but I would like to remind you that the potential or designed capacity is 1,800,000 cubic meters. Now the amount of water that goes through this station is 1 million cubic meters, and now it's in accordance with all the state norms. It's a strict rule, it is fixed by legislation, and we are checked not only by laboratories but by the state authorities that clearly know whether the violation had place or not. As to the replacement of the networks, yes, there are certain problems, but it's rather a question to the society how we can replace pipes inside the buildings, inside the districts, because the source of financing of water channel is either the fee for the usage of the water or the state budget. If we don't increase the tariffs, then there should be state money allocated. Potable water launched by the state was implemented only up to 10%. So I need this answer from the state and from the society where we can get the money to replace the networks. But now water treatment channels and all other institutions, they stick to the legislations, and all the breakdowns, they are solved quickly and in an environmentally friendly way. Thank you very much for your answer. We cannot continue this panel, unfortunately. Now we are going to have coffee break. I would like to summarize. I would like to thank all the panelists. I think it was a very interesting and fruitful discussion. I invite you to continue it informally during the coffee break, and I think during discussion we all understand that we all together with our international partners, local and global leaders, are responsible for our cities, for the environmental situation in our city, and I propose not to accuse each other, but to cooperate, to be responsible, and to do whatever we can do at our area, and to live in a clean and comfortable city. Thank you very much. We have a 15 minutes of coffee break, and at 16:20, the discussion panel of cultural heritage and new vision of Kyiv will start its work, and we will discuss the long-term strategy of humanitarian development of the community. community and increase of the tourist potential. Please stick to the mask regime and social distances. Thank you for being aware about your health and the health of the others.
Шановні учасники форуму, запрошуємо вас до глядацької зали. Панельна дискусія «Культурна спадщина та нова візія Великого Києва. Як довготривала стратегія гуманітарного розвитку спільноти та підвищення туристичного потенціалу»
about cultural heritage and new vision of Greater Kyiv as a long-term strategy for humanitarian development of the community and increase of tourist potential. This session will start after 1 minute. Thank you for keeping up with the mask regime and keeping the social distancing as well.
Розпочинає роботу панельна дискусія «Культурна
Now
спадщина».
we're launching the panel discussion, Cultural Heritage, a new vision of Greater Kyiv as a long-term strategy of humanitarian development for the community, as well as increase of tourist potential. Please mute your telephones, and we are starting. Thank you for keeping the mask regime and social distance. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome the moderator of the panel discussion, Svetlana Kovalchuk. She is the executive director of Yalta European Strategy Forum, where we are discussing European future of Ukraine in the global context. She is heading the new ideas, providing the platform for forces that can help changing Ukraine for better and providing support to new Ukraine all over the world. Please welcome Svetlana Kovalchuk. Dear ladies and gentlemen and speakers, I'm very happy to welcome you at our panel discussion, Cultural Heritage and New Vision of Greater Kyiv. Right now, we're going to change the accent. First part of the day, we were discussing very hard economical questions, but economy cannot survive without art. And every day, Kyiv is becoming new and more interesting city with regards to performance and art. What is this new Kyiv? It also it depends on we people. Kyiv has beautiful heritage and great history and infrastructure. Thus, it's very important that Kyiv is very close to Europe, and we have very good air connections that are helping many tourists visit our cities. Kyiv has become, according to the InStyle magazine, Kyiv has become the capital, took the first place as the cheapest European city for tourists, where you can plan a weekend for less than 250 euro. At the same time, the potential for improving the tourist attractiveness of the city is far from exhausted. There is still a lot of work to be done. Colorful Anderson has mentioned that the future, this is the source of inspiration and the compass for the guides to us. So let's try to formulate a vision of a new Kyiv together with our speakers and think about what's the strategy for future cultural development of our city. Let's think what should be the strategy we need, right? How to promote the contemporary art and how to make it incorporate into the development of the general tourist strategy of Kyiv. How to integrate Kyiv brand into art and business as well. And also, very importantly, we should discuss what should be the strategy chosen during the pandemic and global downturn in tourism. I'm very gladly welcoming our guest. This is Anna Krivolab, the world-famous Ukrainian artist. The Annex exhibitions are very successfully held in the best capitals of Europe. Please give the floor to Anna. Victoria Kulikova, our director of contemporary Ukrainian Abramovich art. Thanks to Abramovich art, you are having an opportunity to enjoy beautiful art masterpieces in the conference hall and in the main hall. Welcome. Zinaida, Ukrainian artist. She had opportunity to work with Abramovich. She is also founder of Art Rehab volunteer initiative. So we're having this beautiful opportunity to see this beautiful collection of scarves developed by Zinaida and presented 1 week ago in the framework of Ukrainian Fashion Week. Please get yourself acquainted with this collection in the hall. Online, we will also have Sergei Sviatchenko, Ukrainian Danish artist, one of the most influential and provocative innovators of modern collage in the world. And today we were also welcoming Dmitry Saratsky, the artistic director of Misanthrope Theatre, theatre producer and composer. With regard to regulations of our discussion, we will have a small presentation from our speakers, and then we will have a Q&A. Starting with Anna. Your art is associated with Ukraine. It is your project, Visual Image of Ukraine, that was presented at the Council of Europe. What is the message you bring to the world with your works? What are you presenting? What is art for you? Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very glad to see you all here, despite on this complicated situation. I'm very thankful for being here. My name is Anna Krivolap. I'm an artist, a female artist, and I would like to underline the gender. And there are lots of talented women in our lands. Let's remember the names of our great artists: Arkhipенко, Malevich, Alagorska, Ekster. This list it can be infinite. But there is also very interesting questions. Do people on the West know these names, or in America, do they identify it, associate them with Ukraine? You know probably the reply to this question. I'm holding lots of exhibitions. I started doing my exhibitions since I'm 13 years old, and many of my exhibitions are held in abroad. And I have noticed the positive reaction of public to that people understand that Ukraine have not only Chernobyl and bad standards, but Ukraine also has art. We have a unique cultural heritage, to my point of view. 7,000 years ago, we had trillion culture on the territory of Ukraine that gave the basis for our local art. And also the art of Kyiv and Rus, our avant-garde, trans-avant-garde, and so on. This list is infinite. We have gone through lots of decades and cultures and eras, and we can feel it in the energy of our art. And to my point of view, this is the new stream of Ukrainian art that we're observing after the revolution of dignity, when the narration of an impact of the Russian arts decreased, and truly Ukrainian and competitive art started its development. So new interesting initiatives started popping up together with different platforms, and lots of private galleries were opened, but unfortunately we are lacking financement for our state museums, and I think this is horrible that we don't have contemporary art museum in Ukraine. So we're having the questions: what heritage we can leave to our children? I think that as an artist, I personally think that we should make several important steps. Primarily, this is to establish museums that will not only attract foreign tourists, but it will also light us up on the artistic map of the world, because we are just a white spot on that map today. If we are talking about the Contemporary Art Museum, maybe you can draw some interesting examples that we could we can follow. Our sister town Munich
66 hectares of the city, they have about 40 galleries and numerous amount of museums. So these galleries and museums consist of not only the government, state collections, but also private collections that were officially given to the fund of those museums and galleries. This is very good tradition, and this philanthropic tradition which should be followed and support that philanthropic tradition by law. Can you imagine what we would see if there were no Khaninki and Tereshchenko family, famous philanthropic people? We should also involve here foreign art curators, managers, galleries, and artists who are open to cooperate with their Ukrainian colleagues. This is so important that we should be in the context of European art and create the civilized artistic market. Ukraine has already had this experience when in 1930s Lviv has seen a Noon group that were organizing the exhibitions not only of Galit's local artists, but they were also having Modigliani, Picasso, and Chagall artistic exhibitions, which promoted the development and brought Ukrainian names on international level. If we're talking about the contemporary Ukrainian art, what are the examples you can draw? Contemporary Ukrainian. Ukraine has very strong contemporary art. We have lots of different directions of it, and they're all based on all the cultures and ages it has gone through. We have lots of things to show to the world and impress the world, but maybe we're lacking self-confidence and ambition, I must say. So that's probably the points we have to develop, of course. And also it's important just to talk about promotion. I recently saw in my friend's Instagram, there was a huge project of Arsenal. These were the graphics of 21st century, retrospective exhibition of fantastic scale. If such scale exhibitions are held in the West, so Strapoli, Trakata, you can already see them in autobahns, in the city, in the airport, and unfortunately we are not having that widespread advertisement of those exhibitions. The people who are coming to the city, they're not always having the chance to see our art. So Ukraine is a country with a deep cultural tradition and with huge artistic potential. And Kyiv, this is the city of artistic energy, and it has a right to be called one. It can be called one of the cultural European centers. So we have just to put some effort to bring different artists here to exhibit their works, that best galleries would open in our city, that the world-famous artists would dream to have a gallery in Kyiv. Ukrainian has all the groundings for this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hanna. I'm sure we all in Ukraine do our best to ensure best future for art in Ukraine. Thank you. So, Victoria, as we know that art reflects the conditions in society. You as a person working in art platform for sure know what are the main trends of Ukrainian art, how Ukrainian artists live. Today I checked one statistics at Financial Times, and it's quite sad that the visits in galleries decreased, and the number of Pictures being bought in galleries decreased by 37%, but by the same 37%, the number of online sales grew. So could you share what is happening with Ukrainian art right now? Hello, thank you very much for your question. Also, I would like to thank organizers for the possibility to represent our business at this forum. Of course, we had some losses in our sector, but we cannot say that pandemic was absolutely negative for us. Relatively, on the contrary, we observe interest to art throughout the world because people happen to have more free time and they want to have more beautiful things and to be more in contact with beauty during this time. And a lot of collectioners decided to support us, decided to support artists, and Abramovich Art Platform that is promoting Ukrainian art continued to work on the strategies, including digital strategies, and we draw more attention to websites. Do you believe in digital art? Is it possible? Yes, of course, I will tell about this. And we really worked on implementation of technologies into business. Also during the lockdown, we supported several projects. One of them was a charity project, Stay Art Home. And artists were doing their art, creating their art in real time, broadcasting it. So they had new experience of working online. Also, we supported Stepan Ryabchenko, Odessa painter. And we arranged a very huge-scale exhibition that combined the works of the artists from 45 countries, 45 artists from all over the world. And we think the art space has changed. We have a lot of online galleries, online auctions, and the artists look for new forms. They work in VR, XR, AR, and they are able to share their art with more people. As to the image of Ukrainian art in the world, we observe the following situation. So people expect new skills, the skills of old school, and there is a lot of interest to classic materials like bronze. There are less artists, less and less artists in the world who can work with these materials. So the Ukrainian experience is very valuable, especially in USA and Australia. And what about the requirements to Ukrainian arts, the expectations? So they expect us to make some bronze sculptures. Is it a new tendency or is it no tendency? Well, actually, tendencies changed. Western countries really value the authenticity of the author and that the artist follows the world tendencies, but he should have something peculiar. They expect us to integrate our style into global context, and the more Ukrainian art is integrated into the global context, the more interesting it is for foreigners who visit Kyiv, the more interested they are to get acquainted with the names of Ukrainian art stage. I think creation of interactive map of modern art in Kyiv would be a very interesting initiative. Now you can see the sculptures of young Ukrainian artists on the screen, and these artists are recognized abroad as Stepan Ryabchenko, Nazar Bilik and others, and their status actually increases the chance of investments and proves their high reputation. As for the cooperation with local authorities and art stage, so what should be done here? First of all, we need to analyze the work of existing platforms that demonstrate and sell art items. Then we need to initiate the creation of working group which will work on the creation of absolutely new platforms such as creative clusters, hubs, galleries, including Museum of Modern Art. Such skillful projects are tightly connected with tourism, and they increase the image of the country on the global level and attract tourists. Is this work being done already, or is it only a wish? Is it only an expectation? Is there any interaction between art and authorities? Yes, art and authorities are cooperating, but I would like to see more development of these relationships, and of course artists need some legislative support. For example, there is a Spanish city of Bilbao which started developing rapidly after establishing of Guggenheim Museum. As to the people who invest in art, especially speaking of young people, they form certain image. They position themselves in a new way. They promote new style of life, and they prove that it's prestigious to buy the items of art. So contemporary collectioner is a young, well-educated person, right? Yes. What about collectioners abroad? Well, an average Ukrainian collectioner tries to be like a Western collectioner. A collectioner is a person fond of art, and these people attract more and more connoisseurs and more investments, which is very useful for our country. Well, creating collections is also a kind of art. It needs, well, education, intuition, and passion. Of course, at the moment, we do miss the network of institutions and educational establishments that would develop not only artists but viewers, connoisseurs, because, well, art needs entrepreneurs, and love is art. Okay, the consumers of Ukrainian art, is it the Ukrainian society or Western society for whom Ukrainian artists create their items? It's very nice that the image of Ukrainian artists abroad now created not only by connoisseurs abroad, but by Ukrainians as well, modern collectioners who travel, who develop, who have a lot of connections, networks in business. They start to promote Ukrainian art abroad. So we publish books, catalogs with exhibitions worldwide, and this is a part of big work. Thank you very much.
Madam Zinaida, you have a unique experience working with art as part of the city, when art is part of this space. Could you please share your experience, your heritage, and your observations? And what do you think? What is the role of artists in the development of a contemporary city? How artists impact the architecture of the city? Thank you, and hello, everyone. As you was already mentioned, my name is Zinaida. I'm an artist. I'm founder and manager of the Art Rehab Volunteer Initiative. I have found there the method work with military people who came back from the war, and we were engaging them in the art that would help them to renovate their emotional state. Also, my main focus in the art, this is Ukraine as such, and I'm going on different expeditions. I'm talking with the owners of this culture. And to mention, I was born in Kyiv. I am Kyivite in 5th generation. So I do care about Kyiv, and all of my works are around Kyiv and our culture. If we're talking about the artistic objects, and I was presenting them abroad, all the foreigners are very interested when they touch something authentic.
This is one part that can become image of our city, not only the city, but the country as a whole. And I would like to talk about my works, because they can talk what my works can talk about themselves. So we're launching the slides. The first work I had, this is a high-tech bench which is installed at Paysage Alley. This is the design of that bench. The construction is based on symbol of cross in the movement, Svara cross. And you can see that on the embroidery and the different tools people were using in the old times, and it's very beautifully integrated into the alley. So this is another work installation created in 2013, presented during Kyiv days in Vienna. We have here the major Ukrainian women's portraits who had significant impact in Ukrainian history and culture. This is Maria Zinkovecka, Libit, Lesa Ukrainka, Halishka Gulevichna, and Maria Primachenko. But the core of this installation was the colorful Easter egg, which is also one of our country's tradition. But it was painted not with an ornament, but with portraits of those important Ukrainian women. Now, the columns of love. This is an unrealized project. These are 4 symbolic pillars at the bank of the Dnieper River with 4 letters going for Kyiv. They're also symbolizing 4 people that helped to erect our city, Kisha, Koriv, and their sister Libit. This project is not yet realized. I'm engaging. Please get yourself involved. Next project, this is tactile plates. I'm also engaging you to get involved. This is the series of installations as an ornament plate with different symbols, which I am studying for many years. These installations are to be placed in different parts of Kyiv city, not just to watch, but you can touch them. They are for touching. This is the project directed at people who have problems, sight problems, who cannot see, so they can touch the culture if they cannot see it. So I'm also inviting you to get yourself engaged. Dear Mommy, this is an interesting project, and I was inspired by Motherland, that is also known as symbol of Kyiv. Thus, I have united my knowledge of ornament, and here I mixed with photo prints different pictures, images of Motherland. Here, this is the woman who's protecting, who's praying, a woman with different gestures and jewelry. One slide is missing. Yeah. That's also a mix of ornaments, which was presented at Ukrainian Press Fashion Week. This is a series of scarves, and that's my art, and I love to work with ornaments. I like to work with symbols. and I like to make my knowledge modern, of course. Things that I'm offering in the context of the topic of the current forum, Kyiv has to be authentic. Of course, Kyiv is changing. Of course, people is changing the city within time, but the major thing that should remain and that can be attractive for any person, any guest, this is our history. When you're going somewhere, you do care about the history of the city, so the authenticity that can sound in a modern language has to be present, of course. And I think that the question about the Kyiv architecture and construction and installation of any kind of objects of land art and street art, we have to engage those experts and historians so that we could make these objects or any kind of construction or building or anything going on, though those things should have sense. Thank you so much, Madam Zinaida. Following your presentation, your project, I have noticed that they are directed at creating active and supporting an inclusive community, which is, of course, very important and trend not only in Ukraine, but all over the world. So what do you think? Can we reach that without artists?
Well, of course, it can be addressed at the level of the things that already happen in Kyiv. Like, this is the work of museums, administrative workers, but engaging artists, and not only artists, but historians and other people of relevant professions is very important. It's important to preserve not only the authenticity of the city, but the whole country. What inspires you to work on such complicated and at the same time deep subjects? Well, my duty, I feel duty. I'm from the family of architects and I was born in Kyiv. And perhaps the fact that I was born in Kyiv and I was grown among asphalt and concrete, so to say, and I grew up in historical center of Kyiv, I really lacked something, and I really lacked some knowledge, something that would identify me as a Ukrainian person. And thus I started to get interested in culture and traditions. Thank you very much. It was extremely interesting. Thank you. Next speaker from Denmark online here at the forum. We can also feel the consequences of pandemic. Do we have the connection with Mr. Serhiy Svetchenko? Yes. Mr. Serhiy, please welcome our next speaker. Mr. Serhiy, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Good. So let me introduce Serhiy Svetchenko, Ukrainian-Danish artist who is actually one of the most influential and provocative innovators of working in collage technique. You are famous not only in Ukraine but abroad. You are the ideologist of integration of art into business and multiplying the value of art for the city. So based on your experience, could you share with your ideas how contemporary art can be combined with the city development, and what special recommendations do you have for Kyiv? Thank you. Let us watch a short movie first, if possible. Моє робоче місце, де я відчуваю I would like to comment on this movie. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. It was a very interesting piece of movie. We will be grateful for your comments. As far as I understand, we have some connection problems. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. So, Best Light Lamp is the product that is known, made by Robert Dudley in 1930. So now there is a 19th anniversary since the creation of this lamp, which was on the tables of such people as Winston Churchill, Charles de Gaulle, Agatha Christie, and other famous people. So Gubi, Danish company, decided to associate itself with the modern art and aesthetic world of an artist, which at their commercial perspective represents their products in the best way. So this first thesis, I show you how important it is, how integration of business and art important. This is a pure business, and through art, they show their products. So in my short speech today, I will tell about my works that were implemented in business. And I will, of course, mention the structure of the cities. And by implementing the theoretical thesis into practical reality, we first of all emphasize on the social mission of art and business, and by creating social and aesthetic marketing for the development of the city and the country. Now I want to introduce the 10 principles of the art integration, art and business, to continue what I have already mentioned. So let me read them out. So 10 principles of integration of contemporary art into the business processes. Partnership with modern art is effective when it becomes a social strategy. The aim of this strategy is to increase to increase the value of the brand value. Yes, we can hear you very well. So the art integration starting from choosing the color on your business card, interior, furniture, lighting, modern art in the premises of your company, which correspond to the best samples of design. Invest into the best samples of modern art available at your country. Make the integration of art into internal and external architectural spaces. Your company would happen in stages, and it should have a clear idea and should be managed by specialists. There should be full trust and financial resources, which are the factors of success. You have to ensure that all the employees, starting from director, ending with serviceman, we're informed and we're aware of new art style, that it is widening the understanding of the employees and making them the participants, the people who are creating the future of the company and stimulate the work. Make sure that all the employees, what kind of pictures are hanging on the walls of your office. They have to be proud of it, irrespective of the size of your enterprise. Engage your employees into different aesthetic innovative processes. Arrange seminar lectures, master classes with famous specialists in the field of art, artists, architects. This forms the quality of production processes and influences the general aesthetic development of the personalities of the people that work at your company. Make sure that the concept of art integration into the business of your enterprise will be combined with the product, will become a reason to for people to talk about you, to make videos about you. Make sure that the new concepts will be known in your company, in your city, and in all the world. One of the main criteria of the effectiveness of any kind of strategy is the consequence of steps, starting from support of famous artists, ending with individual projects. Become the aesthetical author now. Here it's not only a declaration, these are all the principles that were implemented. All these principles were implemented, analyzed by different companies, and I continue my work in accordance with these principles. Sergei, thank you very much. Tell us, please, all these 10 principles work together, or maybe it is possible to speak about 2 or 3 main principles, or for art to be successful in business, we have to, all 10 principles should be in place. I would like to say a couple of words about my first project in Ukraine, Mr. Chernov's hospital, where we implemented all the theoretical and practical principles. And of course, on the slide, you can read the result. And this is the feedback from the director of the company. It was a very interesting project connected with 2 other people, Igor Abramovich and Oleg Tistelov. We provided a complex solution. Everything was taken care of, and we analyzed everything, and company increased its turnover in terms of aesthetics and products. Thank you very much.
So now we're switching from this art into theater art. Mr. Dmitro, your projects and the approaches, you're demonstrating that society is ready to something new, something great and not standard. As we see from practice, it is possible. The traditional understanding of the theaters is staying in the past. Could you please tell me what is the future for theaters in Ukraine? And can we imagine somehow that Ukraine would have its own Broadway, for instance, and a European city, for instance, in Berlin would choose Kyiv as the next destination because Kyiv has its own Broadway
It's a very complicated question. And we are not going to talk about the misanthrope theater. We have passed we were one of the first independent theaters. We have organized several performances that were niche and very we tried different types of theater art and different directions. We had lots of audience and raised a lot of money, but today we're talking about the big business and we're talking about cash. So I have to focus your attention on one type of theater. So let's just understand, in 2020, theater is called, different things are called theater today. Like Munich Opera by Maria Callas and Maria Abramovich and Sleep No More, Spice Pacifica, London actions, and the musical Lion King, the Broadway musicals, me following the movie, and Dядя Vanya's theater in Podol, they also call themselves theater. But as you see, these are different types of activity. So I would like to concentrate on entertaining theater, the theater that can become a business, the musical of regular performance. I don't know how many of you could visit the real music of regular so this is London and in US, West End and Broadway. These are stage entertainment projects that are in Berlin and Hamburg and Lion King. It's in Hamburg. They have the boats that are bringing you just to visit that performance, and that is taking place in Hamburg for the past 7 years. And you have to understand about the industry itself and what part of human life we are lacking. These are two examples, my favorite examples. This is the musical Lion King, which is on in the world since 1997. It had more than 9,000 performances, and they earned $8 billion on selling tickets. This is one musical. Approximately one rolling of one performance, $180,000. And the topic of my diplomatic work, Phantom of the Opera, it was produced, it is on the Broadway since 1988, and they're performing it every day. That's the musical that is performing every day since 1996 in New York. This is Majestic Theatre, Her Highness Theatre in London. So the Phantom of Opera was shown more than 13,000 times in Broadway. So we are talking only about one, okay? And it earned about 1.2 billion. This is only Broadway. But if you talk about the whole world, it earned more than 6 billion. And London, in small region, has about 60 theaters having those playing on the stage. Can you imagine this industry? People who are not live in Ukraine and not visiting those centers, they will never imagine that scale. And these are the tourist zones, I must mention. Of course, the Wicked musical, this is one of the very popular musicals. Please look at the cynical effects. This is all happening every day in reality. And they call it not every day, but 8 times per week. Saturday they have 2 performances. These are small orchestras also engaged. It's not 80 people, that 10 people orchestra, but that is live music every day. 60 points in London where they have something similar. This is so exciting as a recreation. We're not talking about so-called high art. We're not talking about experimental art because that's just a different topic. No, we cannot say that it's not an artistic object. The Phantom of Opera and Jesus Christ Superstar Rock Opera, or beautiful Pulitzer Premium musical Hamilton by Louis-Manuel Miranda, they got Pulitzer Award, and that musical earned $8 million in one weekend. Can you imagine? These are the numbers. This is theater. What are we having in Kyiv? We know all the things. We have approximately, okay, we don't want to talk about Poltava Dramatic Theatre or Cherkasy Drama Theatre that was burned lately. No, we want to talk just about Kyiv. We have 10 different theatre buildings having troops or financed mostly by government, meaning on the money of the taxpayers, and having different plays every day. Today this is Uncle Vanya, tomorrow Three Sisters, after that on the third day Bad Roads. What's that? What's that bringing us to? What's that type of activity? How should we call this? The theatre policy, these are the artistic managers who are hired by the government, and they are identifying the direction of the theatre. Everyone receives the salary, mostly they are financed from the state or from this budget of the city, and a little bit, they're earning just a little bit, and they are reinvesting it for the new place. So you will never see those performances in our theaters, right? Those that we see on the screen. Not because we could not, no. I want to mention Ukraine. This is the country that is very strong for the content production. Look at our shows, Dancing with Stars or The Voice of Ukraine. You can see those things. We have technologies, we have sound producers, we have lots of dancers and singers, technical, light experts, so on. We could do this content, but we don't have tradition and understanding that there is such a direction in the art and as recreation theater. And we have to reform. We need lots of reforms to come to the theater. Why our theater is still in the type of Soviet system, some strange plays and these managers of the theater identifies what would be interesting for the customer, which is very wrong. So what we do, we need lots of investments in order to build this sphere. Of course, we need time as well. So to make this thing starting, it cannot take 1 or 2 or 3 years. It takes at least a decade. There is example of Poland. My screen is showing that my time is over, so I can only reply question. Generally speaking, that we can do this in Kyiv, we do, and this can make Kyiv very attractive for visitors. We have people, we have policy. With regards to the policies, unfortunately, theater managers don't want to follow this path. So what is refraining us to reach this contemporary level that is in high demand? So this is the system. This is Soviet system that when theater could not be commercially commercial project. When we're talking about London, that was since Shakespeare times when private theaters started popping up in London. So when Shakespeare was writing a play, Shakespeare on Hamlet or something else, they knew that his income depended on what he's going to write. Or if they wanted to buy good wine in the evening, they should make good performance. And in our situation, they're just donating money to those theaters to pay the bills and salaries. Maybe we should not pay just for that. Maybe we should earn on the theater. We should make it commercially attractive. We should reform the theater sphere of our governmental theaters. We should invest in the private theaters. We need new of them emerging, and then we should take slow steps, and we should make our Ukrainian and Kyiv audience get acquainted to the new types of theater and performances. Thank you, Dmitro.
We have only 4 minutes before the end of our extremely interesting panel. Unfortunately, we'll have to skip Q&A session, but I think during the coffee break you would be able to ask any questions. But I will use my authority as a moderator and will ask each of the speakers to ask 3 final questions. Just a couple of seconds. So going back to contemporary classics, last year Neil Ferguson said we have one past, but we have several ways of future, and our task is to choose the right way. What will be the right way for the future for Kyiv? What would you take from the past and what would you leave there and go further? 30 seconds each of the speaker. I think I would take culture and traditions. With having culture and traditions, we can do enormous things. Victoria, I would like to agree, yes, of course, we need to keep our traditions, but we need to follow the new trends. We need to follow online and digital tendencies that are very important in the world. Zinaida, public projects, art objects, but the authenticity and modern features should be there. Sergey, can you hear us? I think that based on the experience of Denmark, each city has their own commissions on art, and probably you could make an international working group in Kyiv. And Western experts and local experts could join this working group. So this should be some people who were successful in this field. They could attract funding and work. So there is a certain scheme in Denmark for funding. First, the city allocates money, then state and private funds, and private companies which are interested in social investments and investments into the city environment. Thank you very much. Art is a very important communication component in the society. That's why it is very important to announce the international competition and build the Museum of Contemporary Art and the Museum of Private Collections in Kyiv in the nearest future. Thank you very much, Sergey. Could you ask the question once again? I lost the track a little bit. So what should be the right way for the future for Kyiv? What would you take from the past and what would you leave in the past just to go further? Do you mean in our field? Yes, of course. In your sector, I would take the good traditions and schools like School of Circus, of choreography, of singing. Ukrainian circus artists are well known all over the world, and you know there are about 20% of Ukrainian artists working in Cirque du Soleil. And I would look at European examples, and I would like to try not to invent the bicycle once again, but to borrow experience. Speaking of cooperation, of art and local authorities will understand that it's all about reforms, budgets, increase of budgets. So, does Ukrainian economy need art? Of course. Yes, of course, it's very necessary for Ukrainian economy. I think there should be collaboration, but no one knows how this collaboration should look like yet. Metro? Yes, of course, because like, why do we need economy if we don't have art? So Sergei is disconnected. So the last question: pandemic. COVID-19 influenced art negatively. It changed our environment. How do you see the opportunities to stimulate the renovation of art? What needs to be done? I think we need state support and support of private initiatives. Pandemic influenced art positively, and new laws came to the art market, and artists were in lockdown all of their life. As an artist, I would like to say it didn't influence, because the style of life of an artist is not very social, I would say. So they worked in their workshops and they continue to work in their workshops. Your art workshop is always a certain way of isolation. But there is a certain transformation. For example, we can promote video art while we are not able to make large-scale exhibitions, festivals, etc. As you understand, for performing arts, it was a catastrophe worldwide. But I would like to, I would choose the opportunity to kill dying segments and will reform everything that has survived. So I think it's a good time for a relaunch, a re-evaluation of theater, in particularly in Ukraine, and to divide it into different kinds. We need some analytics and some work on mistakes. Thank you very much for valuable comments, for sharing your vision about the future of the art, future of Kyiv, and the vision of the future of Kyiv. I'm very grateful to the participants for your time and interest, and to the organizers for organizing this wonderful forum. After this discussion, I think everyone are sure that Kyiv in good hands, and together we will be able to create the a modern art museum and to develop an industry. We would like to thank to the speaker of the panel discussion, Cultural Heritage and New Vision of Big Kyiv as a long-term strategy of humanitarian development of the community and strengthening tourism potential. In 1 minute, we will start another discussional panel, entertainment and festival industry during the reduction of foreign tourism.
We're welcoming to this stage the moderator of the discussion panel, Entertainment and Festival Industry during the Reduction of Foreign Tourists, Daria Pluzhnik, actress, presenter, traveler, and public figure. Good evening. I'm starting the moderation. Prior to the COVID-19 lockdown, the event, tourism, festival, concert, nightlife grew significantly providing guests of Greater Kyiv with a unique cultural experience. But a new reality, new standards of health, safety and social interaction require new approaches. This is a challenge not only for Kyiv, but for all major cities. We do need creative ideas and innovations to revitalize the entertainment and music industry. What new formats will stimulate the revival of tourist flow and investment in our industry? What strategic steps need to be taken now so the entertainment, festival and music industry of Greater Kyiv could realize its potential? Today, international experts and industry leaders from Ukraine share their experience and ideas with us. Amy Lane, Night Mayor of London, Daniel Nemeth, Night Ambassador of Budapest, Vitaly Drozdov, General Producer of Tvar Media, Irina Gorova, the co-founder of Mozgi Entertainment, and Denis Blushinsky, co-founder of the Foundation for Special Innovations from Country to Ukraine agency VAT42. And firstly, we're giving floor to Amy Lane with the following question. Why does a city needs night mayor, and why nightlife is an important element of every city's development? After all, nightlife is not just parties. London Night, Lane Mayor knows it like no other. In her video address, she will talk about her experience as night mayor of the British capital and what benefits the municipality receives from institution of night mayor.
Of London, and it's a pleasure to be speaking to you in Kyiv from London. And I'm really honored to be asked to be part of your conference today. So I thought I would give you a little overview of my role as Night Tsar. My role is really to make sure that the capital city of London works for everyone at night, whether you're working, whether you're studying, whether you're running errands, whether you're spending time with your family, or whether you're just enjoying a night out at a theater or in a nightclub. London's economy does not just stop at 6 p.m. and my background is in running club nights, and I'm a woman who has always worked at night for 25 years. So I've got a lot of frontline experience of what it's like for people at night. Now, most other night czars or night mayors, as they're sometimes called around the world, there's in cities such as Paris, Berlin, Amsterdam, Manchester here in the UK, New York, Sydney, and all over the world. This is a growing trend. And most night czars or night mayors focus on bars, pubs, and clubs. But here in London, we take a different approach. We focus on everything that happens between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. This is an ecosystem approach to our life at night. And we know that the economy at night plays a huge role in the capital's success. It employs a third of our workforce. That's 1.6 million Londoners regularly working at night. And they're doing all sorts of jobs. They're working for our National Health Service, they're working in professional services, and they're working in the sort of more traditional nighttime economy that we might think of. Bars, pubs, clubs, hotels, restaurants, theaters, entertainment and leisure. So it's important to remember that before COVID, our economy at night here in London was growing faster than our economy during the day. That's one of the reasons why the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, appointed me as Night Czar in November 2016, because he realizes that it's absolutely crucial that London has a proper plan for our city at night. So I stand up for the 1.6 million Londoners who work at night and face a lot of difficulties: rise in rents, rise in business rates, threats of increased development at nighttime. So, I bring businesses, local authorities, and Londoners together to work out a balanced and sustainable plan for our life at night. And we know that COVID has brought incredibly difficult challenges. A lot of businesses are facing permanent closure because of the impact of coronavirus. It's had an absolutely devastating effect on our culture, our nightlife, our tourism, and people's incomes, businesses' incomes have collapsed totally overnight. And by closing their doors, it's important to remember that music venues, pubs, and bars have played their part in tackling the health crisis, but they need government support, and they need it now and in the future. And our economy at night is going to be a huge driver for our recovery from COVID and in this new world that we are facing that is uncertain and unsure. So we know we've got huge challenges, but I feel as though London is in a really good place. We are a resilient city, and Londoners are creative and strong. So I do feel as though with the investment that the mayor has put into London at night, it means that our recovery, although we have challenges, will be more integrated and more thought through than if we were just ignoring what happens at night. So I think Kyiv is having an interesting opportunity here to create a partnership between nightlife businesses and the municipality. Things are always better when you talk and when you can plan together. And it seems to me that nighttime is going to be an important part of our recovery. So I wish Kyiv all the best in your endeavors for finding a night czar or a night mayor, and I look forward to working with that person going forward. All the best. Thank you. Bye.
Дякую, Емі.
And our next speaker, Daniel Nemeth, another night mayor, night ambassador of Budapest. He created a community that carries on a certain social message. Daniel is sure that the biggest value is people who want to do something cool and change environment. Hi, Daniel.
And a big thank you from Nantes,
Доброго
France, when actually at
дня, вітаю
touristing.
вас. Я зараз у Франції, взагалі я турист.
It is super hard to be an international tourist these days and to travel between countries.
Nice to have you here. Thank you for joining. My question for you.
I didn't hear what Amy said.
I will be really slow with you.
So I didn't hear what Amy said, but just to give some examples of Budapest and what's happening in Budapest, because I think that's very important to hear in Kyiv, is that we need to look for alternative solutions where state funding cannot provide appropriate saving money for the cultural spaces and artists who was creating nightlife and underground culture and mainstream culture as well.
Daniel, what has changed since the COVID times in
Because
tourism?
I don't hear you now, sorry.
Можна, будь ласка? Не чую. Daniel.
Now okay, yeah. Hey.
Let me text you.
So,
What has changed?
in Budapest, small parties are still allowed, so less outdoor events with less than 500 people and indoor events with less than 100 people still can be organized. And we take all the necessary measures to prevent infections. You know, like people has to register before coming, they are educated sufficiently, the disinfectants are provided, and that way these cultural spaces can survive while extending their offerings like other cultural events, not just dancing. So I think it's vitally important for Eastern European cities to find proper services that these venues can give to users, not just closing them down and supporting them with financial aid, but also really still providing value for local crowds and local users. As international DJs cannot travel into Ukraine and Budapest, you have to find the best local talents to play for local crowds.
And can you tell us the new trends?
We've been experimenting a number of
Tell us about some new trends.
Yeah. There's a big trend in virtual events, which I don't really believe in because I don't think that virtual events can bring the experience to your living room, even if it's a very good DJ playing. I really believe in the so-called bubble raves and bubble parties, which really means that it's a closed physical environment where either like little circles of groups can dance together who come, together to a party, or like a very limited number of people can come to enjoy a party together and really try to act as really educated, responsible partygoers. The other thing, what I also organized a festival, a very small festival in the countryside in Hungary, which only could have like 400 people and 100 organizers. And the only way we could do it is that people should have to register weeks in advance. Only online could they buy the tickets. And on site, we did everything to educate them and tell them to wear their masks, don't interact with too many other people who they don't know. But so far, I think it was successful in the sense that there are no cases of new infections from our festival. So it also, if you imagine the nightlife as a boxed product that you can put down somewhere, making sure that it, keeps in mind all the necessary new health and safety regulations, I think it can be a really successful event. Other new trends? Other new things, maybe? Or ask me.
Daniel, has something changed in everyday life of people? In everyday reality, what changed?
Everything changed because last year I spent my summer and many of young Hungarians spend their summer festivaling all weekends. This year I've been to one festival which I organized and another musical event. So we will go to less events, but all the events that we go to, we make sure that we plan to go there. So we prepare, we wanna enjoy quality music and quality time with our friends. So it's gonna be, I think, more pricey events, less events, more pricey events, but higher quality events. So the age of sort of plastic, so many events every weekend, you had a hard time to decide which party to go to. I think that's over for a long time now. There's gonna be a lot fewer events and a lot more, let's say, educated and distinguished guests who attend these community gatherings in a sense. Also, of course, how we approach health and safety on site has changed a lot, because you need to wear a mask when entering, you need to wear a mask in community areas. You can only take down the masks in places where you eat or drink. Dance floor is also compatible with masks, which is a qualified funny sin, because people have to dance in colorful masks. I think this is the way to go compared to the virtual events, which, for example, Burning Man or clubs in Italy also experimenting with. The virtual events won't give the necessary experience for people to substitute physical gatherings. And it's very, very important that we cannot ban. I'm really against banning legal clubs, because if we ban legal parties and forbid people to go and interact in a club or a bar, we're going to push them into the illegal scene where everything is uncontrolled. And illegal parties are really like big headache for the police, for the neighborhood, for policymakers. It's also really hard to see what's happening there, and really hard to, you know, make sure that the adequate health and safety measures are also taken into account if it's an illegal party. So I'm all for keeping very small, very quality events legalized, educated customers, educated guests, and yeah.
В чому буде полягати education?
So what kind of education will it be? What kind of education should it be for the guests? How do you see it?
One part is we have a 5 steps. It's called Vibe Care or Vibe Management. It's a 5 steps guide how to think about user experience on any event. It is developed by an international group of experts led by Antwerpen, and it sort of divides an event into before arrival for the guests, at the entry point, in the circulation when they are inside the event, when they exit, and after they exit, how do they behave. And to all of these steps, you can, you know, give guidelines how we want all people to arrive. We can also ask people to have even a COVID test if it's necessary, or we think it's necessary. Make sure to pack your hand sanitizers, make sure to pack your masks. When you arrive, you know, stay in 1.5 meters in line from the other partygoers. When you're in the venue, what do we expect from you, and how do we expect you to behave? When you exit the venue, how do we expect you to behave? And on the way home, you know, maybe it's going to be just one nice festival for everybody next summer on different weekends. Then we ask people to, 2 weeks before the festival, make a self-quarantine, and 2 weeks after the festival, make a self-quarantine to make sure that you're not infected. But you can have the experience what you want to have on a place like this, an event like this.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much. Amy and Daniel have emphasized lots of positive sides that we do need a nightmare, and there are lots of benefits of having one in those capitals. Daniel has also emphasized that creation of mini festivals directed at quality than on big amount of people, and education as well. That education will be there, how to behave in the post-COVID period, what are the possible developments for people after COVID. They're going to educate on those festivals. That's what I understood. And it was very hard to hear everything what he was saying, but as a general picture, I understood that with the help of the festivals and local festivals, they would be concentrated on developing person after COVID, exiting COVID. And as Amy mentioned, the night mayor is a very important person in development of the cities. Now we're moving to Vitaly Drozdov. Vitaly Drozdov, since 2011, has been
the general producer of TAVR Media, which currently includes 6 radio stations: Hit FM, Russian Radio, Radio Rocks, Kiss FM, Relax Radio, and Melody FM. How has the internet industry and coronavirus have infected the internet, and what would be the radio of the future? Of course, I would like to show our presentation. We're Tower Media, and we are the leaders of that industry. For many years, we have a certain amount of on-air radio stations, which are top 10 most popular in the country, and certain amount of online radio stations and separate brands, which are keep on developing. And we think this is one of the perspective developments, I must say. You see, when the radio station is locked, it means we're still in process of launching it and realizing this project. How could we survive the crisis that has not finished yet? Just tell you shortly, radio was felt very hard times as all the entertainment. But if we're talking about our life as mass media, there are good news. Yes, we were in demand during the quarantine, and after the quarantine, we were still in demand, and now we're seeing certain growth tendencies. Maybe quarantine has had a positive impact on development of the radio as a mass media. As you remember, that was the March when the hardest quarantine started, so we saw a certain drop, about 5 points on total of all of our stations. But at the beginning of April, we started retrieving back our audience. Whom did we lose? 2 audiences who stopped listening to. These are the passive listeners who were listening to the radio in the public transport, cafeterias, and shopping malls, when these were not the people switching on the radio, but listening to what was offered by the drivers of coffee shop workers. Of course, we understand why we didn't have that audience. All the cafeterias and shopping malls and transport was locked. The second part of the audience that we lost is the one who office people. And the same audience came back at the beginning of April, because the people who got used to listening Hit FM or Radio Rocks and work with this music, after a while, of course, they came back to the old habits while working at home or remotely. So in April, we have almost got back our audience, and we have observed as well several tendencies as the audience that is traditionally considered not the easiest for the radio, 15 to 20 years old. We even saw the increase in that among those audiences. It's also interesting that the home listening, many people say that people are listening to radio only in the cars. No, that's wrong. This is just a stereotype everyone has. Radio is still listened in the cars, of course. And people started listening to the radio 7% more at home. And if we're talking about our own radio stations, Tower Media, then those figures were even higher. Among some audience, up to 20% increase. And 19% increase, this is for audience 2044. We were also paying specific attention to online audience. During the quarantine, that was not impacted at all and increased. One of the reasons is that we have launched 1 year ago such an application for smartphones called Radio Player. The mission of Radio Player is to create the application that would be a useful way to listen radios smartphone, and the strategy is to unite all Ukrainian radio stations and all the Ukrainian radio market. And we did it quite well, I must say. And today we see that the amount of users, I'm talking not about those who have downloaded, but those who are actively listening radio at least several times per month, has already reached 150,000 users only from Ukraine. This application has become one of the top applications connected to the major media systems of cars, Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. If your car has such system, then I'm recommending you to try it. It's very useful, and I stopped listening to traditional radio available in the car. Instead, I'm using this Apple CarPlay because it's showing you lots of information that can be very useful. As a result of those things and the fact that we are in constant development, we see that our online audience of TAVR media station has increased by 15%. And if we would talk about the absolute figures, that would be there is a slight mistake. Only online audience, TAVR media, has about 1 million unique users only from Ukraine. It means that 1 million Ukrainian users are listening online TAVR radio station. But online, of course, this is not the most popular way of listening to the radio. Traditional on-air radio is still popular, I would say. But if we talk all together, that would be about approximately 8 million listeners. If we're including the people elder than 65 and below 12, and the people who are living in the small towns less than 50,000 citizens, so the figure is quite good. Generally speaking, not only TAVR media station, but all radio stations. But 75% of Ukrainian people are regularly listening to the radio. What's also interesting about the quarantine, it was very unexpected that people started trusting more to radio as the source of information. During the quarantine time, radio has become number 2, overpassing such leaders as TV and social media and internet. How did we achieve that? What we were doing during the quarantine? Of course, the patterns have changed. People's lifestyle has changed and schedules. People started waking up different time. So we followed those changes. So prime time of radio listening have changed. So we adjusted our release of our shows. So during the quarantine active stage, that was the information strife, and so we have increased the amount of information programs. News were released more often about the coronavirus. That was about 80% from the total information we were presenting. Apart from that, we have seen new programs during the quarantine time, like the advices of dietologists and psychologists, which was also very important during the quarantine, as well as the other programs that were helping our listeners to cope with those things that are happening in their minds and soul. But some part of the citizens were sitting at home. They were lacking communication, and we have what we did. We were welcoming our listeners to call on air, and we were talking with them to help them to survive the situation. Do you remember this emotional situation during that time? That is why we had a program called Positive Quarantine, when we were collecting positive information about the quarantine and coronavirus that will arouse a smile at least. and a socially responsible media. We were making a show called Responsible Business, where we were talking about Ukrainian business, and we were supporting the doctors in order to cope with the coronavirus. We had to change the programs, for example, Fan Zone of Hit FM, when the singers are singing on air in our studio. Of course, these programs had to be held from the singers' houses, and then we could invite them in our studios, but we cannot invite the guests from abroad. You know the reason. That is why almost whole office is now working from home. These were not only our creators and copywriters and musical editors, but also the show leaders who were working, holding on air from their houses. And you see that there are shows that 4 people are talking at the same time on air, and these 4 people were sitting in different apartments, and the hardest thing was to manage you not to notice that these people are not sitting together. If we're to talk about our business during the quarantine period, it's very clear that all the money we could earn from advertisements have decreased significantly. That is why we had to decrease our expenditures. And we have to mention that our subcontractors and companies who are helping us to make the production, but things were not as good as we wanted. We have the towers, radio towers. Some of them are governmental, some are commercial. Not all the governmental towers decrease their charges. Not all the Unfortunately, governmental towers did not want to decrease their charges. Commercial could do that. In June, everyone decided that the quarantine crisis is over, so the prices were rising up to the before crisis level, which is not so good, of course. We tried to preserve our teeth. No person was fired. Thus, we had to decrease the salaries. From the positive things, we can say that in the middle of June, we could observe that the income from the advertisements were coming back, so we could start raising funds, and we could make things better than we could afford it during the quarantine. Our big media holding is very popular for holding different events. We could do the big spring concert. We could manage to do that. But all other events faced some troubles. We had to cancel the big wedding, big concert at the singing field, the Golden Bird premiere was online, the M1 Music Award were postponed in the next for the next year. So now we're coming to the final point. We do support the online concerts of our singers, and we have observed certain interest to this online concert. But after that, the audience were not so much interested. We were supporting, and that was a unique, like if you remember, there was a vertical concert, Bratislava Hotel. People were sitting in that hotel, and the singers were performing on the roof of the next building. But of course, there were certain problems. The singers are saying that they were liking that energy that they're receiving from the hall. From one side, that's negative. On the other hand, we're still people. We do need energy from other people. We need that energy recirculation, and we really hope that we would acquire that energy, and the singers would join together with their audience. Thank you so much.
So, Irina, Korova. The coronavirus crisis has had a very negative impact on Ukrainian shown business. Concerts cancelled, borders closed. How do artists and producers try to cope with this situation? So Irina Gorovich, together with Potap, founded one of the most successful production centers in this country, Mozgi Entertainment. Irina, is there a chance for the recovery of the event industry, or everything is really bad? Hello, everybody. Well, it's very good that entertainment industry was invited to the investment forum, that you want to hear our voice. I would like to say a couple of words about our company. I'm the representative of Mozgi Group. It's not Mozgi Entertainment. Mozgi Group is included. We are a big group of company. We have a studio, we have production and event agency, which is now experiencing some differences. We have shop and creative agency. We are represented in digital, and it really saved us during the lockdown. We have about 2.5 billion shows on YouTube and views on YouTube. We have good monetization, good indicators. That's why some of our businesses, they are surviving. I would like to say what was happening during the confinement. Let's go back to spring 2020 when the lockdown was announced. And 70 or 60% of our incomes were from concerts, corporate events, big combined concerts like Day of the City, etc. And we took a break to think what we should do. Our company is working not only with artists and performers. We have quite a big office. That's why we implemented some anti-crisis measures, and we managed to survive the situation of the artists who don't have big producer centers or investments. They are really expecting a very serious crisis. What we did during the confinement, as many other artists, many big companies, we supported some state programs as Stay Home. Our artists took part in making the videos, educational videos about staying at home, about the necessity to wash hands, etc. So there was a first track made in the hall without viewers, but it was well distributed, and we supported school, and we did some jingles for school. We did online lessons using jingles recorded by our artists. We supported doctors, both morally and financially. We tried our best to do what we could do, taking into account our popularity, our resources, and we wanted not only our artists to feel good, but also we supported those people whom we could support. What also happened, new formats emerged. I think people who play Fortnite, or your kids probably, may have seen that Travis Scott, the rapper Travis Scott, did online concerts, and online and offline during the lockdown started to combine online and offline formats, and it gave push to the development of many other initiatives, and we started to look into other opportunities, and we realized that the lockdown will be finished. The crisis for entertainment industry will probably only be gaining its momentum, and that's why we need to be proactive. We don't have to wait until it all will be finished. We just have to come up with new products. So people abroad started doing it quicker, and we are trying to borrow the experience or invent something new. We cooperate with Tower Media and Holding, and together with Amadin TV channel, we made a very cool concert. We recorded a very cool concert with our groups Время и Стекло, Мишель Интраза, ПТП, Мозги. It was recorded in the Palace of Sport. It was empty without viewers, and we added some augmented reality. So it was a combination of offline and online. Also, we took part in a rhythm musical made by Dmitro Monatic later, and it's also the new form. Actually, it was used before, but it was a bit forgotten, so it united a lot of artists. Competitors started to unite. Finally, show business and entertainment market started to cooperate more effectively. We started doing collaborations. There were a lot of collaborations. There were a lot of online meetings, online sessions, dialogues. So people were discussing what they should do. Some new solutions were proposed. TikTok started to develop. Maybe you know the social network that really blew up our industry. Brands started looking at TikTok, and together with the creative industry, we developed our strategy of developing our brands in TikTok, and we see some very good results. And now the engagement of the client is much cheaper than it was with some other platforms. Also, we launched YouTube podcasts made by Potap and Positive. We made first season, and it was very funny. Yes, it's Tupo Podcast or just podcast. So we disinfected the studio. We were doing our events in masks. We invited artists, not performers. Not all of them wanted to join, but still we started the third season in the newly built studio. And we have interesting guests and interesting dialogues. There were a lot of new things on TikTok and Instagram. We took part in the third season of Crazy Wedding. 1 minute. We don't have any minute. Okay, you will finish what I didn't have time to say. Okay, Mr. Denis Blashinsky, every challenge is an opportunity. It's not enough time for such kind of events. So, online forum, the first interactive event in the gamified environment. There were more than 2,000 participants. Please tell us, please, how this idea occurred, to whom it occurred, and Denis Belashitsky, the head of Foundation of Social Innovation from Country to Country, will tell us about it. Denis Blashinsky. Okay. I was thinking if I would be the last, I would just say hi to everyone, and that's it, saying that everything's all right. I see that about 25% of people are sitting in the telephone, but I just have a question. Who is the representative of creative industry? Who is performing on the stage? Who is producing any clips? Please raise your hands. Okay, great. So there are some other people, and all other people are just consuming this product. I have, so I will try to manage to do something within this limited time I'm having. I would like to ask you all guys and try to think about what is the creative industry. What are those entertainments we are used to consume? The concerts that we like, the books we are reading. If we're talking about it in the framework of this forum, investments,
So the government, the society and people should start replying these questions. Each dollar invested into the big event, in big festival, in forum, in art project, or that is going on for a whole week, for instance, and is engaged in all the aspects of the city. So that project is returning $4 with $1 investment. So now we're coming to economy different, and this coefficient is changing as well. And as per the latest investigations, that should be not $4 but $5 or $6. So we're talking about huge business. Here I'm standing as co-founder of Foundation for Social Innovations and also the co-founder of Agency 42. This is one of the biggest agencies in Ukraine engaged in the global events and festivals and corporate events. Today we are in the status of like downgraded status, and if we would not go on live, if we would not produce digital services, we would just close. 2-3% of agencies are already closed. So the question, where is the zone of attention of the people, local authorities, government, community? So the next 1.5 minutes I would like to devote to the format of Forum on the Borders. When coronavirus has broken us, we all started thinking what is going on with social with people in our society. So we started communicating with our partners, all cities around the globe, and everyone was in shock. People didn't know what to do, how to cooperate in such conditions. So we created a platform produced by Kyiv people that is called ZMeet, and we have invented very interesting, interactive communication, how we had the form of a DATEX, which we invented. We have invented live concerts when we could interact with the public. They have invented the different types of presentations, panels, 145 speakers for approximately 26 hours for all directions. We made it all as a game. That was a real game that looks like Fortnite, that avatars, you as an avatar, you can join one or another discussion or the whole, and lots of people were going through this specially built territories in order to participate in those games as translation. You can read about that format. And concluding the speech, and I would not like to steal the time from Dmitro, I would like to say that crisis, this is not opportunity. No, that is a chaos, and all the ideas are taken from the chaos. You take it out really from the chaos, and you implement it in the life. Today, new initiatives are emerging, and I'm sure that the people who came to this hall, this forum, they will try to rethink their life as well in the new, take into account the new situation, and they will do their own innovations that are aiming to change the world. And I would like government to take this into account and implement it. Thank you so much for participating in the panel discussions. Ukraine is a country with great potential and phenomenal people. We are creating future with great wishes to our country. This is David Lynch in the framework of program.
I would like to visit Ukraine again sometime. Everyone I met on my visits I really liked. I also found the women to be very beautiful. I wish the Ukrainian people all the very, very best. Thank you for listening.
Інвестиційний форум Києва продовжує свою роботу. Розпочинає роботу Public Talk від Dragon Capital, досвід Варшави та Братислави в залученні інвесторів, уроки для Києва. Будь ласка.
The lessons for the investment. Please keep the social distancing, and thank you for being aware about the community health. Whoever. We are inviting the moderator of Public Capital, the editor of New Time, Mr. Sitch.
So we'll cut our last panel so that you can guys go and enjoy the special guests outside on the terrace. So my name is Vitaly Sitchin. I'm chief editor at the NV Media House, which includes a news site, a talk radio, and a magazine. Today I'll be moderating a panel with two distinguished foreign guests. Even though the main topic of the conference is investment in Kyiv, here at this panel we'll be talking about the experience of our Western neighbors and see how we can apply that experience to our reality in the beautiful city of Kyiv. These Western neighbors started reforms much earlier than we Ukrainians did, and they have advanced on the path of reforms much further than we Ukrainians did. They've been extremely successful in attracting foreign investment, and now we want to talk about how they managed to do that and see what practices we can borrow from them. By these Western neighbors, I mean Poland and Slovakia, and their capitals, Warsaw and Bratislava. For comparison, I did a little bit of research before our panel. Last year, Ukraine attracted $1,100 in foreign direct investment per capita. That's $1,100 FDI per capita. For example, Poland attracted last year $6,200 FDI per capita, which is 6 times more. And Slovakia attracted $11,000 US dollars per capita. That's per person, right? That's 10 times more. So it's 6 and 10 times more respectively. So I think there is something to learn from them. And let me introduce my speakers today. The first one present here on the scene is a former member of parliament of Poland, and what might be even more important for our discussion today, mayor of Warsaw from 1994 to 1999, Marcin Święcicki. As of October last year, Marcin's also a business ombudsman in Ukraine, so he knows what kind of problems the businessmen in Ukraine encounter, and he probably knows the difference in business climates between both countries, and probably even knows how to make Kyiv as attractive for investment as Warsaw. The other guest here is one of the, you can see, Ivan, can you hear me?
Yeah,
good.
I hear you. Hello.
The other guest that I have here is one of the architects of Slovak reforms and former Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Finance of Slovakia, Ivan Miklos. An interesting fact, in 2004, Ivan Miklos was named top business reformer by World Bank Doing Business report. He's also worked as a consultant to Ukrainian government. As you know, foreigners are now banned from entering Ukraine, so unfortunately, we have to rely on domestic reformers only. So Ivan will be with us online from Bratislava. So both gentlemen will have really short stories to tell about the progress that their countries and capitals have made. And then we'll have a short question and answer session. And then we'll let you go to listen to Boris Grебinchikov. So, Marcin, Ivan, do you mind if we start here and then you join us? Is that okay?
Yeah, okay.
Good, no good. So, Marcin, could you start, please, and tell us briefly what you as a Warsaw manager did to attract investment to the city, and what has proven effective and successful in the last 20 years in Warsaw?
Thank you very much for this invitation. I welcome everybody here. So when I became mayor of Warsaw in 1994, my predecessor was saying that foreign and domestic investors are flying over Warsaw but are afraid to land in Warsaw. So first of all, it was to change the atmosphere in the city, to make city officials and administration friendly to investors. Because still in the apparatus of the city administration, there was still a lot of people from the previous regime and somehow afraid of any private capital. Secondly, we privatized a lot of establishments that were not necessarily be city owned. For example, we privatized 6 city hotels. We privatized small shops. Privatized many other services in the city that were really, those activities are essential for free market and not for private entrepreneurship and not for city officials. Then, of course, we started for all these spaces, for all these land plots that were city-owned and we wanted them to be developed, we made open auctions for such land plots. But in some cases, some land plots were sometimes very attractive, but on the other hand, were very complicated. Because to get all kinds of permits, access to infrastructure, to sewage, to electricity, many other things. So investors were afraid to buy such a land plot that might bring them a lot of complications and their investment might not be completed. Therefore, we developed a very special instrument, a public-private partnership in such a way that we created companies, joint companies with investor, in which the company, city provided the land, and investor was providing everything else. He was providing construction, he was preparing. And then when his construction, with his plan, his project was completed, he was obliged to buy back, to repurchase our shares, to repurchase this land. It means that his risk was really relatively much lower because this initial payment was not done by him. Secondly, he was involving city as a partner that is interested in the completion of the project. So, because city can get payment for its land only after the project is completed.
Right.
So this, in this way, through this scheme, through this kind of private-public partnership, we developed several business centers, commercial centers, even one bridge across the Vistula River.
You told me the way it worked is that there was a land plot on the other side of the river, and the city didn't have the money to complete the bridge, so investor helped the city complete the bridge and then got the land plot. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. There was an old river port on the other side of the Vistula River, but relatively close to the center of the city, but with a lot of beton, a lot of cement, and somehow better communicated, better logistically linked with the rest of the Warsaw, with another part of the Warsaw. So we developed a bridge through this to this area, crossing of course this area, going further. And this bridge was partially financed by the companies that in exchange received this area. So it was also a tight transaction, you know.
Right.
So through these schemes, we were able to attract a lot of investors. Of course, also we were simplifying various procedures to make them transparent, simplified. So there was many other things, but privatization, public-private partnership, open auctions, and also one thing, the promotion of the city. Every year there is a biggest fair of real estate in Europe that is held in Cannes, in France.
Right.
And in this fair, Warsaw had its stand, and we presented certain projects that we prepared for development, for investors, to attract investors for this particular project. And it worked. It worked.
Okay, so it's promotion for the city abroad, private and municipal partnership, auctions, and so on. Let me ask you one question. I were in the early 90s in Warsaw trading goods in the market, selling underwear and electric mixers. Probably you remember the times. And I were in Warsaw last year as a tourist. The city changed dramatically. There is obviously a lot of development, lots of investment. And my question is, are there rules for construction in the city? How regulated is construction in Warsaw? The reason I'm asking is that you probably know we have had a lot of chaotic development in Kyiv, modern high-rises in historical parts of the city, and so on and so forth. So is construction regulated in Warsaw? Does it have a gen plan? So how does it work?
So the optimal solution here is to have a local spatial development plan for every area. But not all Warsaw was covered by this kind of spatial planning. So we were allowed by the law to also allow for some investment in those areas of Warsaw in which such plan was not developed, but some kind of imitation procedure of building such a plan had to be employed. So spatial plan determines very detailedly what can be built, what kind of functions, what kind of height of the buildings, etc. So this is a very good tool, and when in areas when such spatial plan exists, anybody can receive conditions for development of this area. So any investor can come, can look, can have something, document that is binding also for the city. We cannot then change the conditions. No, if he received a binding conditions for development, he was able to plan his investment according to fulfilling those conditions, and then he had to receive permit from the city. Regarding conservatory, because this is maybe some historical places.
Let me ask you, since we have little time and Ivan's still waiting, maybe one or two more questions. As I said, I've been to Warsaw many times, never seen such traffic problems as in Kyiv. How does Warsaw fix the traffic problem?
Only my addition that historical areas in Warsaw and historical monuments are fully under control of the city conservator services. You cannot build and change it if you don't have his permit, his consent. And also
like Stare Miasto in Warsaw.
Yes, Stare Miasto in Warsaw, or many, about 30% of Warsaw area is covered by certain kind of protection. And we also are trying to not to make this full description of the conservatory service, but rather to describe what is protected, whether the building, whether the setup of the streets, whether architecture, maybe interior of the building is free, but the facade must be protected. Regarding the traffic, there was explosion of traffic in Poland, including Warsaw, in the early 90s, and of course, city was not prepared to this. So we had traffic jams, maybe not as big as in Kyiv, but quite. It was a headache of my mayorship in Warsaw. So first of all, we opened the first line of metro, and we also were very intensively investing in a comfortable public transport. New low floor buses, low floor trams, the frequency of travels, very punctuality was also very important, aesthetic of the public transport. We also
so it's development of public transport.
We also separated the city bus company and city tramway company became a separate companies on their own financial status, and city was signing contract with them. If they did not fulfill all provisions of the contract regarding the punctuality, comfort, etc., they will penalize. They will fined for this. Of course, paid parking in the center of the city is a painful that you have to pay for parking, but anyhow it limits.
But at least you have it in Warsaw, paid parking. We in Kyiv don't have any paid parking.
The parking,
nowhere to park.
Everywhere in center, parking is paid, and it of course limits those people who are traveling to the city for all the day and just leaving car anywhere.
Yes, so I would pay for parking. It's just very difficult to find. The parking now is evacuation service. It parks you away, and then you look for it, and you pay 2,000 hryvnia, spend 2 days. That's the parking service.
Then separate separate lanes for buses and taxis and motorcades and bicycles. So also this worked.
So Marcin, it looks like you have a recipe that you can share with Kyiv authorities. Since we don't have much time, we'll switch to Ivan, and if we have time left, we'll continue. So Ivan, can you tell us how did Slovakia and Bratislava managed to become one of the most, if not the most, attractive countries for investment in Central and Eastern Europe?
Hi Vitaly, hi Maciej, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. To make long story short, Slovakian history, reform history is like that. After division of Czechoslovakia in 93, from 93 to 98, we had very strange government of Mr. Mečiar, and Slovakia, as a result of this, didn't do reforms. It was huge corruption. Slovakia was even excluded from the integration process. Our partners in Visegrad 4, Poland, Czech Republic, and Hungary started negotiations to entering European Union. Slovakia was excluded. Our partners entered OECD. Slovakia was excluded. Partners started negotiate NATO entering. Slovakia was also excluded from there, which means Madeleine Albright at that time, Foreign Secretary, US Foreign Secretary, named Slovakia, I think in 97, black hole of Europe. Then we have two consecutive Mikuláš Dzurinda's government, which I had honor also to serve as Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister, and we did, simply saying, a lot of reforms. And we also spent a lot of effort in catching up our neighbors in international integration, Euro-Atlantic integration. As a result of these reforms, the progress was relatively quick. As you have mentioned, in 2003, 2004, Slovakia was named the most reformed country in the world by World Bank and started to attract a lot of investment. Which means the most important was to change image of the country. During 5-6 years, from black hole of Europe, Slovakia became reform tiger and became well known in Europe for preparing very good business environment, very good conditions, tax conditions, other conditions for investors. At the same time, we catched up, as I said, our neighbors in entering process to European Union. We entered in 2000 to OECD. And finally, we, together with other Visegrad 4 countries, entered.
So, Ivan, I'll interrupt you for a second. As far as I know, Slovakia is number.
Which means, and then, as a result of these reforms, especially second Zurinda's government reforms, the second government was from 2002 to 2006.
Right. Can you hear me?
Finally, we entered also Eurozone as only country from Visegrad 4 countries. Which means, saying very briefly, there were two things. Integration to European Union, NATO and Eurozone finally, and reforms. A lot of systemic reforms, which means, and I would like to stress this, because everything what Maciej said is very, very important. And some of these kind of measures or preconditions are also relevant on the national level, like for instance, privatization or offering the land for investment in auctions and so on and so on. But very important is that all systemic conditions, I mean, level playing field, the same systemic conditions, the good business environment is very, very, very important on the national level. And of course, then is very important how management of the particular cities.
So, Ivan, can you hear me?
Can you hear us?
Can I interrupt you for a second? I'll ask you one little question since we're pressed for time here.
Yeah,
I know. Can you hear me?
But now I don't hear you. Now I hear you. Yeah.
No, you hear me. Good. As far as I know, Slovakia is #1 in the world producer of cars. How did that happen per capita? #1 per capita producer of cars. How did Slovakia manage to attract so much investment in automobile industry? If you put it like shortly.
Yeah, very shortly, you are right. And during communism, we didn't produce in Slovak part of Czechoslovakia, we didn't produce any passenger car. It happened by decision of the investors. We didn't have some special policy that we want to be #1 in the auto industry. We simply changed the systemic conditions for doing business, for attracting investment, and then private investors, especially from this area, decided to come to Slovakia and to build their companies. And this is, of course, not only automotive, which is present in Slovakia. And of course, because sometimes I'm hearing, yeah, but you gave the special incentives to those investors. Yeah, we offered these incentives on the maximum level of European Union. There is 15% of value of investment in automotive, what can be offered to investors. And all these incentives have been offered by all other neighboring countries. Which means finally they decided not because these incentives, but because the reforms which we did, and of course also because our tradition in industry and so on, and in qualified and cheap labor force, but it was comparable also in other neighboring countries.
And you've also consulted the Ukrainian government. So you are aware of the problems that the businessmen have in Ukraine. So what do you think Kyiv could do to increase the amount of investment many times, like let's say 3 times? Could you name maybe 3 things that the Kyiv authorities could do to increase the amount of investment to the city?
I didn't hear it. This question to me?
Yes.
Sorry. I didn't hear it.
you've consulted the Ukrainian government on economic issues. What could Kyiv authorities do to increase the amount of investment in the city?
Yeah, I think the possibilities of Kyiv authority is, of course, limited because, as I told, image of the country is the most important. But still, of course, Ukraine, in particular cities, have some power and some capacity, competency to do this. As I know Kyiv, and I spent the last 5 years in Kyiv, and I have to say that I fell in love with Kyiv because Kyiv is a beautiful city. I think Kyiv has a lot of potential for many areas, but especially I see two areas. One is tourism, and another one is investment in technological hubs, technological clusters. Speaking about tourism, Kyiv has everything. Kyiv has beautiful nature, has art, has history, has shopping. Has,
so that means tourism, right? So are you talking
now,
about technological parks and tourism?
Gambling has also possibilities in this, has possibility for doing conferences, for nightlife, everything. Which means really everybody who came to Kyiv, everybody who I invited to Kyiv was really impressed from Kyiv. Which means this is one potential. Really
okay, so if you
underdeveloped.
Okay, if you didn't hear Ivan well, so he's saying technological parks, tourism, gambling, and even business conferences. And maybe can I ask you, Marcin, since the Mayor Klitschko is gone, so we can now openly talk. You are former mayor of Warsaw. Do you sometimes, when you walk around Kyiv, do you think, what is annoying in Kyiv to you? What would you change in Kyiv? Maybe 3 things that you believe you would have to change if you were mayor of Kyiv.
Of course, I like Kyiv very much. It's a very nice and pleasant city.
But still.
Yes, but what I would change, a lot of things might be changed, but of course everything, usually it's costs a lot of money, you know, to change, for example, public transport to make it more comfortable than it is right now. Including,
so that would be the first direction,
yeah,
right?
To make it really that it is a pleasure to enter a tramway or to enter the bus or trolley bus, you know. This is not yet the case here in Kyiv. Of course, what is needed is a road ring around Kyiv to be fulfilled because a lot of transit traffic is going through the Kyiv. So those are things, you know. Regarding the areas that might be developed here, you know, I would also mention IT and innovative industries because in Kyiv you have a lot of young people, and this innovative IT industries, they don't require much investment, but
right.
they require a good brains, you know, and Ukraine and especially Kyiv has a lot of people who are really enough prepared, you know, to work for global companies, to be uses outsourced services, developing IT, developing programming, etc. I think that cities should put more attention towards this direction. Also, the city administration. As a business ombudsman, I receive some complaints also. For example, the access to the city sewage system requires a permit, but this permit must be renewed every year. It simply doesn't make sense, you know, because it is a source of corruption, source of trouble.
Of course, if it needs to be renewed, that means yes, somebody has to give a permission.
It should be given permanently, indefinitely, you know, of course under standard conditions, etc., but the same regarding the extension of the leasing of various city spaces, other permits. So I would say that what is needed is a kind of the audit of the city procedures in order to simplify them, to eliminate all this corruptive, I would say,
right,
corruptive circumstances, who are prone, who are.
But that was my next question. Apart from bureaucracy, what are the most common complaints that you hear from Ukrainian businessmen? What, apart from bureaucracy that you just mentioned, what are the most common complaints that you hear from businessmen in Ukraine?
No, we are receiving almost half of complaints that are coming to Business Ombudsman Office come from Kiev and Kiev Oblast. Most of them deals with the tax problems, registration of tax documents, tax inspections. There are complaints on law enforcement organs, on raidership. But also some complaints do with city administration. For example, the problem in Ukraine, not only in Kiev, but in other cities also, that there is you can have a separate ownership of the land and construction over this land, built on which is stable construction. You cannot move it, you know.
Right.
And sometimes there are conflicts and problems between owner of the land, which usually is a city, and owner of this construction. So this is not the case in other legal systems in which construction and land are unified in ownership. At least there is no such controversy as it is here.
Okay. Ivan, can you hear me well?
Yeah, I hear you.
Have you ever thought what city could be a role model for Kyiv's development?
I don't know exactly if there is one city which can be a role model, but for instance, as tourism, as using potential in tourism, as I have mentioned, which Ukraine, Kiev particularly has huge potential, could be Prague. Prague is really using this image of the kind of magnet for foreign tourists there, and they have a lot of incomes from tourism. Another city which I like is Ljubljana. Ljubljana is much smaller city, but city which is connecting using of the beautiful nature, universities, technology, and this another area which I have mentioned that Kiev, I think, has a lot of potential, and also Maciej has mentioned this, not only IT, but all these technological clusters, hubs, interconnection between universities, science and research and companies which exist there operating in Kiev, which means maybe this could be like of example.
Okay, and maybe the last question to sum it up, because we have an important guest ready to sing outside. So today we're mostly talking about borrowing Western experience, the Western neighbors from Ukraine. But I've interviewed a lot of Ukrainian politicians. Maybe Marcin, if you want to jump in, please do. I've interviewed a lot of Ukrainian politicians, and some of them several times. And most of them would tell me, look, we don't need to go the Polish way. We don't need to go the Slovak way or any other way. We need to go our own Ukrainian way. And when I hear that, to me, it's maybe I don't understand something, but to me, our own way has been a mixture of corruption, bureaucracy, and populism. So, Ivan, in your mind, can Ukraine succeed by simply adopting the practices, successful practices of neighboring countries, or it does need to develop its own way?
I think both, but very important is that there are the most important preconditions which have to be fulfilled and which are common for every successful country. And this is about reforms. This is about macroeconomic stability and sustainability and predictability of the sustainability. Then there is rule of law and property right protection, for instance. Then it is good business environment, that is low bureaucracy, effective public administration. Without this, any country cannot be successful. I mean, in economic development, in attracting investment, and so on and so on. And then, of course, if you have this basis, which is unavoidable, then you can think about some specific areas which you want to develop, about some specific policies, about using comparative advantages which Ukraine has better on bigger than other countries. But this common systemic basis of the good business environment, macroeconomic stability, rule of law are unavoidable.
Thank you, Ivan, and thank you, Marcin. If you want to add something, please. If not, thank you for participation. I apologize for some technical problems. Hope people online can hear us better. So thank you all very much for listening, and I think we can now move on to the terrace and listen to the music. Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Дякуємо, шановні учасники. Офіційна частина інвестиційного форуму Києва завершує свою роботу. На терасі розпочалася спеціальна музична програма «Зірковий гість» Борис Гребенщиков. Чекаємо вас. Сьогодні відбувається унікальна подія «Тихий аукціон», де можна придбати картини Бориса Гребенщикова. Культовий співак протягом багатьох років досліджує живопис та пише картини. Його творчість відноситься до напрямку аутсайдер-арт, наївного стилю художників-аутсайдерів, що творять поза рамками.
На берегу весенней реки редко кто вспомнит про зимние годы. Сдвинем бокалы сильные и спокойны, верные знаку открытой руки. Мой ясный свет, свет не вечерний, свет без печали. Пусть разверзается дно, и изъяснимый мой, подлинный мой провайдер. Рухнут софты и железо сгниет, а мы остаемся одни. Спасибо. Ничего не помню, что было, но помню, что было все. Волна налетела и смыла еще. Время восстать из пепла, стряхнуть с рукава чертей. У тех, кто алчит истины, не может быть легких путей. Дорога свернулась у ног, но я в пути не один. Со мной терпение и вера святых, текила, виски и джин. Серафима, здравствуй и прощай. Я храню, как зеницу ока, твой монастырский чай, твои жемчуга Асгарда, шерсть золотой ноги, сеть небесных путей, космические пироги. Дорога свернулась у ног, но я в пути не один. Со мной терпение и вера святых, текила, виски и джин. Все грехи от помыслов учат святые отцы. Попытайся найти начало, если хочешь распутать концы, в конце коридора затмений. И из кухни светится свет. Если можешь войти в незакрытую дверь, дороги назад уже нет, дорога свернулась вновь. Но я в пути не один, со мной терпение и вера святых, текила, пиво, водка, виски и джин. Разрешите мне смыть себе пол, распустить караул у двери, и как брошенный с паперти дрон камикад раствориться, где сумрак ветвей. Без имени, без объяснений, как еще не написанный стих. Куда б я ни шел, куда мне идти, как не в дом всех святых? Над мансардой беспечного детства нависает пружина в часах. Мы пришли в этот мир коррективы судьбы, непорочной, как вещь в небесах. Или кем-то, кто скромен и тих. Но кем бы ты ни был, в конце тебя ждет дом всех святых. Дом всех святых. Дом всех святых. Кем бы ты ни был, в конце тебя ждет Перестань делать вид, что ты брошен. Перестань есть с газонов цветы. Перестань волноваться за судьбу земли. Она много прочнее, чем ты. Сколько можно считать себя жертвой и кричать, что жизнь лупит в поддых. Если высохнут слезы, ты увидишь свой вход в дом всех святых. Дом всех святых. Дом всех святых. Высохнут слезы, ты увидишь свой вход в дом всех святых. У околицы за чистополом не видать ни одной борозды, но это как венгер под пол, непорочен до первой звезды. Одиночество — темная птица, одиночество рвется на свет, одиночество каждого в очереди за тем, чего больше нет. Но когда станут рушатся стены, и тот попадает на стык, одиночество за руку вводит тебя в дом всех святых. Ладно повесила шторы, Едвига свалила в буфет, и на Кейти уехал на сборы в Китай, а Сереге уж 7 лет как нет. Но здесь никто не просил искупления, здесь видали в гробу всех крутых. И когда мы проснемся, мы войдем как к себе домой в дом всех святых. Всех святых. Дом всех святых. Кем бы ты ни был, в конце тебя ждет дом. Всех святых. Проснемся, мы войдем, как к себе домой в дом всех святых. Танцуем всю ночь, танцуем весь день. В эфире опять одна дребедень, но это не зря. Хотя, может быть, невзначай, гармония мира не знает границ сейчас. Мы будем пить чай. Прекрасная ты, достаточно я. Наверное, мы плохая семья, но это не зря. Хотя, может быть, невзначай, гармония не знает границ сейчас. Мы будем пить чай. Или кажется мы, как в старом кино, пора обращать воду в вино, и это не зря. Хотя, может быть, невзначай, гармония мира не знает границ. Сейчас мы будем пить чай.
Спасибо.
Мы были бы счастливы играть для вас еще и еще и еще, но, к сожалению, самолет ждать не будет. Вот. Большая печаль. Но я надеюсь, что это не в последний раз.
Шановні гості, як ви вже знаєте, сьогодні під час форуму відбувається унікальна подія – тихий аукціон, де можна придбати картини Бориса Гребенщикова. Наш культурний співак протягом багатьох років досліджує живопис та пише картини. Його творчість відноситься до напрямку outsider art, стилю художників-аутсайдерів, що творять поза рамками офіційного мистецтва. Тому запрошуємо вас до експозони, де представлені картини майстра.